there's none, is there? No. We went to Amsterdam.
There's
The hotel was quite nice. The door to the bathroom was glass, and I don't mean frosted glass. I mean fucking glass. And just opposite the bed. And we got in there, and Andrew was like, "I'm not having this at all." And so we had to have the deal. When we got up, I go out for a walk, get a cup of tea down the way, and she would text me when she was done. And then, and that was, women a long time ago. So
Good.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Agile Kanban France. Thanks for getting up so early to listen to us. We're people from the BBC in London. My name's Matthew Browning. I'm an executive product manager of the BBC looking at video on demand products. To my left, Joey Flint, delivery manager in the same area. And to her left, Maria Bull, who is a project manager. We're going to talk to you today about some of our experiences dealing with the delivery of large-scale video on demand products. But first, just a little bit of context.
Myself and Joy work for the team called Media Services, and this team's main responsibility is to transcode online audio and video content and provide it in the right format via the distribution rights management system. The two systems dealing with transcoding are referred to as Video Factory and Audio Factory. They provide live streaming and on-demand content to products like BBC Sport, all BBC online channels, and the very well-known in the UK iPlayer. And Matt is going to talk to you more about the iPlayer.
So BBC iPlayer. BBC iPlayer was launched in 2007 in response to the public service mandate of the BBC itself, but also the widening availability of broadband to the British public. It's a video and audio on-demand service that attempts to make TV and radio programmes produced by the BBC available to the British public free of charge. Joey and I worked on BBC iPlayer right from the very beginning as well, back about 12 years ago. iPlayer is the UK's #1 online TV destination. It's actually the UK's #3 online destination at all after Google and Facebook. It's tremendously popular amongst the British public. Next one. We're looking at the idea we're trying to get across here is the sheer size of the capacity required to be able to serve what we're doing here. When we first launched, it was a download proposition. Now there's streaming as well. When we first launched, we had a cap because of certain business arrangements we had of putting 800 hours worth of content online every week. What we now have is literally everything that goes out on the TV, on BBC television and BBC radio is available online for you to either catch up with or watch live on your computer. Next one. A lot of positive feedback from the public. Honestly, it's kind of arguably hard to go wrong with a product like this because the BBC's programming is very popular with the British public already. So the capacity to be able to enjoy it and consume it in more ways, or if you like, more convenient ways, is always going to be popular. And the purpose of this slide is just to talk about the sheer scale of what we're trying to do here, because talk a little bit about, as I said a minute ago, we launched as a download proposition that was available basically if you had Windows XP, and then we're talking download to different devices, then we're talking streaming, then we're talking streaming with adaptive bitrate, and then we're talking about keeping up with the pace, the way the internet changes. So we go from mobile on 3G to mobile over Wi-Fi, 4G. We go to when Nintendo launched the Wii. Okay, so now we've got iPlayer for the Wii, and to make it fair, we've got iPlayer for other games consoles as well. Apple launched the iPhone. Again, game changers. We've got iPlayer for the iPhone, and we're constantly keeping up with the industry, the demands of the public. Here, set-top boxes, more recently tablets. Who knows what's next? And PVR functionality as well. When you look at the way the public want to consume television and radio services, one case that we dealt with a lot of difficulty very early on in the product's life. So there's a soap opera in Britain called EastEnders, you know, people want to watch EastEnders, so we've got it available for catch up or download, streaming after broadcast. But it takes time to actually get that ready for the public to consume it. So a couple of years ago we launched Live Rewind. So you come in, you've missed the first 10 minutes of EastEnders, you can actually go right back to the beginning of it right there and start watching it immediately. And we do that for all our programmes now, on TV and radio. It's a very popular service. Also download still, watch it on the train, watch it on the tube to work. Next slide.
So back to the back end of the iPlayer. The video and audio factory support 31 video and 94 audio channels. These numbers show hours of live and on-demand video we transcoded in April 2016, and on average we transcode over 30,000 hours of media every week. This is the number of requests that were made to our media distribution system in the month of April 2016, and so it's over 800 million, which is roughly 12 times the population of the UK. But this wasn't our busiest time. Summers are usually very busy and we have big events on, and last summer was no exception. And in addition to the usual yearly events like Glastonbury Music Festival, Wimbledon, BBC Proms, we've witnessed two major global scale events, Rio 2016 and European Cup 2016. And our biggest event last summer was England versus Wales match. On that day we've reached roughly 2.4 million concurrent online viewers. And this figure can be compared to that of traditional TV broadcasting. For the same match, the traditional TV broadcast viewing number was around 9 million viewers. And this number of viewers amounted to a peak throughput of 2.4 terabits of media being broadcast per second. The number of requests to the media distribution system reached almost 1.5 billion. So hopefully this gives you a good idea of the scale of the operation we have to deal with on a daily basis.
Now back to agile delivery. We're going to take you back a year and a half ago when Maria and I joined the team. The first couple of weeks were taken up just with us getting to grips with the new technical jargon. We manage multiple work streams and deliveries. At any given time, we manage the delivery of 3 or 4 major strategic projects that last between 1 and 4 years. At the same time, we manage multiple medium-sized deliveries of up to 14, and then multiple smaller deliveries.
So media services is quite a large team. When me and Joey joined it had about 60 people. It was split into 5 development teams, and it had its own operations team and testing team. We also had audio and video specialists and 2 technical architects who, together with the engineering manager, were looking after the high-level architecture of audio and video factory systems. Engineering manager was a key role in this team, and later in the presentation you'll see why. We also have 3 product managers, each responsible for their area of the product: audio, video and distribution and rights, and a program manager and 2 project managers. Our first introduction to the team was through the usual agile ceremonies. So every morning at 10 a.m, development teams will have their daily stand-ups, led by technical team leads. These stand-ups weren't normally attended by project managers. Later at 10:15, the team leads would join the engineering manager, architects and project managers to give them an update on what's in progress and what blockers they have. And then every other day we would have a dependency stand-up where this group of people would talk about how teams are interdependent between each other and what dependencies we have externally on other BBC teams and external suppliers. Once a week we would update, the same group of people would update the head of media services on what's happening in the team and how the projects are progressing. And every week there would be a triage session where we would look at all new work coming into the team and assign it to a dev team. So on this diagram we see the flow of work in the team. Each product manager would have their individual roadmap and they would commit to delivering items on the roadmap individually to their stakeholders. They would then bring these items to the dependency stand-up, and these items would compete at triage sessions with the rest of the work coming into the team. At triage we would put the items into team backlogs, and to give you an idea of the size of the backlogs, each team had 50 plus items in their backlog. And the teams worked in Kanban style, where when they deliver something they would then pull a new item into progress from this backlog.
So the team we joined would be considered a mature agile team, and that's the way they saw themselves. They relied solely on agile ceremonies for day-to-day planning and communication. They'd all been practicing agile for between 3 and 9 years. The BBC were one of the first adopters of agile. And our team were one of the first at the BBC to fully adopt continuous integration, releasing to live up to 100 times a week. So why did we think we could improve on the way that they were working? So let's have a look at the ceremonies as we encountered them. The first thing that struck us was the sole reliance on one particular role, that of the engineering manager. The other thing that struck us was when we attended the daily scrum of scrums, there was no board in which we could reference what developers were talking and updating against the actual roadmaps that the product managers were committing to. And then when we went to the dependency stand-up, there were too many boards and there was no lack of tickets, but it was still difficult to understand how all these roadmap aspirations would be met and linked from a day-to-day perspective. If we look at the ways of working, the first thing that struck us was that they had a shared resource pool. Yes, they had a separation on various levels. First of all, the separation on roadmap level. Each product manager committed individually to roadmap items, although they had a shared resource pool. Then, if you looked at triage, those items that were committed to then were challenged against other items. So we have an aspiration that was met and committed to, but yes, on the second level that gets challenged. And then if you look at the team backlogs, the very presence of a long list of 50 to 100 items in team backlogs meant that the team leads had to try to work through tickets as fast as they could, and they were prioritizing, although things were committed. So in short, we felt that there wasn't we felt that there wasn't a continuous view of how aspiration would meet delivery. And as if that wasn't enough, over the next 4 months, just after we joined, we lost 40% of our resource. And funny enough, one of the people that we lost was that of the central key figure, that of the engineering manager. But with change comes opportunity.
So this was a very challenging situation to be in indeed, and of course we couldn't stop delivering. So in our minds we had a checklist of actions that we wanted to take to help the situation. And of course, we have to make very small steps at changing things because we have to take people's capacity to change into account. So we're going to take you through this checklist now, and we believe that it helped us deliver predictably with quality and reduced waste. So first of all, we wanted to see. We've identified key information that we wanted to present at every level: development, project, and roadmap. We started with a roadmap. A joint roadmap was agreed by all product managers, and they selected their priorities jointly, and they shared them across the team. And you can see the snapshot of our roadmap, and this roadmap is in a very visible place in our team. We walk past this wall every day to and from stand-up, so it serves as a reminder of our joint priorities. And it's also a high-level plan informing the development teams of what's about to come. Items from the roadmap that are larger than 3 months are split into milestones, and they have their own boards. So we define an MVP for an item like that, and milestones that have clear deliverables. So at the top of this board, we have a high-level plan, and then underneath it, we have the milestone that is currently in progress, shown in more detail. And finally, we've added a board that shows us the flow of work in each development team. So the teams still have their virtual Jira boards with very low-level detail tasks in them, but on this board we group these small tasks into what we call epics and show it at this level so we can keep track of what's going on in each development team, and we call this board an epic board. So to summarize, we've linked all 3 levels here, and we can see from the roadmap to the project level and all the way through to development level using these boards, and vice versa. Also, just briefly to talk about the meetings that we had. First of all, ops team and test team have started having the daily stand-ups. We've dropped the dependencies stand-up and replaced it with project stand-up. And because on our project boards we can clearly see the dependencies between the projects and how that would impact our delivery. We've also dropped a weekly program board meeting where we updated the head of media services, because now he comes to our Scrum of Scrums stand-ups daily to get the updates. And we've managed to reduce our triage session from 1 hour to 30 minutes because everyone in the team is quite clear on what our priorities are and what the team's capacity is.
So the next thing we wanted to do is we wanted to talk about ownership. We wanted to make sure that the right role was focusing on the right aspect at the right time. The first thing we wanted to make sure was that the product manager now owns your or her own backlog, as opposed to what you might remember from previously, where the team leads ended up owning the backlog. What we want to do is that the product managers should take ownership, should prioritize, and take that pressure off the development teams so that the developers have the freedom to do what they do well and they understand what their priorities are. Secondly, the delivery team, that is us, are responsible for making sure that those product roadmaps are translated into a delivery plan. And we are responsible for making sure that all the correct roles have the right handshakes throughout the process. And then thirdly, the team leads and the developers are responsible for their own estimation and for delivering against particular stories and epics. So if you look at the slide, what you can see is the ownership of the backlog by the product manager, a shared roadmap, joint aspirational view, a clear top 10 across the entire piece, then aspiration translated into delivery in terms of the delivery plan, and then the whole group as a whole owns the plan, and on a day-to-day basis, the team leads are responsible for giving us updates and also for making sure that everybody's aware of any blockers so that we can make priority calls, and we do those on the boards as they happen. So there's at no time do we update a board offline. Those boards get updated as teams give updates because everybody owns the plan. So the next thing is as I mentioned before, we worked in a team that had been doing Agile, and everybody used the terminology of the various roles, but we wanted to reaffirm those as well. So, as I said, the product manager is explicitly responsible and empowered to make any decisions at stand-up. The team leads do the update on progress, and also we want to make sure that, as Maria mentioned, that the test and the operations team take a more central role, because as Matt mentioned earlier in the talk, when we're talking about 2.4 terabits of data per second, we're talking about over 1 billion requests. We have a 24-hour operations team that support that as well. And we wanted to make sure that they were present in those stand-ups and that any issues in terms of support that need to get fed in via the product manager in terms of features also form part of our daily stand-ups.
The next action we identified was tracking, and tracking is crucial to achieving success. So this is the area where we have our daily stand-ups, and as you can see, we have all our boards surrounding us and physically in the same location. So when you're making a change on one level, you are forced to see the full picture and see how that change would impact the rest of the levels. And we wanted to make the tracking as lightweight as possible. And although we have quite a few boards to update, as Joey just said, we do as we go. So whilst we have the stand-up, we move the tickets around, we draw, and we highlight the things that are important to us.
And our next item was that of engagement. Hopefully you've noticed by now that our aim was to engage at the right level, but with minimum waste and effort. We are all, as I'm sure you are, against meetings, so we wanted to make sure that it was lightweight, efficient as possible. And also we wanted to create an open environment that allows the whole team to engage. We don't believe that we own the plans. We believe that the team and the entire team, from operations through to test, through to development, through to product, they all own the delivery. And we wanted to make those plans explicit and as easy as possible to engage. And we want to make sure that everybody had access to that information, as opposed to when we found it, we found that these plans were just owned by a particular group of people.
So, yes, we believe that all the actions that we've just talked about helped us deliver within the right time frame by selecting the most important items first and being responsive to changing priorities. And today, we deliver over 90% of the items we commit to within the predicted time frame. However, the main goal has always been and remains delivering value to the audiences and building the right software. So we're sorted for now.
So we believe we've come a long way in improving the communication and the efficiency of the team, but it is still a day-to-day slog and job to keep it at that level. And we always treading the fine line between great ambition, because our product managers are ambitious as they should be, but limited resource, and finding the best way in which we can articulate and communicate that. 20 years ago, which gives away my age, a creative director asked me to give them the freedom of a tight brief. And that is what we have tried to do here, is to create a very lightweight framework. But the aim, as always, is to allow our product managers and our developers to innovate. We don't believe in process for process sake. We are here to deliver good software to the British public and to make it as easy as possible.
So we'd like to thank you very much for getting up early and coming out here to listen to us. That's the end of the presentation, but we'd like to let you know we're going to be around for the next 2 days if anyone wants to talk, and if you have any questions now, we'll try to answer them.
Anybody have any questions for us? You're still waking up?
They're all shy, so the coffee is in the room.
Yes, there we go. Yeah. We have a question over there.
I was wondering, thank you for your talk first. I was wondering, how did you manage to make that change across the organization pass through? Like, who led that? Was it a collective decision and collective thinking about how you were going to create that new process, or was it led by a few people? Could you tell a bit more?
Well, it was effectively led by myself and Maria. And that was just through observation. As I said, we observed, and we just started making change. And some of it, we have very vocal developers, as I'm sure you all have. It was a combination of consulting with the most vocal developers before we made change. But in some cases, we just got up in the morning and made the change. And they'd come in, and what they were used to seeing changed, and the board. So it was a bit of a combination of push and pull to be able to get where we were. But it was incredibly rewarding to actually see developers interact with boards, because as you all know, developers are brilliant at developing, but they're not that good at interacting with humans always, or with planning. And it was beautiful when we came in the first day after we set up those boards, and we actually saw developers walking over to a board, picking up a task, going back and updating it. And that gave us the message that we were doing the right thing.
And also, the changes we were making were affecting just our team, and we have been talking to our project managers, colleagues, about what we've done here with our team, and any one of them, if they like it, they're welcome to adopt it. But I have to say that within the broader department, project managers are free to choose what they want to do within each of their teams.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, more questions?
Thank you first for your presentation. I have a small question. It's about the relationship between this way of managing the teams and Jira, because I guess you mentioned Jira, and okay, sometimes people just think that Jira can solve all these things.
I don't think, certainly the behaviours we encourage is that everything should be visible and very open. And Jira's visible if you have a laptop, but it kind of tricks people into becoming introspective and looking at it. And often in the delivery kind of side of things, the discipline, people can fool themselves into thinking by pushing tickets around in Jira they somehow achieved something. In fact, nothing's changed. But we do think it's tremendously useful for adding details such as acceptance criteria to stories, and allowing a conversation to emerge around stories in the comments as well. It's useful for reporting afterwards, which is the most boring bit of the job. an unpopular opinion, perhaps.
Hello. I have a question regarding the product ownership. I have not seen anything regarding the way you are managing your product owners, and specifically if you have many multiple product owners, how do you organize the backlogs items, and how do you prioritize?
So we obviously had to choose what to present, and we could do a whole separate presentation about product ownership. But the product owners have backlogs in Jira, and how it works is that we have 3 different backlogs. So everything that goes into the roadmap comes from what we call our combined backlog, and then the combined backlog are the agreed set of priorities. So our top 25 is in a combined backlog. And then each product owner has their own backlog, which is prioritized. And what we do is that we facilitate or help product managers get together. So each product manager is responsible for maintaining their own backlog, which is based on their interaction with their stakeholders. And then the product managers sit together on a regular basis and talk about their particular backlogs. And it's a bit of a negotiation about whose backlog items go where, and that's why we need a joint strategic vision of where we want to go as a group. And that's what was lacking when we joined, is that the product managers all had a clear vision of what they wanted to do, but they didn't have a combined view. So all of that does happen, and obviously that is incredibly necessary for us, otherwise we don't know what we're delivering or developing. Does that answer your question? Any more questions?
Thanks a lot for your presentation. Just a question. How do you manage the risk of introducing more command and control with this way of introducing daily stand-up for the whole organization and having decision all the days on every board? Did you handle this risk isn't it a risk for the team to decrease the ownership of their project? No, my question is not clear, sorry.
Sorry, could you just repeat again, what is the risk?
My fear always is to handle the risk of manager being able to more command and control the team on a day-to-day basis. How did you handle this risk on the BBC?
Well, I don't think we try to command and control anybody. I think that's the key thing. It sounds a bit like a cliche, but we feel our job is to enable people. So we just facilitate. My job is to deliver and to make sure we deliver predictably with quality, but my job is not to make a priority call against what does what, who does what. And I think that's what works with us. We have clear understanding of who does what. So the product manager is the one that makes the call, and we all understand our roles, and we need that presentate. The key thing is that we need people at stand-ups, and they, it's not optional to be at a stand-up, so we can make the right decisions, but that the right people make the right decisions. And we work very well together as a group. So we will defer, product manager, fine, you've got these options. The product manager will then ask the tech lead, okay, what do you think? But all of this happens within 15 minutes. If there's a broader conversation to be had, it will be taken up stand-up. But we have those conversations as a group. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yes? Did you want to add anything to that?
No. We've got one more, someone waving at the back.
How much face-to-face customer contact does the average team member have with a end-use customer in a typical week?
It's a tricky one. The end users of these products are the British public sitting at home watching the telly. But the stakeholders are typically representatives of the editorial community within the BBC, for example, programme commissioners or journalists Certainly in the role of looking at product, that's, for me, is kind of a full-time job, talking to people and fielding their concerns. For the development teams, less so. They are, with the idea of protecting people from being asked for things outside of the usual process. However, it is important that they're constantly reminded of what's going on. When I first joined the BBC, I came in as a developer, leading a team of programmers, and you could almost be forgiven for forgetting that we were actually a TV company at the time, because nobody ever brought it up. We were just doing something. So one thing I try to engender with my team is that once in a while, for example, when we do the sprint reviews or things like this, we will bring members of the editorial community in and have them talk to the team, explain why the work we've been doing is important, and generally provide a bit of context to those of us who maybe get a bit buried in the detail. Is that okay?
The other thing is that because we're talking about consuming, what we do is enable the consumption of video and audio online. We are all consumers of what we create as well. Obviously, we don't look at it the same way somebody from the public would, but we consume it the whole time. The other thing is, I think that our values at the BBC are very explicit. It's on the back of our passes, but we actually refer to it continually. And our aim is to educate, first of all, as an organisation, and to, secondly, entertain. And we remind ourselves of what our values are through what we do. We do not believe in doing technology for technology's sake. That is not our job. There are people who do that, and that's fine. But what we do is we try to create technology to a particular aim of educating the public or enabling that education through technology or entertainment. Any more questions? I'm just starting to wake up now.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I missed some things, but I would like to know, you deliver every night, every day, what is the frequency of the delivery to be sure that people can try in real life and to have very quickly feedback and perhaps to update your delivery?
The adopted continuous delivery a while ago. I think Joey mentioned we expect about 100 drops a week to production. We've also got 2 pre-production environments which we use for testing and dedicated quality assurance teams.
They encourage people to do things by giving them loads of money, giving them a $100 bonus a week for doing this and that. We do the job because we love the job, and we don't get any financial bonus or incentive. So I think the first thing is culture. We have a culture of wanting to deliver good value. So that's our most important KPI, really, is to make sure that we deliver value for the British. And then we have, obviously, our usual KPIs. So we make sure we measure of the projects were delivered on time. We're now over 90%. Secondly, we weren't previously able to visually see exactly what each developer was doing, which is one of the things that concerned us most when we joined the team. Now, as you say, on the board, we can see exactly what each team is doing, and we can see the throughput. So to me, it's more about visualizing it and making sure that everybody knows that everybody's busy doing the right thing. And then, ultimately, what we deliver is very visible to everybody in the organization. If the live streaming is down, we're not doing our job. If all the content is up there. So we can't really hide. We also measure our deployments and things like that. So we have an additional stand-up where we look at one of our undeployed commits to make sure that our continuous integration is working, so that developers aren't slipping in terms of making deployments continually to live.
I would add to that we do in the department have a bunch of pen pushers who kind of follow us around and try to do official reports on what's going on. So hi guys, if you're watching.
Okay, any more questions?
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With this talk is to go over some unexpected side effects of continuous delivery I've started seeing while working on my own product, where I've done a lot of work kind of building software for other people, and then 3 years ago some friends and I started our own product. So that's really the first time I've actually kind of owned the product and controlled the money coming in and the money coming out. And that got me to start thinking about continuous delivery slightly differently. And I got a couple of interesting side effects, got us started on thinking that we maybe got continuous delivery a bit wrong. And hopefully I want to kind of inspire you to think about these things so that even if you don't actually control the product, but you're delivering the product for other people, you might spot that going too far in one direction or another might cause some problems that you're not aware of, and that you kind of might prevent yourself from causing business problems by doing continuous delivery in a way that we used to do it. Likewise, I think that there are some fundamental forces changing in the market that we've now started to see. And over the next 5 or 6 years, I think those forces are going to change the way how most of we in this industry deliver software and do business. And if you can kind of ride this wave first, if you can spot these things and be among the first to actually benefit from these things differently, then I think you can turn your capacity for continuous delivery into a significant competitive advantage. What I mean by that, for example, is a couple of years ago there was a huge problem with General Motors cars where one of their brakes was faulty, and they had to issue a huge recall to about, I think, a couple of million vehicles, where the owners of the cars would have to drive them back into the shop. The repairman had to fix the brakes, and then people had to kind of drive back. So effectively, if you owned one of those cars, you would have to trade off your short-term safety, where you would know that the car is effectively broken, the brakes might not work, for your short-term plans, where you had something else to do that day, and there's kind of a lot of consumer inconvenience. Around the same time, Tesla had a similar problem on their car with the braking system, and they were able to fix it by issuing a push over the internet, where pretty much somebody did a git commit and git push or something like that, and the brakes were fixed in all the cars. And the next time somebody drives the car for a regular checkup, they would actually do the change that they needed to do. A software update was kind of a workaround meanwhile. So Tesla allowed their consumers not to be inconvenienced by a problem like that. But at the same time, if you look at just the economics of the whole thing, where General Motors had to pay for repair time, they had to pay for parts, they had to pay for lots of other things, where somebody did a git push, they're no longer even playing the same game in terms of the cost. So that's what I mean by competitive advantage here. Now, hopefully in this day and age, I don't have to convince anybody here about the benefits of continuous delivery. So we're going to skip that part. And I want to talk about some things that were really, really surprising for me from a completely different perspective. First of all, one thing that became really clear to me is that the more frequent we deliver, the more we change consumer expectations. And there's a fundamental shift in consumer expectations that software people need to be aware of. 10, 15 years ago, we would buy software. I remember buying Whatcom C++ compiler 8.5 on 85 floppy disks. It came in a box. I was really happy when it came. I spent the whole night installing it. Floppy disk number 75 was broken, so I was kind of desperate when the installation failed there, and I used to pay for that. Kind of every year when an update comes, I used to pay for that. And then I think the kind of antivirus software providers were the first to start updating stuff online, because updating stuff over the internet, because fast updates were really important for things like that. And then we stopped paying for updates as kind of things became more and more frequent. And the more frequent updates are, the less they become valuable. And over the last 10 or 15 years, this has completely changed what people want to pay for and don't want to pay for, and what people expect to get for free. It's really, really interesting, because if you look at the operating system market at the moment, operating systems are impossible to sell anymore. Because you expect to get frequent updates on operating systems all the time. And even Windows, they had to start offering it for free with a continuous update stream. Now, economically, that doesn't make any sense. So the money has to come from somewhere for that development to be financed, but the more frequent we do releases, the less people want to pay for them, and the more they expect free. And this is going to start becoming a bigger and a bigger problem for lots of different industries. For example, the video games industry is almost completely destroyed by this, because there was a massive, massive segmentation there for kind of AAA games, which you pay for, 30, 40 euros on a console, and everything else people expect to get either for free or pay a couple of euros, which is completely insane, because you can't finance development like that. Now, Zynga kind of realized that in 2007, 2008, and they were the first to figure out that kind of you can cheat people doing micropayments. You can do software delivery all the time, but then cheat people to do micropayments in games, but that's completely killed the playability of almost all online games. And there's a huge disruption there, what people want to pay for and don't want to pay for. So in the age of continuous delivery, it's very, very difficult to sell software. It becomes easy to sell capacity. Companies like Dropbox or GitHub are making a killing because they're effectively selling megabytes. Netflix is selling the number of devices, although for them it's absolutely the same amount of software to build and support to kind of, so you can watch it on 2 devices or 4 devices or 10, but they're kind of trying to scale up somehow differently. So for people doing continuous delivery and wanting to do continuous delivery frequently, we'll need to think of what we can actually sell and what we can't sell. And continuous delivery on systems that are relying on selling software are actually killing the key business model there. So consumer expectations also are going to start shifting for lots of products that depend on software. I mentioned Tesla as an example where they're getting a lot of value out of continuous delivery, but they also had a big problem for themselves 2 years ago, where they started putting in some completely new hardware in the cars to prepare for autonomous driving. And they started doing that even before software was available at all. So they put in something like, I really don't remember the right numbers, so I'm probably lying to you now, but 2 radars, a sonar, and 8 cameras in the cars. I don't know why they need a sonar. I guess at some point it's going to be the James Bond vehicle that drives through kind of the sea. But and then they started kind of releasing software. And one day people woke up and they got an update on their cars where the car would automatically stop or switch a lane if there's an accident up front. That's kind of the start of what's now the Tesla Autopilot. And everybody was incredibly excited, apart from a guy called Richard Wolpert, who was an early owner of a Tesla car, and he did not have this new hardware. He bought the car before this hardware was they started putting it in. And for, I don't know how many years he was used to pretty much everything that he hears in the news is Tesla can now do this, his car can also do. Where, because he didn't have the hardware for this, he was really, really angry that his car can't do this automatic lane switching now. So the continuous delivery of features for Tesla cars completely changed consumer expectations. No other car manufacturer has people that have bought the car 5 years ago and now complaining that they don't have some new feature coming out. Where for Tesla, people expect to get stuff for free forever. And they started this big online petition where, thousands of people signed from all over the world. There were people from Norway writing very, very kind of emotional complaints that this is a potential life-saving feature. And it's horrible that Tesla doesn't want to save their life. They're kind of a Tesla customer and they've paid for the card. Now, this is kind of from a software development perspective, you and I understand that there's a difference between a hardware and software. And that if you don't have a sonar and 8 cameras and 2 radars, you just cannot do this. It's like that Monty Python movie where they agreed that Eric Idle expected to maintain their software forever. And that's a big problem. That's a big problem with kind of consumer expectations. That's a big problem with sales models. That's mostly caused by not being able to sell software anymore. And we need to find some other things to sell. Now, the other thing that kind of fundamentally changes as a result of more frequent delivery is that as kind of part of changing this who pays for what, I think there's a fundamental shift in consumer autonomy related to software. And this is again caused by frequent deliveries. One thing to look at this from this perspective is a big thing that has changed over the last 10 years is when we talk about delivery, who decide when it gets delivered and where. And again, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this was people who are buying the software. As a consumer of something, I would buy a box or I would buy and install, and it's up to me to decide where that software gets installed and when. If my company is not ready to upgrade to an operating system, I'm not upgrading. I'm going to do it at a time when it's convenient for me. When I was doing enterprise talks, because in the middle of a talk there was a dialogue popping up saying we have an important update for you. No, it's not. What's important for me is doing a talk. The importance of that update is for somebody who screwed up massively and put a security bug in a PDF reader. And if you think about this, it's completely insane. A reader is supposed to be read-only. How is it possible to have so many security bugs that it needs to update every week? That's insane. So the whole kind of, this is an important update. Well, it's important it reads PDF documents the same way as it did before. And the whole kind of balance of power has completely shifted. And it's kind of developers that are now in charge where something gets delivered and when. And this is a problem because people don't really consider all the effects of pushing stuff on other people. And continuous delivery can very, very easily turn into force feeding of crap. I was in Australia last year, and I like to tweak my slides just before a talk. And kind of in Australia, they've not invented internet yet, so you get one of those kind of boxes to carry around with you that's stupidly expensive to kind of use, and it's capped in terms of how much data you can download. And as I was kind of trying to prepare for my talk and finding some new slides, I suddenly, there was an image that I wanted. And a really, really interesting effect of that is that it starts affecting how we can do marketing. For example, for this collaboration tool I'm working on, because it's a bootstrapped thing, we're not funded by some rich venture capitalist, we don't have a lot of money for advertising. So we have to rely on bloggers, news sites, and kind of popular sites on the internet recommending us for free, effectively. And generally kind of the way to do that is send people information about, can you please review the software, and keep sending hundreds of emails like that, and one of them is going to do it. And kind of this is our curve of user growth. It's kind of stops in 2015. I've not really taken a screenshot of this. So this is us coming out with kind of version 1 and announcing it on Hacker News. You can see the spike that week. This is us being reviewed by PC World. This is us being reviewed by Lifehacker, which is site number 5 or 6 on the internet. And after that, we've done a ton of really, really interesting features for about a year and a half, and we were not able to replicate any kind of spike growth at all. And it took me a while to realize what we've done, and effectively, because it's our product and we wanted to approach this from a perspective of, yes, let's do good software delivery. from day one, we made everything automated so we can do continuous delivery properly to take the drama out of our releases. But by taking the drama out, we've also taken out the excitement. If you have a continuous stream of small updates, there's nothing ever important for news sites to write about. Hey, version 1, fine, people published about that, but then after that, there's no news. There's a continuous stream of small updates that never, ever, ever kind of is important enough for a journalist to write about. So by doing it this way, we created a side effect on our marketing that completely killed the only marketing strategy we can have. Now, I'm not saying this is necessary to do it like that and that you can't do continuous delivery because of this, but what's important is that there are side effects of this stuff on sales, on marketing, and on user entitlement that we need to understand. As software professionals, as a software industry, if we can understand these side effects better than our competition, if we can kind of figure out how to do the sales in this new world or how to do the marketing in this new world where all our competitors are kind of creating these side effects and not understanding it for themselves, then we can be a lot better, we can kind of run a lot faster than the competition and still kind of benefit a lot about this. So one of the examples I mentioned earlier is it's impossible to sell software, but people will very, very kind of easily pay for capacity. And that's where kind of there's a fundamental shift on what we can sell if we want to do continuous delivery. And there's lots of benefits of that, but there's a shift on how we can do marketing. You know, there's a very good reason why Apple has two big kind of massive marketing events every year where they release new products. They don't do a continuous stream of things, although they probably are capable of doing stuff like that. And the kind of the side effect of marketing is a really important one because it can, you know, pretty much kill your business. We almost killed the whole thing because we didn't realize the side effects. So kind of there's a couple of things we've experimented with, and I don't have all the answers, but I want to kind of challenge your thinking a bit and give you some of the things we're thinking about, and maybe you know, that's going to help you think about these things as well. And if I look at kind of continuous delivery, that's basically an automation practice. It's kind of robots taking our jobs, taking over kind of the, you know, having impacts on sales, marketing, and stuff like that. Kind of a really nice reference I like to kind of look at whenever there's an automation thing taking over is kind of Isaac Asimov and his rules for how to prevent automation from killing us in iRobot. So does anybody remember Asimov's 3 rules? Give me one, that's okay. Okay, so you know, a robot should never harm a human being.
Robot should do what it's told.
Robot should do what it's told unless it's conflicting with number 1, so that's good. And we have a third one.
Robot should protect itself.
Robot should protect itself unless it's conflicting with 1 and 2. So that's kind of, Asimov's rules are basically that a robot cannot injure a human being. It needs to kind of obey whatever you tell it to do, and it needs to protect itself, but kind of unless it's conflicting with it. So more as a joke than anything else, we started looking at this and how do we translate this to continuous delivery, and it actually turned out to be quite nice. So what I'm going to give you now is my 3 rules of kind of continuous delivery, where we're going to rewrite these things and figure out what would they mean for continuous delivery. Now, the first one is kind of when we're talking about not injuring a human, hopefully you're not building one of those kind of automated Russian tanks where the value is actually killing people. So, in terms of doing continuous delivery here, of course, kind of reducing risk that's actually going to injure somebody physically is horrible, but from a perspective of really what continuous delivery can do here especially, then other things, it can start confusing people by changing the interfaces. It can start causing support problems, it can start interrupting people's sessions and things like that. So one of the things that was really problematic for me last year was when PayPal started releasing their new business dashboard. We have a business account with PayPal, we're selling books through PayPal, charging for books through PayPal, and one day I woke up and there were a couple of £1,000 missing from my account. And one of my partners called me, said, have you taken the money out of the account? I said, no, I had no idea what happened. And we started trying to figure out where the money is. We looked at the transaction history. We couldn't see anything fraudulent there. We looked again at, the money is obviously gone. So I started calling PayPal on the phone. And while I was doing that, I saw a link in the top right corner. How do you like our new business dashboard? Now, I've done enough software testing in my life to know that, when something like that comes up, you know that they've done a new release and it's not really that perfect. So I've clicked on that and said, I like it -5 trillion. And they said, would you like to go back to the old one? I said, yes, please. And my money was there. So what they've done there was we had a multi-currency account. We have money in pounds, money in dollars, money in euros, and the old business dashboard would kind of add up all that and convert it into primary currency and say, we estimate that you have this amount of money in all your accounts. With the new business dashboard, they were only presenting money in your actually primary currency. While not rewriting the other is horrible because you're sending a confusing UX message. At the same time, at what point do you stop? How do you do continuous delivery if you can't do a single page at a time or a single piece of a page at a time? So the other thing is where, we talk about must obey orders given by owners and stuff like that, where especially kind of going back to that example with the media company, they do an update on one piece of the architecture, and then that gets everybody to a problem that's easy to solve. The kind of confusing uses, that's kind of more how do you slice stories, how do you do kind of product management, but that's kind of, again, not that easy, not that difficult to solve. But the third one where kind of we need to figure out how do we get the biggest bang out of a news article. At the same time, how do we reduce technical risk by doing frequent releases? And those two things are kind of relatively difficult to add up until kind of we realized that we got like ordering the Christmas gifts from Amazon on time, or I don't know what's kind of delivers to France, I assume Amazon as well, where there's this kind of box coming and it's there. That's fine. Now, a release is not a technical event. A release is a marketing event that needs to be timed to get the biggest impact, or whatever impact we want to achieve from a marketing perspective. Now, mixing up deployment and release is like the children kind of catching the postman that's delivered. So they might have thought that the new business dashboard is horrible, where they were just looking for feedback from the wrong people. They've released it too soon, or they've released it to the wrong people. And one of the kind of most important things that we can do as technical people here, thinking about dividing deployment and release, is to start doing multi-versioning. The thing that we realized after kind of starting to work on this is that pretty much everything, every single piece of API, every single piece of data, every single contact point with the customer, those challenges that is technically missing from a lot of continuous delivery environments today. Where, and that's going to be one of the key things that we can do as a kind of community to help our organizations actually get the benefits of continuous delivery. If we do multi-versioning right, then lots and lots of opportunities open up. Then, we can do certain groups of users or not groups of users and things like that. And I think that's going to unlock so many possibilities that it's amazing. So for the next software you design, please think about multi-versioning from day one. And that's really going to allow you to do continuous delivery the right way. Now, kind of as a final thinking piece, there's a really interesting paper published by a guy called Ron Kohavi, who works for Microsoft now. And he went back to the before you release it to everybody. Multi-versioning allows you to do that before it's baked into the software forever and ever and ever. Because you can go and prove this idea or disprove the idea, and then if it's not going the way it's supposed to go, just delete it. Think about it from this perspective. If you are anywhere between Microsoft and Amazon on this scale, that means that 2/3 to 1/2 of the stories in your development pipeline now are bad ideas. Not because somebody's stupid, because the market is different, because times have changed. So about 2/3 Shades of Blue is amazing. It came out a lot before 50 Shades of Grey. I don't think they're related at all. And it's amazing because you can actually read about this from two different perspectives online. And this is the story, I think 5 or 6 years ago, the head of design at Google decided to change the color of the Google Ads links on the Google homepage. Based on the color theory, based on whatever knowledge people have that are heads of designs at companies like that, he came up with this idea to change the color of the link. And there was a bit of a fight with the engineering department, and they've asked him to kind of prove that this is a good idea. I don't know what the history there was, why he was asked to prove whether it was a good idea or not. But he said that based on the color theory and things like that, people are much more likely to notice this shade of blue than the current one, so they're more likely to click on it. Now, because Google has realized this shit a long time ago, and they can actually do this, what they've done that night is they have released 40 different versions of their software to 40 different segments of users. And each of these versions had a different shade of blue. And as a result of that, the head of design, depending on what blogs you read, either quit or was fired. And he wrote this really, really long post how it's impossible to do good design at Google and how he quit and things like that. Then there was an article in, I think, The Guardian a few years later where somebody actually came up at a conference with the data about that, and they claimed that this was a change that would have cost Google $250 million based on user clicks over a year if they scale it to 100% of the users. So here you have somebody who's obviously smart. They've studied, they were successful, they have this whole color theory behind them that says this is going to be better, but then you run it with 40 different shades and it turns out it's not. And at this point, they were able to spot a bad idea and drop it before it went to production and save $250 million. So I think this guy now works at Twitter where they have an amazing shade of blue, but they still don't know how to make money. And yes, you might not be able to do good design at Google, but they know how to make money. So from that perspective, that's really interesting. So I think multi-versioning is the key to unlock that kind of stuff. And it's a tough technical challenge. It's a still, I think, unsolved technical problem. There's lots of ways how people are trying to do it, but I think over the next 5 or 6 years, that's going to be a really, really interesting thing to do. So finally, the 3 things to remember, I think, are decouple deployment and release. Figure out a way to do that. Multi-versioning is a very good way to do that. If that's too expensive or too complicated for that now, figure out how to decouple deployment and release and stop thinking about deployments and releases as the same thing. We made that mistake. It cost us a lot of time and money. And I think with more frequent releases, this doesn't make any sense anymore. 10 years ago, when Red Hat came in a box and Whatcom compiler came in a box on 85 floppy disks, deployment and release were the same thing. We are no longer constrained by that, and we shouldn't be thinking about it the same way. Now, the other thing is, continuous delivery is an amazing force, but don't use it to force feed users with crap. Especially around interrupting sessions, interrupting people's work. Those are things that potentially increase a bit of development time to make it so that it doesn't interrupt anybody, and to think about backwards compatibility, to think about API compatibility and things like that. But again, with a bit of additional technical work and just thinking about these things up front, we can avoid all these things. They're easy to avoid. And people are just not thinking about them. And the third thing that is really, really important for me is once we start decoupling deployment and release, and once we start doing multi-version, the right way to do continuous delivery is to find a small percentage of users and give them everything they need, then expand that later, rather than giving everybody 2% of the scope. So don't do the new business dashboard that PayPal did and release the crap to everybody before it's ready. Find a sub-segment of people who care about only single currency and release it to them. Find a sub-segment of people who don't care about internationalization and release it to them. And then build up the rest by growing it up that way, rather than splitting it differently. So That's pretty much it from me for today. I hope I've challenged your thinking at least a bit. And as I said, if you can't do multi-versioning now, that's okay, but the next system you design, think about multi-versioning from the ground up. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
For you guys, the one for the recording, right? So, I don't know what the woo was, but I'm really happy to be here in Paris. And this is a really cool conference and a cool location, a lot of cool people, so give yourselves a hand. Yes, I'm going to talk a bit about this thing called alignment. And what I mean by that is like teams not running in 15 different directions. Okay? It seems to be a huge challenge with many companies. How many of you are in a multi-team context? You got multiple teams that have to work together. So, well, that's just about most of you, right? So great. This is a single team doing something, Agile-ish, Kanban, Scrum, I don't know. This is not rocket science, we've kind of figured it out. You can take pretty much any book on some Agile or Lean framework and just do what it says and you'll be pretty okay. Not like it's a silver bullet, but you'll be pretty okay. You'll be delivering something. So I'm not going to talk about this, but when you got multiple of these things, okay, a little trickier, right? You got to have a bit of cross communication, a bit of synchronization. But what I want to talk about is that, right? Because when you have that, what often happens is that, right? So how many of you recognize that picture? I was like, yeah, that's us, right? It's a challenge. And unfortunately, I don't have any answers for you. So, but thank you very much anyway. I hope you have a good conference. I don't have any answers, but I have some examples, and some of those examples might make sense in your context or not, but we'll see. But this is what I've been dealing with for a bunch of years, and I'm always looking for little tips and tricks and ideas, and I found a few that might be useful, because this doesn't scale. All right, I've been looking for a long time for a good metaphor for the problem that happens, and I finally found it a few months ago. So this is the metaphor. Here's a team that is trying to solve a problem. The problem they're trying to solve is we got to get across this river, right? And they're building a bridge because they're an autonomous team. They've been tasked with this with the job of solving this problem. So they came up with this brilliant solution. What they don't know, though, is that somewhere else in the same building is another team also trying to solve the same problem. So they're aligned, right? They're trying to solve the same problem. Except that the other team is doing that, right? And they're very happily trying to solve the same problem. And then when they discover each other, they're like, what? What are you guys doing? Wait, we're building a tunnel. No, we're building a bridge. Wait. And then you get confusion, right? So that's my kind of mental model of sub-optimization. And it happens when you go overboard with autonomy. Right? We're in the Agile elite community, we're big on decentralization, right? It's like, decentralization is good. But when you take things too far, you get these teams that are seemingly making great decisions locally, but then it just doesn't really fit together. So what do we do about this? Well, here's the answer, right? Or it's a common reaction though, right? Common reaction. Yeah, I told you this autonomous bullshit doesn't work, right? We got to have somebody take charge, right? Get the managers back in again. But this is based on what I consider to be like a mistaken assumption. And it's the notion that alignment and autonomy are like at odds with each other. You kind of have to pick where you want to be on the scale. So either the manager decides or the team decide, and you have to pick, right? Kind of where on that scale. I find it more useful to think of it as a two-dimensional kind of scale. And I have to be honest, I did not make this up, but I don't remember who I stole it from. So I apologize to whoever I stole this from, this metaphor, right? And if you know who it is, let me know. But anyway, it's a great model, looking at these dimensions separately. Low alignment, low autonomy, micromanagement. Low autonomy means the teams don't get to decide what to work on or how to work on it. They're just told what to do. And they're not told why they're doing it, so there's no alignment, right? Very boring. Up top left, it's more like we have some kind of high-level purpose. People understand why they're here. We're here to cross the river because of X, right? But then they're also being told how to solve the problem. So, build a bridge. High alignment, but still low autonomy. A little bit better, maybe. A little bit more motivating. We can use people's creativity a little bit more. But the nice quadrant is the top right? We need to cross the river. Managers, leaders are good at describing the why we're here, the context. And then they're letting the teams figure out the how. Right? So you guys figure out the how. So now we unleash creativity, right? We unleash innovation, lots of good stuff happens. Bottom right, high autonomy, low alignment. Well, that's when you got all these teams that are just doing whatever they want, or whatever seems to make sense from this perspective. And then you get like the poor manager, the leader saying, I hope someone's working on the river problem, but I have no idea. And that's when you get things like the bridge tunnel problem, etc. Just out of curiosity, I realize it might be a sensitive question, but if you're happy to be open here, how many of you feel that the environment, this bottom left here is what feels most familiar? This is what you're kind of living in right now, that environment. Hand up. Few, we got a couple, maybe three. How many of you feel that that's mostly what describes what I see? Right, so look around, right? Yeah, that's about maybe 20% of the room. And what about here? You're mostly living in this world. I was surprisingly few. I saw like 2.5. I don't mean a half person, I mean a half hand. Right. And what about down here, the kind of general chaos problem? How many of you live here? Okay, so very mixed, right? Very mixed group. And about half of you didn't even raise your hand, so I don't know where you live. Maybe it varies. Right? So to me, it's really about how do we find this spot? How do we get here? And alignment is something that enables autonomy. The better you are as a leader at creating clarity. Why are we here? What problem are we trying to solve? And creating context so that people can see what the heck is going on. The better you are at doing that, the more autonomy you can give out, and teams will use that autonomy in a good way. Does that make sense? So alignment enables autonomy. It's not either or. I call that aligned autonomy. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but I can't think of a better term. Anyway, so I'm going to use the metaphor of cooking, right? Because we're in France after all. Food, right? Cooking to describe what I consider to be some ingredients that increase the likelihood of getting alignment across multiple agile teams. So my assumption now is that you have agile teams of some sort, right? Kanban, Scrum, some combination, I don't know. But basically doing the lean agile thing at team level, fine. How do we create alignment, right? Some key ingredients. And the first one I've already hinted at, which is a sense of purpose. Right? A clear understanding of, why am I carrying this around? There, stay there. Right. Shared purpose. And yeah, you of course already know this probably, but I want to emphasize it because it's really important that we sometimes forget it. I'm going to give some examples from two companies during this talk, Spotify and Lego, not because they're necessarily doing it in a perfect way. They're like any other company, they have good sides, bad sides. I bring it up just because those are the companies that I personally have the most first-hand experience with. So it's just to have concrete examples. And what I think is inspiring, though, if there's one thing these two companies actually do really well, it is a purpose. Because at those organizations, especially if you listen to someone like Daniel Ek or Jürgen V. Knudstrup of Lego, they're always emphasizing the purpose. They don't talk so much about the product. They're emphasizing how that product is used, who's using it, what problem that we're trying to solve. And that passion echoes. You notice that people talk about it a lot. Teams talk about it, developers, project managers. It just seems to be kind of like a top-of-mind thing, talking about the problem we're trying to solve, who are the users. At Lego, there's kids running around the office twice a week. There's people in the teams going out to visit schools. It's just incredible to see this focus on purpose. And that motivates teams, but it also helps them make better decisions. So purpose. And there's a way to test this. Just ask your buddies or ask a team, like, what are you working on right now? And why? And you'll get interesting types of answers. So if the answer is, well, we're working on X because Sam says it's really important. Like, well, maybe that's not too great. And we're done when Sam is okay with it, right? That doesn't look like a purpose-driven organization to me. If the answer is more like, well, we're working on X because we think it's going to give impact Y, and that matters to the company and our stakeholders because of Z. Oh, now it's starting to sound more impressive, right? And we're done when the metrics have moved, so they're even measuring it. Like, okay, cool. Now it's starting to get interesting. You start seeing dashboards and things like that. This is a way of kind of testing. Right, so that's one ingredient. Another key ingredient is transparency. And this won't be news to you either, but I'll give you some examples. Because again, you can have these two teams that have the same shared purpose, but they'll still sub-optimize because they don't see what's going on. So transparency. A lot of companies I've bumped into kind of look like this. What do you see here? Nothing. Right? So the poor developer or the poor designer is sitting in a room kind of like, I wonder what the others are working on. I don't know, I'll just continue working on this ticket that showed up in my Jira flow or Kanban board or whatever, right? And then if you have a whole organization of that, then you don't have transparency, you'll have a lot of bad stuff hiding in the dark, right? So turn on the lights. Now, what I think is interesting is it seems to be quite commonplace nowadays. Teams have these boards, right? Visual boards of various sorts. What I think is interesting at Spotify is actually, because at Spotify we've had the problem of, now we have like 100 teams or so, and we see this problem of sub-optimization, right? And have been trying to do something about it. And one model that has helped us actually is to just go overboard with transparency, especially with like what are the big initiatives that the company wants to work on. So this is, I guess, pretty typical. Like most companies have this concept of what are the company beliefs, where do we want to go and why, what would be some key milestones along the way. For example, achieving X number of active users or being a world-class employer according to whatever. This is pretty typical kind of strategy stuff, but what I think is interesting is that they've made a very strong effort to clarify what we call bets. A bet is kind of like the Spotify equivalent of a project or a work stream, just some kind of coordinated effort, usually rather big, right? The small things, the small continuous improvements, those kind of just work the way they work, that's fine. The challenge for us are the bigger things where we need to have more alignment. So we call those bets, and we make them very, very, very visible. So they are actually in, they function as an alignment point. So if these three teams all know that we are working on Sony PlayStation integration, that is our current focus. We call that a bet. If all teams know what other teams are working on it, then they'll be more likely to collaborate and talk to each other. But anyway, these bets we have a very low-tech solution. It's just a Google spreadsheet. It's a Google spreadsheet called the company bets board. This is how it looked like in June or something this year. It looks kind of like a Kanban thing, right? And that's pretty much what it is. It's a company-level Kanban system, kind of. And it's not strictly WIP limited, but implicitly WIP limited because when we started it, we had too much stuff and it's gradually been reduced. And now these are the number of cross-company initiatives going on, roughly. We tweak the column names, but for a period we were using now, next, later, which is a nice, simple approach. But what I think is interesting is that this is visible to everybody. Anybody at the company can just, at one click, see what the heck are we working on, right? And if you click on one of these, you get to this brief. It's a Google Doc. Anybody can just see it. And it contains pretty standard stuff like who is the kind of sponsor for this, what are the success metrics, how do we know if this bet panned out correctly, what would the numbers look like. In some cases, things like cost of delay, whatever is relevant to this bet. But the second page is what I think is interesting, a bit different. I haven't seen this at so many other companies. It's something that we call a DIB, D-I-B-B, Data Insight Belief Bet. And what this shows is the kind of logical reasoning behind why are we doing this. So let's rewind a few years. A few years ago, Spotify had the problem of the data was, look, desktop usage. Spotify Music Player was a desktop product, and desktop usage is going down, and mobile usage was going up, right? Very clear data. And how are we staffed, right? Oops, like, oh, this many desktop people and this little mobile. It's data. So that's what the left column means. It's just data. And then what insight does this data give us? Well, it gives us insight that mobile is overtaking desktop and that we're in trouble, right? And what does that tell us? What is our belief about our company's place in the world because of that? Well, our place in the world is that we need to really become mobile first. That's the belief. And then, okay, well, what are we going to do then? So the bets are kind of the projects or the epics, the things we're going to do. Well, we better hire a bunch of mobile devs, train a bunch of desktop devs into mobile devs, and invest a lot in infrastructure for continuous delivery on mobile, and just a lot of stuff, right? What I think is interesting, though, is that here we see the why. Why are we building this infrastructure? Well, because of that belief, which came from that insight, which came from that data. And any of those may be wrong, right? So we put them up there so that they can be criticized and argued around. So we think of it as an argument framework. And as we implement the bets, we get more data, right? And that data gives us new insights. So this is just a way of making the conversation a little bit more focused. So it's not like, I'm working on X because Sam said so, right? Does that make sense? So did, pretty useful thing. And you can't, as far as I'm concerned, you can't really avoid this. It's the price you pay when you enable teams to work autonomously. There's so many benefits to autonomy and decentralization. The downside is this. But what you can do is you can detect it. And if you detect it early, it's not a big problem, right? If you notice this happening at the blueprint phase, when we're just talking about what to do, then it's going to be no problem. So early detection of misalignment is really what it's about, not making alignment impossible. Misalignment is going to happen sometimes. Okay, so how fast can we detect misalignment? And transparency helps. Now let's jump over to Lego. So looking at two different companies just for contrast, right? What I'm going to talk about there is some tools to detect and solve dependencies. Some of you might recognize this. What is this?
Program board.
It's actually, it could be anything. It's just a bunch of sticky notes on a wall. It's actually from SAFE, Scaled Agile Framework. It's a so-called program board. But think of it as just like any tool. It's a visualization. I call it a dependency board. And what's interesting about it, these are teams. We've got 20 different teams inside the digital solutions part of Lego, which are the people that build all the digital stuff, website, designer tools, etc. And they had a lot of dependency problems between these teams. So all this does is visualize that. So 20 teams, and then 4 upcoming sprints, and just who needs what from whom when, roughly, right? Helps us sort out problems. The red yarn just shows, the arrow goes from yellow sticky to pink sticky, that's all. So these 3 teams need that thing from that team first. By visualizing that, those teams are more likely to talk to each other, right? What's interesting though is as you look at this board, you see patterns, right? What's the pattern? I know it's a mess, but what's the pattern? Something must jump out at you, doesn't it? Yeah, someone did this, right? That is a column full of pink stickies. It says corporate IT up there, right? It turned out that actually the biggest dependencies we had weren't between these teams. The biggest dependencies were to a whole other part of the organization called corporate IT. So we added a column for that, to visualize that. And it generated this collective oh shit moment. Like everybody knew about this, but now it became very clear. And what started happening is nobody owns this document. Nobody is like trying to maintain it. It's just a marketplace to trigger decentralized behavior. People see it and they talk to each other. And they start optimizing the constraint. Instead of getting angry at CIT, you idiots, you're slowing us down, they realize that this is a real bottleneck situation. We need to think about how to most effectively use that, right? But also think about how can we reduce the bottleneck factor for the future. So both of those things started happening. And now it's actually a lot better because they've invested a lot in things like cloud infrastructure so that teams can procure their own test environments instead of waiting for CIT, things like that. So visualize dependencies so you can optimize them, but then also so you can start removing them over time through technology, through reorganization, through culture, etc. This is used in day-to-day work inside the office. This is the head office in Billund, where the teams talk about it to kind of follow up on dependencies, things like that. Because when it comes to scaling and alignment, it's really all about dependencies. That's what's going to inform the speed of your project. It's just to what extent can we not get stuck waiting for each other, right? So back to Spotify, just as a contrast, Spotify tends not to use this kind of thing. They don't have quite as many situations where 20 teams are like totally dependent on each other. But sometimes there are bigger initiatives where teams need to synchronize. So kind of a more typical Spotify version of this is a day-to-day dependency sync. So all the teams that happen to be dependent right now meet every day, typically in front of a lightweight tool, just a board like that. And every column is one team, and every pink sticky is something that somebody needs from somebody else right now. So it's more a real-time dependency. Who needs what from whom right now? And then they use the daily sync as a kind of a marketplace to resolve who needs to talk to who, a clearing center. Right? But dependency visualization is one of those kind of, I think, of as a key transparency things you need if you're going to get alignment. Ideally, you have no dependencies, but probably you do, so why not visualize them, right? So that's ingredient number 2. Ready for number 3? Yes? Or maybe 2 is enough. Not more. Okay. We'll do 3. Feedback loops. It's not enough to see what's going on. If you also need some way of seeing what is the consequence of my actions, right? Now, if you take any typical kind of agile method and just do what it says, you'll get a series of feedback loops. You get things like unit tests, XP, daily stand-ups from pretty much any method. You get retrospectives, continuous integration. If you do sprints, you have sprint reviews, right? There's all these feedback loops that kind of come with a package, which is great. That's, I think, one of the success factors why these methods are spreading so fast. With multiple teams, you just need to add a few more, right? You need to add things like cross-team sync, where we talk to each other. You need things like retrospectives together across multiple teams to talk about how we're going to, collaborate effectively across teams. And you need things like the whole product review. We look at the whole thing, how it all fits together, and get feedback on the customer, etc. So just add a few more. I would say the strongest pattern that I've seen, the most consistent pattern for large efforts, is the notion of an integration cadence. And I find that really powerful because it kind of helps you no matter what your development process is. So maybe this team up here is doing Scrum and they're doing 1-week sprints. Maybe they're doing 2-week sprints. We have a team over here doing Kanban. We have a team over there doing God knows what, right? They're just, no matter how we're working, we can decide that there is going to be an integration every second week, period. And it's all going to come together and we're going to look at it. Really powerful because that becomes like a forcing function for collaboration, right? Now teams need to talk to each other because they know that they're going to stand there together in 2 weeks and it's going to be kind of embarrassing if our stuff doesn't work together. One example of that, at Spotify we normally do it every Friday for bigger initiatives. In the Sony PlayStation integration project, we integrated with Sony. There was like hardware, there's contracts, there's software, all this stuff. The Friday demo was really useful because someone from finance would demonstrate the latest version, the latest draft of the contract. A designer would demonstrate the latest draft of some design. And they would notice that, it's not quite aligned, right? The stuff that's in the contract doesn't fit what we're designing here. We should talk about it. So problems don't get solved at that demo, but they get revealed. And that's the key thing, right? You notice the problem early, and then you can solve it before it's too late. So really powerful. Is it every week? Is it every month? Is it every quarter? Well, that's going to depend on your context, right? How fast-moving is your environment? But some kind of integration cadence is super valuable. The more complex your project gets, the more important this gets. So how many of you have something like this in your environment? Hand up, just curious. That was surprisingly few. And how many of you are in a multi-team development context again? Okay, so you might consider that, right? Like again, there's no silver bullet, there's no such thing as a best practice, but this is one of those mostly pretty good practices. All right. Back to Lego, feedback loop, right? There, we do this thing every second month, this big room planning. And I think of it as alignment as a social event. And it's actually surprisingly powerful. Because in the past we had this army of like product owners and product developers and project managers that spent all their time running around synchronizing. They would manage spreadsheets and send emails and call meetings, just running around trying to create synchronization. Well, that's kind of gone away. The people are still there. They're just using their time for more interesting things than just synchronizing people. So how did that happen? Well, the solution was really big room planning, get everybody together. In our case, it's a full day event, happens every 2 months, and it's about 150 people. About 30 of those are just guests from other parts of Lego that are like really fascinated by this thing, so they come to watch it and then they get inspired. But anyway, it starts with a demo. The sound. Can you turn on the sound? The sound is gone. Yeah. It's just a bit of inspiration. It's just a short video. You can just to give people a sense of what have we delivered during the past 2 months at Lego. This is the digital stuff on the website, other tools, etc. Reminds people of why we're here. It doesn't replace things like team reviews, team level reviews. It just gives a sense of the whole, right? But most of the day is really just breakouts. It's just teams doing planning, a little bit long-term planning, not just one sprint or 1 week or one cycle. They're looking a little bit further ahead. What are the big things that need to happen? And how does that impact those guys? And who do I need to talk to synchronize that? So it's a synchronization point. This planning would have had to happen anyway. We just happened to do it in the same room at the same time. And use simple visualization techniques. This is the Lego Friends people and their planning board. And what shows up there are things like, actually this is actually another sheet, but it's a planning board. And it basically shows what problem are we going to solve the next couple of months. What is our focus? So in this case, they want to enable corporate HR to promote jobs at Lego on the new Lego Careers web experience, blah, blah, blah. Or enable Lego House to administer Lego Inside tours. But it's all about kind of the stakeholders, the users, not about deliveries. So I call those impact-based objectives. And then some stretch objectives, because obviously we don't know how much we can finish in a couple of months, so we're just guessing. But this gives a sense of, like, the team believes that this is realistic, which is a good starting point. And we've measured this, and we've learned that about 90% of the stuff the teams commit to actually get done, which is really, really good compared to the way it used to be. So now people are a lot more relaxed around commitments, right? It's not a promise, it's not 100%, it's 90%, but it at least gives a sense of, I know roughly who's going to deliver what, when, right? Roughly. We talk about risks and we talk about deliveries. So that's like a very tentative plan for a few weeks ahead, but it's tentative, it's going to change, right? And then we have presentation rounds, so teams are presenting to each other, showing here's what we plan to do, what do you plan to do, and oh shit, if you're going to do that, we better do this first. And then they go to the dependency board to synchronize that. So it's just synchronization. And what I noticed was, although developers tend to hate meetings, they like this a lot because what happens is they solve problems that would have hit them later. So they actually like these. The developers don't think of this as a meeting, they think of it as work. Right? Okay, so but just to keep in mind, this is not a batch 2-month release thing, it's just a synchronization point. So release happens whenever it needs to happen, which depends on what type of work they're doing. But alignment happens on a cadence. Right? So to keep in mind for those people who really hate SAFe, you can do these things without SAFe. You don't need the big monster framework to be able to pick whatever practices that fit your environment, right? Anyway, so that was some examples of feedback loops, right? We're just dipping our toes in some places. The fourth ingredient that I'd like to add to this soup is clear priorities. And what I mean by that is, if you take any organization and you ask the management team, what are all the big projects and initiatives going on, right? You just ask them, just tell me all the big things going on. And you normally get something like just a bunch of stuff, right? These are all the things going on. And then you ask them, so are they all the same importance? Are they all the same urgency? And they're probably going to say no, right? So then you say, well, which ones, can you prioritize this list? And what they'll typically do is say, yeah, of course we prioritize. We have high, we have medium, and we have low, right? Right. So, done. Anybody recognize that? Right? Very familiar, right? So this is also how we used to do things at Spotify until we had this workshop and we, finally got tired of it. Like the managers are looking at it, they're like, this doesn't make sense, let's try something different. So we tried something different and it worked so much better, so we kept doing that. So that's been a few years now. And the thing we tried that was different was a really wonderful concept called a list. Have you heard of those things? A list? Right? So what's really cool about a list? Yeah, a list, it's vertical. Yeah, there's only one thing that can be on top. It's quite brilliant. I think whoever invented the list should get the Nobel Prize, right? So what happens if you want to take that one and move to the top? What happens? Then this one's no longer on the top, right? It's great. So that's what we did. We just introduced a single stack rank of cross-company initiatives. These are just the big things, right? The teams are iterating on their missions in the meantime. So this doesn't cover everything that's going on, but it covers the big things that cut across different parts of the organization. And you might argue that, but some of these are independent. Like this is mostly HR, and this is mostly finance, right? Why do we have to force rank them? But it turns out that there's always going to be some constraints somewhere, some dependency, some budget that's limited or access to some resource, something. And if everybody knows that this is more important than that right now, it makes it easier to make decisions. So that's how it works. And the guiding question is, if we only can do one of these two, which would it be, this or that one? If only one of these would be, if one of these would be delayed by a month, which one would we rather have be delayed by a month? If we had to pick, right? It's kind of cost of delay thinking. I wish I could say that we were super structured and we really had done the math and we had cost of delay on these things. No, a lot of it is just gut feel and discussions, but it's still very helpful. And what helps a lot is that, again, the company beliefs, the North Star goals. It reminds everybody that this is where we want to go in the long term. So in order to get there, which of these would we prefer be at the top of the list? Which one should move the fastest, right? Right, so they're stack ranked. Everything is strictly stack ranked. And what we noticed was that this spread. So it started kind of at the executive level, but then it started spreading because other parts of the organization, like Infrastructure Tribe, were like, oh, that's interesting. If this initiative is the most important for the whole company, what can we do to support that? What would be our most important contribution to that? Because our stuff isn't on that list, because that list only contains really big, wide things, right? So maybe things like we're going to invest in the cloud. We're going to move all our stuff to the cloud, which is a real-life example, actually. And that's going to be at the top of our list because that's how we can support the long-term vision of the company. So that would be their version. And marketing, kind of same thing. So we don't force everything to align, but by making it visible, we at least increase the odds, right? So it's all just a conversation tool, really. But what I like is the fact that this wasn't mandated. It wasn't pushed out. It was more like other parts of the organization got inspired. They're like, hey, that makes sense. We're going to do similar. And now it's become almost like a de facto standard. And the idea here, and this is an example of any tool can be misused. You can use a tool like this to kill autonomy, right? Like everyone has to work on this top story, so screw autonomy, right? Now this is more about giving context. So let's say you're in this, let's say we got these three teams working on the Sony PlayStation integration. We got those two working on, they're working on the running experience, trying to figure out how Spotify can be a good thing for when you're running. Both are real life examples. This is number one, that's number two, but we're still going to do both. It's just that when push comes to shove, if one has to be slower, then we'd rather have the running one be slower. Anyway, so over here we have this tools and infrastructure team, and they're trying to figure out what are we going to work on today. Well, now it becomes easier for them because they got all these people pulling at them. But now they'll start by asking the Sony PlayStation people, what's slowing you down? How can we help you? And they'll focus on them while also supporting others, right? So that's kind of just a tool. It's not perfect. It's not as clean and pretty as it looks like in a picture. Things are always going to get a bit messier, but it certainly has helped as a communication tool. So here's a team or a squad, as we like to call it. And there's another squad saying, hey, we need your help, right? And we have someone over there saying, you need to upgrade to this new build server. And we got our backlog, we got Jira tickets coming in, and our own crazy ideas, and we got our user testing data, we got A/B test stuff, we got all this data coming in, right? All these impulses. So as a squad, you're still responsible for figuring out how to make best use of your time. What the bet boards do is they give you context so you can make the decision better. Because we don't want to get to the point where it's up to a manager to make the decision because they don't know either, right? We want the teams to make decisions, but give them as much context as possible so they can make a better decision. And I guess also to visualize the fact that they've made that decision so other squads know it, right? So it's never going to be perfect. There is going to be misalignment, but this at least helps us reduce it a little bit, and it helps us detect it earlier when it's happening. All right? Does that make sense? Mostly, yes? Good? Back to Lego. I told you I'd jump back and forth, right? Back to Lego. We're at this planning event, right? This is a bunch of representatives from a bunch of teams that do mostly infrastructure work. So their job is to make other teams faster so that those teams can delight the customer. Okay? And the question is, what do we need to do to make the other teams faster? Well, there's a bunch of stuff we could do. In the past, every team had their own backlog, right? We had the search team, had their search backlog. Monitoring team had the monitoring backlog. Testing infrastructure team had their testing infrastructure backlog, etc. which doesn't really make sense because what if monitoring is really, really important right now and test infrastructure is pretty much not so important right now. We have what we need. It'd be better if we help those guys, right? So to enable that, we have a single backlog now as input to this alignment event. And it basically, all the product owners and key stakeholders get together before the planning event, and they just have all the arguments. And they decide that, okay, the most sensible sequencing here is that one first, then this one, then this one. And that's input to the alignment event. So when all the teams meet, they're already, the priorities have already been agreed upon, and the question is more about tactics, who's going to do what in which order. So there's argumentation, oh, we'll do these three, and we'll do those, we'll do that, and wait a sec, nobody's doing that one because it's boring, but somebody's got to do it, so let's talk about it, and then you discuss it, right? So this is pulled from a single backlog. Some teams prefer to do it digitally, so this is a digital version of that. Single backlog, prioritized. Here's all the teams working on that part of the system, or working on the infrastructure in this case. And you literally just grab one there and you pull it like that. And this bar shows your whip load, right? Based on yesterday's weather and velocity. So it just gives you a sense of, are we totally overcommitting or do we have some slack in the system, right? Some problems don't get solved though. Sometimes there are problems that just, oh my God, we can't solve this. So during the day, we have this management review where all the managers get together and basically have to deal with the stuff that didn't get resolved. We have a really important prioritization constraint. We can't do these two things. One has to go. Which one is it? Right? So they have to make the tough decisions, make the tough calls, and help out. There are some risks that are out of the team's control. And a manager will need to sign up and say, hey, I'll help to figure out how we can get access to the licensing model, the server, or whatever it is we need, right? So by having everybody in the same room and a clear constraint that we have this one day, and after that, we're done, right? Of course, we'll have meetings and alignment as we go, but the big alignment event happens for them every second month. A bit seldom, you might think. We might do it more often in the future. I don't know, right? But anyway, very helpful to be able to deal with problems now and not just trigger a meeting later, right? So that was an example of some examples of clear priorities. It helps a lot to really force things into a single list. It can change. It's not permanent, right? But it really helps a lot. So last ingredient. You still awake? You want one last ingredient, right? And then after that, you get to add your own ingredients, depending on your taste. Last ingredient is flow, which should be dear to your hearts, considering the name of this conference. And I'm going to illustrate that using a little demo that some of you might have seen because I use it quite often. But I'm going to use it anyway because it's important. I'm going to illustrate what I mean by flow and unflow. And for that, I need some help. So I'm going to need a Madame Jenny, who is going to take the role of customer. So give her a hand, right? Madame Jenny. And I'm going to need 5 volunteers to get up here and keep us company. So 5 volunteers. I'm not going to do anything horrible to you. Don't worry. Right? We got 1. Yay. You might think I'm sponsored by Lego, but no. Okay, so the way this works is that you represent some kind of a team, and you're going to be delivering Lego bricks to Madame Jenny, because she wants Lego, right? She doesn't have any here right now. She wants Lego there. This is our production environment, right? Yes. And all of you have different skills, so we're gonna simulate that by having you pass a Lego brick through all 10 hands. So I have to pass through all 10 hands. And when it has passed through all 10 hands, it's considered done. And then you just deliver it, right? And she'll bring it to production. Okay? So I'll start over here. So just pass it through all 10 hands. Right. Watch him work, right? It's hard work. Yeah. Cool. And deploy. We'll stop there for now, right? Just do what? Cool. Give them a hand. They reach, right? Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Now they're all happy because they don't know what I'm going to do next, right? I'm going to say, here, build this one. Oh my God, how the heck? This is really, it's got to pass through all 10 hands. You got to pick, yeah, including the left one in your pocket. There, ooh, got it. Cool, okay. Great, so now they're warmed up, right? They know how to deliver. Great, cool. This time I want you to count, because most of you are lean geeks, so we need to measure cycle time here, right? So I want you to count how many seconds does it take. Loud, okay? Ready? Count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7 seconds. And a bug. Not all 10 hands touched it, right? So that one's a bit buggy, right? Remember, all 10 hands have to touch it, including your left. But now we've baselined the process, right? 7 seconds, cool. This time I'm going to pause in the middle. So when I say pause, you just freeze. Okay? Right. Pause. Pause. You don't count when they're paused. They're paused. Okay. Now they're paused. And this is what Monsieur David, the manager, sees when he happens to walk by. It's just his snapshot, right, of what he happens to see, right? And then he runs off to some meeting, right? So that's just a snapshot. Okay, and then they, play, right? Keep working, right? And then pause. Monsieur David comes back. He opens the door. This is what he sees. What do you think he's thinking? Yeah, what do you say? Wait, let me get you a mic. What we want to hear is his comments here. Right? Monsieur David. Right.
Lazy people.
Lazy people. Yeah. What?
Only 2 is working.
Only 2 is working, right? What are we paying for?
Yeah.
So, we should do something about this, right?
Yeah.
I know this consultant. Yeah, I know a consultant. His name is Dave. Should I call him? All right, I'll call. So Dave, yeah, you're a consultant, right? You know how to really utilize resources efficiently, right? Yeah. Can you come here and see? I have this problem. I'll show you. I'll show you. Right, just come in. I'll show you. Dave, yeah, great. Thank you. Cool. You see?
I see the problem.
Waste, right? Yeah. So we'll fix this, right? So let's reset the exercise. Right? Here. Okay, we're going to need some sound now in a moment, okay? So just a sec. Monsieur Dave is now going to make sure we keep everybody busy. We want to utilize our resources efficiently so we get bang for the money we pay, right? Okay, ready? Okay, keep them busy. That's great. We got to get to work. Pass them around, yeah. Cool, that's great. Oh, there's an available resource. There, right? Here's one. Okay, there's one, yeah. That's cool. Okay. Pause. Freeze. Cool. Okay, freeze. Now, Dave, wait, Dave, I'm sorry. I see two hands there with empty hands. We can't have empty hands. So that's great. Okay. Cool. So, Monsieur David, come back here. This guy, Dave, he's amazing. Look what he did. Monsieur David. Yeah, come here. I'll show you. It's really cool. Right? What do you see?
Fantastic.
It's great, right? We fixed the problem. Maximum efficiency, yeah. 100% utilization. That's great.
I didn't get any bricks.
The heck? Wait, let me see that. None? Not a single one? The heck? Okay. You've seen this happen before, right? How many of you have seen this problem? Right? Everybody. It's such a common problem. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep using you. Is it okay? Right, okay. Yeah, it's such a common problem. And I think the reason is because at first glance, this does look very, very good, right? Except that things are moving very slow. So can I ask you to step to here? Because I'm going to show a picture. Right? So if you stand here. And Jenny as well. Yeah, just stand here. And I know this is an old metaphor which is overused, but it's still a very good metaphor that when you have a traffic system that looks like that, right? 100% utilized. Whoever paid for that road, right? Someone paid for it, might be like, yeah, it was an expensive road, and I'm really glad to see it's fully utilized, right? Fully utilized, expensive road. Except that the purpose of the road is not to be utilized, right? The purpose of the road is to help people get from A to B. And we don't get from A to B if the road is fully utilized. We get from A to B if there's slack in the system, right? And that's because of queuing theory. You can't really get away from that. And in reality, it's actually worse because it's probably going to be more like that, right? And what's interesting is if this is your problem, you got too much work in the system, you got fully utilized people, then alignment isn't going to happen. Alignment isn't your problem. Right? You got to start here. Got to enable flow. Now, there is this nice trick, right, that we use a lot in this community that addresses this problem. And what is the trick? Whip limits, yeah? And it's possible to achieve without whip limits. Whip limits is one way, right? The trick is I pull. Have you heard of that? Pull, right? So let's turn this into a pull system. So can we gather all the bricks back here? Go. All right, now let's turn it into a pull system. So instead of me just throwing in bricks, I just go like this. So just take one and pass it along, and then just take another one, just like you wanted to do before, right? Right, so what's going on now? What do you see? You see flow, right? You got, if we just pause for a second. Okay, what's the resource utilization right now, roughly? 4 out of 10 hands, roughly. And the key point is, I don't care what the resource utilization is because it's just what it needs to be. It's just enough. And stay frozen. We got Alexei here. He's got nothing to do right now, right? That's not waste, right? It just means that he's ready. So when that green one comes, he's got it, right? It's going to keep flowing. But if everybody's busy, then when the next brick comes, it's going to have to wait. So we're paying the price of having seemingly idle people, but that means that the work itself is never idle. It just keeps flowing, right? Right. So yeah, keep flowing, right? I'm going to add one more dimension to this. Okay, keep pulling. Now, what if I tell you that the red ones are worth 10 times more than the other ones? Now watch what happens. Look at that. The same people doing the same amount of work, but it's 10 times more valuable. Pretty cool, right? Otherwise known as agile. You can change priorities. So yeah, thank you very much. Let's give him a hand for being fast. Well done. Human props for the exercises. Thanks a lot for showing up. Right. So I realized that this is preaching to the choir, right? Lean Kanban France. This is a lean conference. Most of you know this stuff, but I still want to emphasize it because if you don't sort this out, forget alignment, right? So you kind of need to start here. Okay. So that's ingredient number 5, flow. We're done. Or, but wait, what have we not talked about? What's really important we've not talked about for this all to work? Value is an important aspect, yes. It's another one. The question is really, but wait. Who puts the ingredients in, right? Do they just magically show up, right? The cook, the leader, right? You need leaders. Experiment with ingredients, see what works, right? Sometimes things work out well, sometimes not quite, right? The leaders. See, I've noticed that in our community, in the Agile Lean community, we're big on decentralization. We sometimes like to believe that leaders are not needed, right? I'll get rid of them so we can do the real work instead. I find that to be, I used to believe that myself, but I've noticed, especially at Spotify, I've been facilitating a lot of the big kind of retrospectives when we have done something big and then we kind of want to follow up on what did we learn from it. We do retrospectives as we go, but then we also do one at the end. And the common theme is we've gotten better at big projects. We used to suck at it. We've gotten better at it. And the main difference is leadership. Surprise, right? So let's talk a little bit about that. So, we're so self-organizing. Yeah, man, who needs leaders? I found that often in the successful efforts, there is a leader somewhere, but sometimes they're hiding, right? Sometimes they call themselves something else. Oh no, I'm not a leader. I'm just a coach. Right. But you're making sure everybody understands where we're going and why, right? Oh yeah, of course. Right. So if we look at, like, there's this tendency to believe that leaders are all bad and evil. I call that leader phobia, irrational fear of leaders and leadership. The mistaken belief that all leaders are evil and all leadership is bad, right? Does anybody want to confess to this phobia? I have arachnophobia. I'm scared of spiders, right? I'm scared of leaders. There are some companies that are often brought up as poster childs of self-organization. Companies that well, they don't have any leaders. They don't need any leaders because they're completely self-organizing. Semco, Valve, Zappos, that's often brought up. Kind of, you read articles about them and they often emphasize that kind of boss-free thing, right? But if you look behind the scenes, kind of carefully behind the scenes, what do you see? Right? Who's hiding behind the bushes? Well, there are people hiding behind the bushes. Right? There's a guy hiding behind the bushes at Valve. There's a guy hiding behind the bushes at Zappos. Right? Who enabled this self-organization to happen in the first place? Who calls the shot at Valve? It's Gabe. It's his company. Right? He has enabled this. It is because of his blessing that the teams can be self-organizing and not have managers. So it's the interesting paradox of the manager saying you don't need managers. I'm using my authority to say you don't need my authority, right? Which is kind of interesting. And if we acknowledge those leaders, I think life gets a bit easier. We get a more honest communication. Plus, I think it's worth, if nothing else, for ethical reasons, to acknowledge people that are doing a good job. What do we call these leaders? Well, that's going to depend. Some call them a chief product owner. Some call them a project leader or a road manager, lead honcho, head honcho, chief benevolent dictator. I don't know. Call it whatever you want, right? For small efforts, 1 or 2 teams, probably not needed. But for something big and complex, yes, it will be needed. But their job is different from traditional, more kind of hierarchical top-down leadership. I think of it as it's a person who holds the vision, who holds the picture of where we're going and why, right? So here we got a bunch of teams building different parts of this house. The leaders reminding them of how it's all going to fit together, who's going to move in, and what they're going to do with it. Plus, the leader is putting in place all these things I've talked about, right? Transparency, feedback loops, making sure that stuff is all there so that they can step back. So it's not the single wringable neck. It's not the one person who want to be able to, chop their head off if things go south. It's more like the person who is able to create a shared sense of accountability. I create an environment where people actually are motivated to care about the product and then results. And that's hard. That's why it's people are needed. It's not me aligning the teams. It's not me running around synchronizing. It's more like me setting up the dependency board or getting people that know that kind of stuff or creating communication forums like the big group planning so that teams can self-align because it's just more effective. It's not me making decisions. Whenever I have to make a decision, that's a warning sign. Why did it have to come to my table? And instead, I'm creating an environment where teams are able to make decisions on their own, where they have the context they need, they have the courage they need, they have the fail-friendly environment, etc. And finally, as I illustrated in the exercise, it's definitely not my job to run around focusing on keeping people busy. It's my job to create an environment where people realize that busyness is not a good idea, it's a bad idea. And we want some way to kind of focus on flow instead. So I will be looking at things like putting in whip constraints, putting in pull systems, making work visible, etc. That's what I think of as a kind of good leader in an aligned autonomy context. And it doesn't have to be one person. It can be a pair working together. It can be a trio. At Spotify, we almost always use this kind of combination of someone from a tech perspective, someone with a product perspective, someone with a design perspective, because they're going to see the world in different ways, and we want those 3 perspectives. So like a mini leadership team. Not in all cases, but typically for bigger initiatives. So, to wrap it up, these were some ingredients. It's obviously not a complete recipe for alignment. It's a tricky thing. It's hard. But I would consider these kind of the basics. Some kind of shared purpose. Some kind of transparency. The more the better. Feedback loops at all levels. Clear priorities. And then a sense of flow. Right? Yeah. Thank you.
Very good selection.
I'll be around all day for questions. I'm happy to chat. I think let's not do questions here because energy tends to go down the drain. So thank you very much. Lunch now, right? Lunch. Yes.
As I was saying a little bit before, I have a presentation I've been doing for a few years called No Projects, which I know some of you in this room have seen. And I talk about why the project model as a management tool is ill-suited to the 21st century digital software development arena, especially when we think agile. One of the valid criticisms of that presentation is that while I tell you what's wrong with no projects, that presentation alone doesn't actually tell you much about what to do instead. I think for me, part of the answer is just stop using the word project. Yeah? This presentation kind of continues on from that no project. So if you've seen no projects, this should build on it. If you've not, this should stand alone. Perhaps you'll want to go and look up no projects. It's online a few places after this. Part of the reason the project model is not a good fit is because what are the project success criteria? On schedule, on budget, on time, or features, what? No value. We're not actually incorporating value and thinking about delivering business benefit to our customers, our users. So let's talk about value, or to put it another way, how much, when? Because that's the question we get asked, isn't it? How much, when? How many of you have been asked this question? How many of you had to debate this question with people? Is this project right for Agile, or is Waterfall better here? And you just know the person asking that question is a dyed-in-the-wool Waterfall person, isn't it? Or since we're at a lean Kanban conference, perhaps the question you have is this project right for Kanban? Or would Scrum be better here? I have a very simple answer to both these questions. Who cares? Who cares what is right? Who cares what is right for this project? Because after all, we live in a post-truth world. What is right? Since when did we care about right when we're getting into the architecture and selecting Oracle as our database? The real question is, which will make more money? Which will deliver more business benefit, value? And although I talk about money, and I know when we say value, it's very easy to think about money, and money is the best feedback, isn't it? When you get money as feedback, you can do things with it. We're really talking about business benefits, something your business or your organisation, because you might be a not-for-profit, you might be a government sector, something like that. Your organisation considers valuable. Business benefit, shortened to the word value, valuable. So which approach will give us more value, more money? And the answer here is very simple. Agile. And I don't really differentiate between lean. I think lean and Kanban are all part of that big agile family. I know some people like to differentiate them, but I kind of see them as, all part of the same agile family. And certainly when it comes to the waterfall question, I think it is mathematically provable that agile will deliver more business benefit, more money, greater return on investment. I can show you some slides on that another time. But right now, let's push on. We need to think about the value we're delivering rather than the cost. The project management model is very concerned about cost. How much will this cost? We need to get ourselves onto the value side of the equation. How much value, how much business benefit are we delivering to the organisation? If you are on the cost side, if you are arguing from a cost point of view, there is always somebody, somewhere, who will promise to do it for less money than you will. Whether that person can deliver as they promise is an open question, but I guarantee you there is somebody somewhere who will say they can do it for less money. We have to get ourselves onto the value side of the equation and show that we are delivering more value to our businesses, to our organisations. So value delivered over cost to build, to paraphrase the Agile Manifesto. Or, as my good friend Warren says, price is what you pay. Value is what you get. If you are constantly talking about how much is going to be spent, you're going to find yourself in a difficult position. Get onto the value side of the equation. So let's see how good you are. Let's say we've got two stories here with some value and some time to delivery. Who would like to do story 1 first? Any hands up for story 1? Yeah, there's a few hands coming up there, Just 4 weeks, you could quick return on investment. Story 2, a bit longer, more money. Anyone for story 2? Few more hands there, yeah. Scrum is quite clear. Do the highest business value first, so we should do 2, shouldn't we? My friend Chris Matz likes to describe software development as an information arrival process, so let's give you some more information. Story 1 is for Halloween. Story 2 is for Christmas. Aww. Who would like to do story 1? A couple of hands, yeah? And who's for story 2? You're thinking Halloween is being, Christmas is coming. It is November the 25th, isn't it? For the purpose of this presentation, let's pretend it's September the 1st. Who is for story 1? Oh, a few more hands. Story 2? Yeah, okay. Let's do the analysis. I call this a time value curve. Andy Carmichael, who's here somewhere, has been drawing some similar curves, and we're both drawing on the work of Don Reinston, who, apologise, I'm not saying it right, Don, I always stumbled at that point. The idea of how much money, how much value you can deliver at different points in time. This is our Santa app. If we deliver it on September the 1st, we're going to get just over $1 million. Deliver on the 15th of September, just over $1 million. Thereafter, you start losing some money. If you deliver it after the 27th of October, the return falls off quite rapidly. Deliver it this January the 5th, there's only Russian kids then. They're the only ones who want Christmas presents then. So there you go. There's 6 weeks of development. Let's just pretend we know it'll take 6 weeks, okay? I know, let's not get into no estimates. Okay, so your 6-week line is there. If it's September the 1st and you begin developing today, and it takes you the 6 weeks you think it will take, you cannot realise the $1,025,000 that this app promises to deliver. It's impossible because by the time you get to the delivery date, some of those sales will have gone. Yeah? That's how long it takes. That's the delivery date. Think of this as going down to the supermarket, and when you pick up a packet of sausages or a packet of fish or something, you will likely find either a best before date or perhaps a use by date or perhaps both. This app is best delivered before the 27th of October. Delivering it on any date after that means it will not taste so good. Some of the taste, some of the value of this app has been lost if you deliver it later than that. However, if you deliver this app after the 5th of January, no value, no taste. There is no point in delivering it there. That's the use by date. If you deliver it after that, you're going to get food poisoning. Okay? Here's the Halloween app. Similar profile, but notice there's a very steep drop here. Once again, 4 weeks to develop. We can't realise the entire value that is being delivered. The 4 weeks to deliver, we're going to lose some of that value. There's your use by date, there's your best before date. Now, what do you want to do? Let's, there you go, if that helps. I don't think it does, but if you want. Let's get. Would you like to, let's go through the options here. Who would like to do the Halloween app and then the Santa app? 2, 3, 4. Who would like to do the Santa app and then the Halloween app? 1. Most of you can't decide, can you? We could do Halloween and forget about Santa. By the time we've built Halloween, Santa, we've lost a load of value on Santa. Or we could do Santa and forget Halloween. Oh, there's a big show of hands. There might be value in that. We could change the estimates. I know we laugh. I also know I'm not alone in having heard that as a realistic suggestion. I'm sure some of you have. Do you think changing the estimates would help? Not at all. Unless, of course, you're running one of those mythical scrum teams that believes in commitment. And when the estimates are reduced, that's not committed! Yeah, I don't believe in commitment. Could change the estimates. I think that's a popular technique with outsourcers. And the further away the outsourcer is, the more likely they're to do it because they won't get found out. We could do both and pray. Anyone for that? Okay, so there's a couple of product managers in the room. This is the option of people who really don't like limiting work in progress. Couldn't we do them both in parallel? Yeah. Any other suggestions out there? Anything I've missed? What's that? Forget everything. Yes, go and spend the money on something completely different. What's that? What? Do none. Do none? Yeah. Reduce the requirements, reduce the scope. Yeah, that'll be the agile way of doing it. Our customers do it prickly. Go on. No.
Do an
Easter app. There's another suggestion which is usually called out at this point. Particularly developers or developers managers think it's a really clever option.
One team for Halloween, one team for Santa.
2 teams, do both. Splitting our resources, they'll both go more slowly. Some people at this point suggest we could reuse the app. Isn't that like a good idea? Because Halloween and Christmas, they're kind of similar, aren't they? They're all about giving presents and things. We also get add more people. But how long does it take to hire somebody in Paris? 3 months, 4 months, 6? Yeah. If you weren't so picky about who you hired, there's loads of people you could just have. That guy pushing the streets. Yeah. So then we get this reuse question. Reuse is proposed, but there's an whole bunch of questions that have to go with reuse. Like, how much of these apps can be reused? How much can we really reuse here? How much Halloween can be reused? How much can Santa take from Halloween? And that also raises the question of intellectual property. There are plenty of consultancies in the world who make really good money for building a product for this company over here, and they give them all the source code, and then the same people go and build a very similar product over here for a different kind of company. And you can't really take the code from Alstom and give it to Siemens. They get upset. We also get into the question of how much time does reuse add? If you write something to be reusable, how much time does that add to your delivery? Anybody know? Anybody ever seen a study on this? It's actually a very difficult figure to come across. I usually cite Fred Brooks, which goes back to 1974. And Fred Brooks says writing for reuse takes 3 times as long as writing for single use. Which means you have to be guaranteed that you're going to use that thing 4 times before you show a profit. A friend of mine, Kevlin Henney, says he's seen a figure of 1.8 quoted, but he can't find a reference. That's a bit better. But an awful lot of code that is written for reuse never gets reused. You pay for the cost of reuse, whether that be 1.8 or 3, but you never get the reuse. And in the meantime, writing for reuse takes longer, so you're pushing that initial delivery date back. So how much money do we lose? If we push the initial delivery date back for Santa that gets something reusable for Halloween or vice versa, how much do we lose because the first app is delivered late? And how much do we get from delivering the other one early? But most importantly, when you go for reusable code, you increase the risk to both. If you decide there's a component in here that can be used in both applications, and you set about building that component, both of those are dependent on that one thing. There's a high risk for both of them. If you want to reduce the risk, you separate them. So I don't think reuse is a good way of going here, so we'll cross that option out. Let's look again at our model. If we do Santa first, we can make $1,025,000. We can't make the entire $1,050,000 because we cannot have it ready until the 13th of October. Therefore, we have to lose $35,000. Any business case which depends on it making exactly or more than $1,050,000 does not stand up. However, if we're busy building Santa, Halloween will make us $0. Therefore, the total is just over $1 million. However, if you build Halloween first, you can't have it ready by 29th of September. Or you can't have it ready before the 29th of September. So you still lose $15,000, but you make $340,000. And in the time remaining, you can deliver Santa. Now, Santa's not going to make you $1 million. It's only going to make you $800,000 because you haven't got it in the market at the time you need it most. However, despite losing $225,000 less dollars, you can still make more. If you do Santa, then Halloween, you make $1,140,000. If you do Santa, you make just $1,025,000. Yeah? But you can only do this if you've got an idea of how much money you're going to make on different dates. This is what Duong calls opportunity cost of delay. Maybe it's just me, but I find when you introduce people to this idea, maybe because we're talking about cost, people are very quick to cotton on to the extra costs you incur because you are delayed. So temporary staff while you fulfill a process manually or before you can fire some people, paying for priority shipping, penalty fines, particularly in a regulatory environment, the extra costs you'll incur because you are late. However, there's the value foregone, the money you could have made if you had that thing in the market sooner. So lost revenue opportunities, not being in the market, not being on sale at the key time in the Christmas market, the Halloween market, Easter market, not being ready by a critical date, and not being in the market before your competitors, first mover advantage. The value foregone, I think we can expect that to be far greater than the extra costs you incur. But we only know this if we know the profile of the value against time. How am I doing for time, by the way? Yeah. You know the old saying, time is money? Completely true. More time equals more costs. We all get that. But it's also true that more time means less revenue. More time building this thing means it's going to be in the market for less time. More time building this means our competitors can steal a lead on this. More time building this thing may mean we miss some crucial date. Usually, there's exceptions, revenue is inversely proportional to the delivery time. Later delivery means less revenue. I said the man himself is sitting here. This is the original study. I don't know, 6 months delay can be worth 33% of your total profits. That's a lot of money. 6 months, you know. What was it? It took Apple 18 months to build the iPad. Yeah. There's a more detailed, thorough examination in Don's book there, or speak to the man yourself. What's this leading to is that we think of deadlines as fixed things, and they're not. Deadlines are analog. Deadlines are not binary. Deadlines are not all or nothing dates. Deadlines have different values, or delivery dates, different dates have different values. So the deadline is analog. And I can prove this quite simply. Well, in a moment. So, have you ever faced this? Someone comes along, must have this, I need it yesterday. If you're faced with such a person, the right answer is what? What's the right answer? What's that? You there? That's very rude. No, faced with a situation, we have the technology. Well, we do in England anyway. You all know this? Time machine, yeah. We just simply go back in time to a day where we could build it to be ready for the day yesterday, yeah? So, you do have time machines in France, don't you? Somebody's nodding, somebody's shaking their head there. Think of this time value profile. What we're saying is that he needed it yesterday, all the value accrued yesterday. Today, there is no value. The value was yesterday. Without a time machine, you cannot go back and capture that value. So, end the conversation, duh. The best before date was yesterday. The use by date is today, and you don't have it. So, oh dear, I don't have a TARDIS, but maybe I can get something for you by tomorrow. Is that what you say? Is that what your developers come back and say? I will work all night, I'll slog my guts out, I will do the near impossible. That's what happens, isn't it? Yeah. And what does the other guy say? Brilliant. I knew I could count on you. But if all the value accrued yesterday is gone, faced with somebody saying, I need this by yesterday, it's not a very useful conversation because you cannot go back. The question needs to be, well, what can we do? So, if the value accrued yesterday, it's gone, let's move forward, something else. If there's still value, it might be worth doing, but we need to understand what that value is. So, I'm quite fast in this presentation. I don't know why I'm going so fast today. Time is money, yes. I seem to be flying through. A little bit soon is worth a lot more, is worth more than a lot later. Yeah. Even people like Apple know this. Do you remember the original iPhone? Yeah. 2.5G. In a world that was becoming a 3G world, the original iPhone was a 2.5G phone with a battery life of what? A few hours. It didn't even have cut and paste. Yeah? Even Apple, who are held up as this great example of companies that only create perfect products, they create products and they iterate. They produce something now. They could have waited another year for the iPhone, but they could have their cake and eat it by delivering something now, getting some revenue, and getting all those people to upgrade in a year's time. So the first lesson is a little bit of something now is worth more than a lot later. I'm sure some of you have faced product managers, product owners, who want everything, and they don't see any point in you delivering a little bit of it. And the usual agile answer is, if we deliver a little bit, you can get those feedback loops running, and you can find out what your customers want. That's the usual agile answer, isn't it? But in truth, those people, those product owners, product managers, 9 out of 10 times, they are convinced they know what the customer wants, and they are convinced that they can give the customer what they want if you only give them all of it. So the usual answer about, well, we can get feedback loops working, doesn't tend to carry a lot of weight with them. Perhaps talking money instead might. Second lesson is, know the time value profile. What is the value of this thing if you delivered it tomorrow? What is the value of this thing if you delivered it next week, next month, in 6 months' time? If you know what the time value profile is, then you can engineer within that profile. Most of you, I'm assuming, are engineers. That's what engineers do. You are given a problem with some constraints and you craft a solution within those constraints. Given a constraint of 1 week, you will create a different solution than giving a constraint of 1 year. That's what engineering is. We get the constraints, we build within those constraints. And there's a trade-off. Different dates result in a product coming to market at different values. You may not capture all the value with your first release, but you'll get some of it. The third lesson. Deadlines are elastic by value. Deadlines are not drop dead. Of course there's some drop dead ones, where the value just disappears overnight. But on the whole, deadlines are elastic by value. You can have later deliveries, you can also have early deliveries. There's a novel idea for you. One problem. How do you know the value of what you're building? Confronted by a product owner bearing user stories, how do you know the value of those stories? Do anyone put value on your user stories? Let's try a simpler question. Anybody put effort estimates on user stories? There's 2 people being on, 3, 4, yeah. It's a very common practice to put effort estimates on user stories, isn't it? Yeah? How many people put value on user stories? Yeah. Somebody's shaking his hand. One person on the hand, you really? Yeah. You very rarely see any kind of requirements directly linked to the value. People may talk about, here's a project, here's our wonderful requirements here, and the total value of all of this is a large number over here. If we're working in a flow system with lots of little stories flowing through the system, if we expect developers to put effort estimates on the stories, shouldn't we expect the business side, the product owners, to put some kind of value estimate on there? It would be nice if we had the real number. But you know what? If you do the most detailed financial analysis, you get out your spreadsheets and you crunch all the numbers and you put some values on those stories, you can still face people saying, you know what? I don't think that number's right. Did you account for? Did you factor in the anticipated inflation rate? And even if you do the most detailed analysis, people can still come back to you and say, I'm not sure about your number here because my answer, well, one answer is just to ask your stakeholders. Go around the people who want these things and say, how much is this worth? And if they can't put a number on it, get a statement. Another, as I said, do the analysis or estimate it. If estimation is good for developers and effort, why isn't estimation good for value? So I call it value poker. And you play it much the same as you've seen planning poker. This is a picture, I don't think you can see it too well there. This is a picture of some user stories laid out at a law firm in London. We took a user story, somewhere over here actually, and we arbitrarily assigned it 10,000 business points. Sometimes I call them business points, sometimes I call them French francs, sometimes I call them American shillings, sometimes I call them Polish guilder, or whatever. And then the product owner read out the user stories, the stakeholders, in this case an external client, asked some questions about the story, and they had their planning poker cards, and they played their planning poker cards. But instead of effort points or story points, those cards were denominated nominally in thousands of business points. So if they played a 5 card, it was 5,000 business points. If they played a 20 card, it was 20,000 business points. And just as you do with planning poker and effort, we called out the numbers, we talked about them, we agreed, averaged usually, an answer. And we produced a list of stories with value on them. Nominal value, it's good enough, it's relative ranking. What we want to know is, what are the value of these things compared to each other? That's the first step. Once you have value on these stories, it becomes a lot easier to say, here's a story which we have valued at 5,000 business points. If we deliver it later, does the value decline? If we deliver it earlier, does the value increase? You may have, take that one, 4,000. There's one over here, 8,000. If those two things, if they're the same profile, they don't change their value at all, of course, do the 8,000 first. But you know what? That 4,000 one may be worth less than the 8,000 one, but if that 4,000 is going to decline, go off, rot quickly, and the 8,000 is going to maintain its value, it makes more sense to do the 4,000 first and the 8,000 later. And some of you will spot we're getting perilously close to weighted first job first or something. Oh, yeah, yes, it fits in with all those. It's the same kind of idea. Estimate, put a value on there. You can then discuss the value. You can rank them compared to each other. You can play with how does value change over time. I find without a value on these things, talking about value change over time is too abstract. People don't really grasp it. But once you've put a number, and it can almost be any number on a story, you can then talk about how it increases and how it decreases. So, you find out the value profile, you get some idea of value, you're setting out to obtain as much value as possible. And that may mean you do stories in an order which isn't dictated by their simple value. You do them in an order dictated by how they will mature, how fast they will go off. The other thing to think about here is, and this goes back to what I was saying about the project model. Let's suppose you have two projects in front of you, Project A and Project B. And because we're doing the project model, we want to complete Project A before we complete Project B, right? So we go through Project A, and we rate it all by value, and we do the high value items, and we're working down Project A. There comes a point in Project A where the items you're working on in Project A have a lower value than the items in Project B. You have a project that's going to come along when you finish this project, and it has a collection of stories, a collection of use cases, a collection of whatevers. And if you have value on them, you will see that the project you are working on over here, you've got all the high value items, you're working on the low value ones. At which point you need to ask yourself, we are finishing off a project with low value. We're finishing off the low value items because we are chasing after schedule, features, etc., etc. And there's another project waiting for us to do which would release more value. Is it right to finish off the first project when actually starting work on the second project would deliver a lot more value? Rather than doing the last 5 on that project, do the first 5 on the other project. At which point the whole project model starts to break down. You start to see projects as a collection of things to be built. They just have them in different buckets. And if you're working on a flow model, the work is flowing along. Why would you go to the bottom of that bucket when there's more value to be had from starting another bucket? The project model breaks down. And we're starting to see this again and again. The language of projects usually isn't very helpful. It wraps us up in all sorts of constraints, whereas we should be thinking about flow. Think about value as an input rather than an output. I shouldn't tell you this. I have an exercise I do sometimes with teams. And I divide the room in two. I want to have some teams on the left here and some teams on the right here. And I use a story up on screen that says, as a widget maker, I want an online store to sell my widgets directly to customers. Yeah? And I give the teams on this side of the room a story that says, as a home-based artisan widget maker, I would like to sell my widgets directly to my customers. If I can make $100,000 a year, I can give up my day job. My accountant tells me a website usually costs around $5,000. And the people on this side of the room, I give them a story that says, As a multinational widget maker, I want to cut out the middleman and sell my widgets directly to customers. I intend to make $10 million a year within the first 3 years. I budgeted $1.2 million to build this online shop. And I say to the teams, you're in competition. You're bidding for this work. And I give them some time, and they write some user stories, and I say, come back to me, estimate how much time and how much money do you want to undertake this work? Yeah? And then I go to the teams, when we finish, go to the teams on this side, and I say, how much? And they will say, oh, well, we think we need $1 million and a year to build this. And we'll continue next week. We need $1.5 million. We need 2 years to build this. And while the teams on this side are reading out their answers, the teams on this, I kid you not, they are in hysterics. They are laughing. The guys on this side of the room can't work out why they are being laughed at. And then we turn to these people. And I say, how much? And they say, oh, well, we think we can do it in 3 weeks. We'll do it for $10,000. Yeah? And you get answers on this side of the room, which are an order of magnitude lower than on this side of the room. Because once the value, once expected output is known, teams factor that into their planning. So the guys on this side of the room, they're going to take some fancy content management system, some fancy e-commerce system. They're going to have a server farm. They're going to, yeah. The guys on this side of the room are saying, we're going to take WordPress, plug in Magento, and we'll just run with it. The engineering is different depending on the numbers. And you as engineers, faced with a story and being asked to put an effort on it, if you know it's worth $1 million, you're going to consider it very differently from one that's worth 10,000. It also illustrates the idea of anchoring. When you hear a number and you update your internal thinking, it's shocking. You're engineers, you engineer within constraints. If you know something is only going to deliver $10,000, $100,000, it's a very different engineering challenge from something that is intended to deliver millions. So, know your time profile, know the profit you are targeting, work out how much you can spend to get that profit, work backwards. You know the date you're aiming for, you know how much money you've got to play with. What can you build in that time? Engineer? Engineer. That's what engineers do. Got a few minutes for questions. Stunned silence.
I have a question.
Yes.
Jim Benson.
Oh, for Jim.
He has a talk titled, "We Are Not Engineers."
Oh. Are we not, Jim?
That was an old talk, but no, we're still not engineers, no.
We aspire to be engineers. I think we aspire to be engineers. I say that I consider myself a third generation engineer. At the age of 8, I was going down engine rooms and I was watching ships being overhauled at sea. Yeah, I believe a lot of my software development engineers informed by engineering, but I believe we still have a long way to go. But most engineers don't do what software people think they do. We talk about engineers and we rapidly start talking about bridge building. Most engineers don't build new bridges, don't build new machines, they keep the existing ones running. And you keep them running within constraints. Clark.
Any thoughts on value for non-profits?
Value for non-profits.
Maybe whether or not they're, say, hospitals with no revenue.
So, what is valuable to a hospital? It's not money, is it patients alive? Is it patients who've improved their conditions? I once had some people from the Department for International Development in London on one of the courses, and for them, business benefit, value, could be people drinking clean water, water wells in sub-Saharan Africa, something like that. I mean, in a commercial organisation, it's pretty easy, it's probably money. If you're not in a commercial organisation, then I think one of the things to do is to ask yourself, what is it that this organisation values? Which probably takes you to question what are the organisation's values. If in a second language, some of you might be struggling with that as a first language speaker, there's value, it's difficult anyway. What is it the organisation wants as an outcome? What will benefit the organisation? So as a wider question is, what is beneficial? What is the business benefit? Whatever your business, whatever your organisation. So you need to define that. And if you're lucky, you can put a number on it. Although, of course, we always have to be careful with numbers. People here in Paris know Goodhart's Law. Goodhart's Law, coined by a former economist at London School of Economics and Bank of England, a statistical measure which becomes a target will lose its information value and change its behaviour. If you have something, story points is the classic one. If you say to a team, well then team, it's great that you're getting 20 story points a week done, but do you think we could do 25? Should we go for 25 this week? The team will find a way of meeting that target. In the process, behaviour will change and the information content of that measurement will change. So ask go back to Clark's question, what is valuable to the organisation? What does the organisation want? Which might be an interesting conversation in its own right. Mike?
I've done some work with non-profits.
Yeah.
Jim has as well, I think. They care very much about sustainability and they care very much about keeping a connection with their supporters and sponsors, which is no different really to any business.
Yeah. I suppose it depends which bit of the business you're in, which bit of the business you're in, whether you're in the fundraising or the delivery, but yeah, Jim?
You had mentioned how when you gave the left side of the room a certain command and the right side that framed their conversation, you asking also framed that conversation. So I've gotten in trouble for doing the opposite, where people come and say, we would like to give you $1 million to do this, and I say, I can do that for $250,000, and then they get pissed off and they go find someone to do it for $1 million. Because they feel like I'm undermining the awesomeness of their problem by coming up with a less expensive solution.
Yeah. That's an interesting point, and maybe a story to leave you on. A few years ago, I did some work with an insurance company in the UK. Isn't a happy story. And there was this group in there, and they had a load of agile consultants and coaches in, and it was a small group, and they bought into this idea that we could introduce agile in a kind of a guerrilla fashion, a bit of training over here, a bit of coaching, we could get all these little teams to do a little bit of agile, and I was like, it wasn't going particularly well. And then I discovered in this organisation there was a software process group. And the software process group were tasked with maintaining the organisation's CMMI level rating. For those of you who don't know, it's a way out of the Carnegie Mellon University of measuring how mature your development process is. And I found out this organisation had a few years before been warned by the financial regulator they were going to be shut down because their IT was so bad. And they had gone out and they had hired IBM to fix them. And IBM had come in and IBM had given them a beautiful waterfall process. And IBM had flooded them with consultants and IBM had fixed their problem and the regulator was happy. Roll forward a few years and the organisation was now trying to retool that process because it was hideously inefficient to work in an agile fashion. But you kept reaching a point where people wouldn't make decisions or people didn't seem to want to take the medicine. It was a bit difficult to take. And what I realised was that when they had IBM in there, IBM's bill was very big. And I guarantee you, IBM's bill for the month was on the agenda of every board meeting. And they really felt they had to take IBM's medicine because the regulator was telling them and they were spending a lot of money on it. The people at the top were spending millions. 5-6 years later, when the agile folks turn up and say, oh, we can do this on the cheap, a little bit here, a little bit there, they didn't have to take it seriously because the bill was much smaller. You know, I think again, sometimes the amount of money is information, and actually charging a large amount, as Jim says, shows you're serious about that problem. But also says, you know what? If you really want to change, you've really got to put some skin into the game. This isn't just something that can happen with your developers. All of you need to put your money literally where your mouth is. Thank you very much. I'll let next speaker set up.
think we can start. The microphone is too high. Okay. Welcome. My name is Giovanni. I am coming from Italy. Maybe noticed by my accent. I'm here for talking about anti-fragility. I don't know if some one of you have written or know the works of Nicholas Taleb. Do you know that? The books, The Anti-Fragile or The Black Swan? No? Yeah? Okay. The original title was How to Create an Anti-Fragile Organization in 7 Steps, because 1 year ago in a conference in Italy, the Italian Agile Day, I make interesting, they told me, I've been told that it was an interesting talk, but at the end someone asked me, okay, this is very interesting, and now what we have to do for introducing this concept in our company. So I start studying and working and creating something, a workshop or some kind of studies for, let's imagine how to introduce this concept in our organization, our teams, in our factory. I would like to share with you some ideas, some tips, some issues. But starting from the concept, from the basic concept, what is fragile, what is robust, and what is anti-fragile. First of all, I don't know if you know that. You know? Yeah? No? It's a very famous TV series. I was completely trapped by this 1 month ago, and I didn't know before, and I start all my times in watching of the series in a month. So 12 for 5 seasons, and in that history, in that movies, the protagonist start to be a cooker for methamphetamine, for drugs, and starting to using his skills in chemistry for creating drugs. So at the end of this TV, of the series, everybody wants to, okay, I want to be a cook too. I want to start to creating my drugs. So let's cook, let's start. And from what? From buying that one, caravan, or a sport vehicle in American, they call it, and starting from buying something like that. But when you buy this, you have to sell, for example, from the shop until your house or until your caravan. And this is maybe something. It's clear this is fragile, so you pack it, you put inside a box, and place on the box a label like this or something like that. Okay, the first question is why we put this kind of label on the box. The box is fragile, handle with care, please. Of course, we are creating a math lab, but everybody don't know why we are sending this kind of things, but why they are placing this label on the box? To? Warn what? Yes, what? Okay, to take care. So we want to protect and inform the others to change the behavior in how they treat this box. Handle with care, because we want to inform the others, please change your way of you manage this box. Correct? And going on, we have to sell very strong things, from the glass things to the iron things, something like that. Or something like that, I don't know what this is. Or for example, very, very strong piece of iron, cube of iron. We have to sand this. We put in the box, and we have to wrote something in that box in the cover. What do you have to what you wrote in the box? Which is the title of the label? Heavy stuff. Okay. The first one was fragile, please handle with care, because we have to inform, please, change your habits. Please don't care, it's the opposite. Okay, because in our mind we are used to think about fragile things, that could be hurt or broken under stress. The opposite is robust. But if you label with handle with care, what is the opposite of label with handle with care? Mishandle, stress it, shake it hardly. But if you shake a something like that, or bid it, he doesn't receive any improvement. But in that case, we want to give the improvement, protect this object for damaging. So robust maybe is not really the opposite of fragile, because if you shake it and beat it, it doesn't receive any improvement. It remains the same. So maybe robust is not the opposite of fragile. Fragile is something that will be broken, is not resistant. And what is the contrary of a fragile? Maybe robust. Oh, there is a house, a good house here. Robust is something that is strong, that you resist in time. Robust is robust by design. But robust is not enough, maybe. Maybe robust is not, it cannot withstand for a same amount of time, maybe. Or robust not forever. Robust is robust the day on the design moment. For example, this is something that we think, okay, this is robust, well designed, well built, can stand in the middle of a grass, of a green. But this picture was taken in the USA, where birds has building bird nest over these poles, and the poles were damaged and stopped working. So life is changing. When we design something strong, it's designed in the first day, but who knows what will happen in the future? The future could be unpredictable. Resistance is not just robust versus random events. If something will happen totally unpredictable, is not to be robust is not enough. So we need something more, another kind of robustness, another kind of to resist the events that are not predictable. Okay, another improvement in this concept could be resilience. Is a very famous word nowadays. To be resilient. What does it mean to be resilient? Maybe overcome stress, maybe resist and surpass and going on. Is a characteristic of people, of organization, of teams, or something like that, to overcome the difficulties. This is the definition, maybe on Wikipedia, is the capacity of an ecosystem or something to respond to a perturbation and disturbance by resisting damage and recovering quickly. This is a general definition of resilience. What about organization? What about a team? So I look for that. And the organizational resilience is the ability to anticipate, prepare for, respond, and adapt to incremental change, to survive and prosper. So a resilient organization is something that overcomes. Let the stress pass and stay there again and again. Okay, but this is not in the idea of Taleb. Maybe resilience is not enough. We want something that will receive some improvement, some good growing from the stress. And maybe resilience is not enough. We want something completely different, a new concept, a new idea, a new word. So Taleb created this word that means anti-fragile. The opposite of fragile is something that loves stress, loves uncertainty, randomness, and growth with this kind of stress, this kind of unpredictable events. Like, for example, the biker going down the hill, and if there is something completely unpredictable, he create a new kind of tricks and movements, and maybe he could faster down the hill. For example, viruses are anti-fragile because they receive stress from the ambient, from the environment. Maybe one ball of cell will be dead, will be killed, but the system virus will increase and create another kind of virus, combining the DNA and create other kind of lives on the heart. This is a very famous typical dish from my town, Florence. the Florentine stack that they receive get better if you beat it. This is a kind of anti-fragility. So the three concepts, fragile, strong, and anti-fragile, are three different concepts. The fragile wants tranquility, stable, not unpredictable events. The anti-fragile grows from disorder, getting better. The robust doesn't care, because robust is robust for this moment, for example, for supporting a person, but not a car or an elephant. So robust, I'm okay. Do you have some examples in your life about this concept? For example, your team, an agile team, for example, for you, in your opinion, is a robust, a fragile, or an anti-fragile organization? A Scrum team, for example, is strong, is fragile. What do you think? Okay, let's talk later about this concept, about a Scrum team. It's interesting because we are used to think about being agile is to, for example, doing iteration and retrospective and creating new ideas, new things, and growing and creating new way of solutions. But in that book, I received an interesting hint for considering agile things from other perspectives. Okay, the first fact that I want to share with you is the deprivation of the anti-fragility. Depriving the natural and complex systems of the randomness, for example, using rules, using cages, using barriers, is a way for, we are used to think that, okay, I protect my team, I protect my guys, I protect the company using something like rules, barriers, firewalls, and something like that. But from the anti-fragility perspective, this is a way of creating weakness, because we deprivate the natural skills, the natural capacity, ability of people, of organization to evolve and to protect and to create a new kind of lives, for example, new kind of organization. We remove the stressors that will harm them. It's like an overprotective parents that create a ball around the child for protecting him. The child is not used to, they will not learn to evolve, to create, to learn, to live in life. So deprivation of the anti-fragility is like top-down rules, directives, estimation. We want to estimate because we are not able to remove the fragility from our organization. So we have to predict when you deliver this kind of software, how much does it cost? Instead of thinking what is the real problem, why we are always late in the project. So please give me an estimation. Give me your plans, because I want to plan everything in the future. Another question is thinking about the bridge. And I ask you, which is in your opinion, the probability to cross this river, cross this bridge? In percentage, 10%, 20%, 19%. Okay, a cat. Which is the probability that a cat will cross this bridge? 100%. 100%, a cat. Which is the probability that 2 cats will cross this bridge? 2 cats. Maybe the same. Which is the probability that a man can cross this bridge safely? 10%. 2 men? A man with a horse? A man over an elephant? A car? And so on. So we are spending a lot of time in trying to imagine, which is the probability. Well, wait. You have a problem. It's not a problem about the probability of crossing this bridge. The problem is this bridge is broken. So don't measure the probability, just measure the fragility that you have. This is more important. We spend a lot of time, a lot of money in trying to imagine which is the probability to deliver on time For example, using mixed teams, body rental, people from India, from China, from USA. Okay, which is the probability to deliver on time? You have a fragile organization. Maybe it's better to think about that. Spend time in computing the probability. This is how we are used to make the risk management. And the risk management maybe sometimes is fragile, is weakened. This is the Lucrezius problem that is mentioned on the book. And they say the fool believes that the tallest mountain in the world will be equal to the tallest that one we observe. So it's the same way that we can compute the risk. The major risk, the probability of something that will happen is computed on the worst case scenario, multiplied by factor X or Y or something. And okay, this is the probability that we have a crash, system crash or something like that. The worst case scenario that's happened in the past, but we don't know if something bigger and more worse, but could be happen tomorrow. So risk management sometimes is just thinking about the past, just collecting data. But it's not. Doesn't give you any chance to make forecast in the future. It's just collecting data, just observing what has happened in the past. The third fact that I want to share with you is something about systemic organization of people, of animals, of nature. For example, if I want to open a restaurant in a Chinese part of the city, maybe I can do that with some chance of I have some success, because in that part of the city there's a lot of Chinese restaurants. Other restaurants have tried to open a Chinese restaurant over there. So someone has failed, someone has success. For example, is in that part, everybody knows that it's not so safe to open Italian restaurant, for example. No? So the ecosystem of the restaurants in that part of the city is stable because people try to make some experimentation, someone fails, some others win, and the ecosystem of all the Chinese entrepreneurs has robust or maybe anti-fragile, because it's an evolving situation, not just the one. If I look at me, at my situation, if I look at this problem from the perspective of one restaurant, maybe this is very fragile, because one restaurant could be a success or could be a failure. But the ecosystem is a more robust, maybe anti-fragile. So it's a new type of anti-fragility, a fragility that is based on the fragility of an individual. So thanks to the evolution, to the life, the benefit go to anything that is up, receiving failures and informations from the other parts, from the singular, from single person, single company, single team, single restaurant. And this, I think that we can name it as an adaptive systemic redundancy. Do you remember the picture that I showed you some slides ago about the cluster? There is some file was placed in cluster. Okay, clustering is a way that we think we give us some kind of robustness. But if you think having a cluster is always using the same situation. I have one server, one firewall, and one router, and I put another, and another, hoping that 3, 4, or 5 clusters of that could be enough for me, for example, for managing a bad situation. But it's just always the same. One cluster, one router, 2 router, 3 router. Or for example, if you work in parallel, people that doing one thing, the other do the same and the same. More anti-fragile situation is adaptive redundancy. So changing the way you manage the situation. Placing another router, for example, with some kind of intelligent inside, some deep learning machine, something like that, they change the way, for example, transmit packets over the wire, something like that. Something that evolve the policies. And this is what do the nature. for example, bees or all kind of social insects. So wrapping up about the anti-fragile, these are some key tips and that we can collect from the works of the talent. Don't put yourself in a cage. Cage are protection for you, but remove from you all the robustness, all the anticorp, I don't know in English. Experiment, fail, inspect, and adapt. Okay, this is agile. Don't be scared about failures. This is agile too. Avoid top-down. Okay. Avoid the I know to do. Experiment. And one is my favorite. Don't use always the same approach situation. So if you want to cluster, please anytime try another way, another solution, another strategies. So implement the adaptive redundancy is a way for creating a redundancy, but not always in the same way. Change your habits. And this is most important for me, focus on the anti-fragility, not on risk. Stop, for example, exaggerating this, stop on thinking about estimation, stop on thinking about we are able to deliver on the time, and think that you have, for example, a big problem in your company. For example, renting people from the other part of the world. Okay, this is the first part. The last part, study from these books, especially from that one, is a collecting of ideas and talks on the internet. I created that one. My workshop, my framework, that is something that I want to create something to introduce, to inject anti-fragility in organization. Okay, but what is an organization? Organization may be a company or a team or family, I don't know, a family not, but a company is something that is based on that 6 pillars. For example, the organizational model, the leadership model, the motivation, the purpose of the company, why we are here, why we are doing this business, and the learning schema and the ecosystem. So I imagine, okay, if I want to introduce some kind of anti-fragility, and these are 6, maybe there are other pillars, but this is the 6 most important, I think, pillars from which a company is built. How can I introduce, for example, anti-fragility in the organizational model, or in the motivation, or in the leadership? And for example, I introduce something like that. Organizational model. So we know that a good way for organizing team is using teams. Do you know the Spotify model? Eric Niebuhr today has shown you a lot of things from Spotify. And the Spotify model, there is a themes, there is a Gilda, and there is other kind of creating dynamics inside the company. We are used to we have been told that, for example, do you know the Tuckman model, the evolving cycle, for example, about a team? In the Tuckman model, he said that a team evolved from a forming phase, in storming phase, norming phase, and performing phase. So following the concept in the Tuckman model, in Tuckman cycle, we are used to think that, for example, turning over people from teams is a bad thing, because we will start from scratch in forming and storming and so on. Okay, so we are used to think, please stay on stable things, on stable situation, because it's better. Okay, that's true, but what if we try to create together some strongness, some improvement, some growing from the turning, from the turnover? For example, what is the rules that we can put, or rules or conventions or agreement that we can put in organization, for example, for welcoming the turning over? For example, every time that someone is moved, please welcoming, explaining, and so on, and which is the richness that we receive when someone else is arriving in the team. So maybe we'll start from scratch, or maybe if we want to be anti-fragile, we can improve and create a new kind of system. Another situation is, for example, someone told us that in a company it's better to have every team is working on agile. for example, uses Scrum or Kanban or what else. And people are sometimes are scared because there is an agile team and a waterfall or Gantt-oriented team. Okay, we want you to do agile as we do, because otherwise we cannot work in an agile company. And what if, as agile team, we try to welcome and to open to diversity? For example, try to understand what is the way of thinking and working of the waterfall team, trying to mix in something and create a new kind of agile thing. So this is a way of destroying barriers and walls, accepting the diversity. So people turn over. For example, in some company, we introduce an agreement for voting the turnover of the people between teams. So we accept the turnover, but for example, sharing with management, with the top management, our way, for example, voting or discussing all together, because why you manager need to move this guy from one team A or to the team B, and sharing this idea and creating a new kind of organization. Motivational model. Why people should do this and that? What is the role? What is the reason? The motivational model, for example, to be anti-fragile could be different. Andy Klimber today was talking about sharing the reason, sharing the goals. And another way could be, for example, creating a completely different way of motivating. For example, using different kind of leadership. Klimber told about the distributed leadership. We can use other kind of leadership, for example, situational leadership or something like that. Accepting the diversity from the other teams, from the other parts. Learning model. Do you know there is a very important books from 19 years? Is the fifth discipline is the title of the book. I don't know if you know that book. Is a learning, how to create organizations that learn. Okay, learning organization maybe is the most important thing to create an anti-fragile company or team. Creating and preparing all the things that let us to learn something and so on. The title of my for closing, the title of my workshop is how to create an anti-fragile organization in 7 steps. So these are 6 steps. And the 7th, what is the 7th? The 7th is the holistic approach. So considering all these things in the same moment, but holistic approach in the opposite way as we are used to consider, because in our culture, holistic approach is like in Tai Chi or in Lean consideration, see the whole, consider everything in your company, consider everything. But if you consider, for example, try to introduce something in your learning schema, and try to introducing some new tips in leadership, people will always ask me, okay, if I want to introduce something new in the learning schema, I have to know what is the new, for example, leadership model, because these things are strictly connected. The leadership model and the motivation and purpose. All these things are connected. So if I make some change over there, I have to know what is the learning schema, the ecosystem, and so on. That's true, that's real. This is the holistic approach. But anytime that you have a strong connection between these bubbles, these pillars, you are creating something that is maybe more holistic, but maybe also a little bit more fragile. Because if there is something that doesn't work over there, we have some implication or waterfall consequence in the other parts. So in my perspective, the idea is please have a holistic approach, see the whole, but be scared by the holistic approach. Try to create new things in this area that will be survive between stress or unpredictable events or something completely destroying. Maybe you have a more anti-fragile approach. Any strong connection between this area is fragilizing your company. I don't know if you have any questions. The concept is not so easy at 12 o'clock and after the lunch. And this is me. Do you have a question? No? Okay, that's all.
So I think one of the problems of trying to apply this is knowing when you should try and be anti-fragile and when you should try and be efficient, for example. You know,
Efficient?
Yeah. So if you in some areas it's useful to look for best practice and to do standard work and achieve, and it's not getting anti-fragile because we're building a monoculture of the same kind of work. So you see this. Okay. So just wondering if you see context where you should focus on building anti-fragile in the organisation, and the context where you're building for a very specific purpose. Do you get what? I think it's a change in the environment, the change that we're now dealing with, very fast change, that we need that resilience to change, that anti-fragility.
Okay, and what is the question? Sorry.
So do you see there are contexts when you should focus on anti-fragility and contexts where you should do the traditional kind of management that we've done in the 20th century?
Ooh, it's not so easy to respond. I think the context is very important, and I don't know if there is some difference in the context between the last century and this one. Maybe the successful company in the last century were be anti-fragile. I don't know. Of course, the context is very important. I think the most important thing that you have to change in your mind is stop, for example, in believing in statistics, in forecastings, because we are living now in a complex world, and history is very important for creating new ideas. But don't trust. Taleb is a statistics guy, but he don't like very much statistics. And I think maybe the most important is trying to being agile. Agile is give us a lot of answers. For example, experimenting, trying, and retrospectives, but also try to put in adopt some agile concept. For example, the Agile Manifesto was created 15 years ago, and maybe this is the moment for rethinking the things in something different.
Possible to have some examples where this has been applied and what kind of problem has fixed, just according to your
Okay, I give you two examples. For example, one was of don't be scared about the turnover on the teams, but sharing a new policy for managing. Okay, it's okay. So, okay. For example, sharing a new policy in a company for managing the turnover, because sometimes managers and the top manager need to change people between teams. This is one rule, creating, for example, an agreement that is named vote in, vote out, for managing people, how they move, and don't be scared about the Tuckman cycle, because if you welcome an Italian guy in your French team, maybe he give you some interesting new rules. This is the first one, and another is in the learning model is a very typical things that we use in Agile, but push on the learning model. For example, creating all the opportunity for inspect and adapt, improve the ended way. Sometimes in one of the book, one of the author wrote that from the personal perspective, to be agile, to be anti-fragile is very similar. inspect and adapt, make the retrospective on yourself. From the organization and team perspective, maybe something will change, could be changed. For example, in don't avoiding the turning over, or don't avoid mixing people from other things. We are studying in this moment. In this moment, there's a lot of people that are talking about anti-fragile, but there is not a lot of examples. I'm working on that 6 phases. I'm working on the learning schema, the 5th discipline book, and in the adaptive leadership, of course, and in creating other things that will give you improvement. The works from Spotify are very interesting because they change the way that we organize the teams. There is the walls that Andy Klimberg showed you this morning, something like that.
Thank you for your speech. What equivalence do you see of the chaos monkey in the organization part? Meaning, because chaos monkey is something you program in order to kill the server so that they are resilient in a way. So, do you see something looking like in the organization part?
Yes. Sometimes, in nowadays there is a lot of people, a lot of managers and companies focus on the concept of to be resilient, overcomes problems. But for example, in Italy, there's a lot of works about solving problems. In Italy, we are a perfect problem solver and survivors. We are survivors. But it's not so easy to understand how to avoid the representation of that problem. So maybe it could be agile to create something that, making a retrospective. What I found interesting is to try to be agile, and agile means inspect and adapt, make a retrospective and so on the focus to be anti-fragile. And anti-fragility could be measured. For example, try to make a picture of your company and try to identify all your weakness points, of your weakness connection. For example, in Italy, there is a lot of usage of body rental from external teams of the company. For example, for me, this is a very important weakness point because you create a model for hiring 100 kilos of programmer. This is not creating a team. Resilience is to survive. For example, we have hired the people and we finally delivered the project. Okay, we are resilient. Anti-fragile is trying to identify, creating KPIs of your fragility and removing. I don't know if this is give you an answer.
Just a question about estimation, because I know estimation is a very divisive topic. I think you can definitely overdo it. You can say this project is going to take 8,222 hours, which is madness, because how could you possibly know?
Yeah.
But there seems to also be some sort of amount of estimation which would kind of encourage some of the things like learning and communication to be true. If I said to you, look, can we do something this week or not, or can we do two or three small things instead of a big thing?
Mm-hmm.
So is there an amount of estimation that can sometimes be healthy, or are there contexts where with maximum uncertainty don't even bother to estimate, let's instead be active?
3 kilos of us.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Is it too strong to say estimation is bad? Just like saying Android is good. Or, like usually it means, well, Android could be useful in, as the right child to market, blah, blah, blah.
About the concept of the estimation, I'm not fan of the no estimation movement, but I like the meaning of the Scrum velocity. A Scrum team makes some estimation using planning poker or Pomodoro techniques or something like that. For why? Because they want to, give an answer to someone that wants to know when the delivery will happen. But first of all, for creating a self-conscious, self-knowledge about the team. Less sprint, we did 45 points, we want to try to do 50 and so on. So estimation is important from that perspective. It's a way from making some kind of team building maybe. Estimation is bad when someone start to use estimation and percentage of accuracy. Estimation is an hypothesis. So if you want to have some hypothesis on when you deliver, it's okay, make some estimation. If you want to improve your self-knowledge, or the team is okay, but if you want to use the estimation as a coin for buying something or changing something, I don't like it. So I don't think it's not about the amount of estimation, but on the purpose of the estimation. If you want to use estimation for selling and buying a project, maybe this is very fragile.
Well, imagine if you go into Carrefour and you say, I want a bottle of water.
Yeah.
And you say, how much does it cost? And the guy says, well, it could be 50 cents or it could be 300 euros.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you, and you have to make a decision right now. Do you want water? Then you would say, well, this is unfair. I expect to go into Carrefour, and the guy says to me, maybe it's €1, but no more than €2. I'll buy the water.
Yeah.
So to talk about estimation must be bad seems to be to walk around Carrefour with no prices.
Yeah, of course. If I had a problem on my motorbike 1 month ago, I go to the mechanics and I ask how much does it cost to repair it, and he say 500 euros. I know that could be more different than 500, but it's just for having a range. For deciding for repairing or changing my motorbike. Of course, if you use your estimation that way is a good way. But if you go using that estimation and go to someone, okay, we have exactly 500 euros minute. This is the way in the project management estimation I used to for giving an answer, a precise answer. Please give me an estimation with a precision of 20%. This is impossible. This is a clash in culture, you know. Are you anti-fragile? No? Okay, thank you very much.
people here are working at a company who are doing a digital transformation? So everyone's doing a digital transformation. So my next question about who hasn't heard of digital transformation isn't relevant anymore. Does anyone know where digital transformation actually came from? Anyone think they know? Does anyone know why we suddenly started searching for it like crazy since October 2013? Anyone want to take a guess? Okay, so I really wanted to know the answer to this question. I wanted to come here today and tell you, people started searching for digital transformation because of X. And so, preparing for this talk, I spent a lot of time searching through the news from October 2013. Politics, science, technology, and I think I found the answer. Surely it has to be this cat. This cat started the digital transformation craze. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it was someone else we all know. Maybe you can't see that. It's Patrick Stewart just dressed as a red lobster lying in his bath for Halloween 2013. So I thought, it's got to be this one. It has to be this one. I won't find anything else more convincing than this. But I did. Switzerland refused to sell North Korea some ski lifts. If that didn't cause the digital transformation craze, I'm all out of ideas. So the truth is, we may never know what caused this craze, but we do kind of have to take digital transformation seriously. The fact that all of you appear to be doing one is kind of good evidence for that. So we need to try and work out what are the good things, what are the bad things, what do we need to be doing, what do we need to be avoiding. And that's why I'm so frustrated, because I keep seeing companies making the same mistakes, the same repeatable mistakes. I see lots of books, conference talks about the right way to do things, and yet I see companies who keep on making the same mistakes. So let's get stuck into these hard parts of digital transformation. And does anyone want to guess what the first hard part is? Not so keen now, are you? So the first hard part for me is, I forgot to tell you, that was one of my gags. So technology's come a long way now. You can even get computers and video games for your dogs. Didn't quite work the way I planned it to. So let's get to the first hard part. What is this digital transformation stuff? What does it actually mean? I've heard people talk about using social media for your marketing, about replacing your paper-based forms with online services. It's about being agile. It's about all different kinds of things. Does anyone want to have their own version of what digital transformation is? You've all gone very quiet since you were so keen to start with. So, yeah, lots of different definitions. Everyone has their own opinion of what it means. So I think we need to try and define it before we move on. And I think this quote from Barry O'Reilly, to me at least, hits the nail right on the head. So first of all, digital's about delivering content, finding these new experiences, allowing people to do things they couldn't do before, making their lives easier. It's also about having that culture of experimentation, where people can run ideas and frequently get feedback from customers. And he's also talking about the whole business. You don't really know where your competitors are going to innovate on your business model or try and disrupt you. So you need that flexibility across your whole business to iterate very quickly. And I think and I think we can form three tenets based on this quote. So firstly, I think if we're doing a digital transformation, we need to be talking about focusing on user needs, really worshipping user needs, making sure we're building the right thing. And if you tell me, we've got a feedback link on our webpage, customers can tell us anything they want to, I'm not having that. That's nowhere near enough, and we'll talk a bit more later about user needs. Secondly, it's about having the culture of experimentation, where people in their teams are free to put ideas in front of customers and get feedback. If you can't do that, if you can't get feedback, if your people can't run the experiments, you're just guessing. And finally, it's about having a high-speed engineering capability. If you can't implement ideas fast enough, engineering becomes the bottleneck and your whole business will just go very slowly. I've seen that happen a lot of times. So here's an example taken from the UK government by a guy called Lindsay Brewer, who I used to work very closely with. Not on this particular service, but he's talking about digital transformation in the UK government for one of the tax services. So notice how he says the first online tax credits renewal service. So there he's talking about this new experience. People had to go through endless amounts of paperwork before, but now it's online. Now they can do things much easier. They don't have to faff around and waste loads of time with this offline process, log into a web page, fill in a few forms, and it's done. Excuse me. But we need to be careful here of one of the big traps of digital transformation. It's not simply about taking your piece of paper and turning it into a web page. This is where that culture of experimentation comes in. So I know Lindsay's team, I know other teams in the UK government, they spend a hell of a lot of time working on user research, constantly iterating on ideas. I'm pretty sure the paper-based offline forms aren't just the template for the new digital services. And finally, in this quote, we can also see that they used lean, agile, all those fancy things to actually deliver early and often. They started putting in place the foundations of their high-speed engineering capability. So to me, this is digital transformation, a great example of it. There are other examples that might sound different to this, but might still work. But for me, I think this is a great example. So I think we can all pat ourselves on the back now because we've solved the first hard part. We know what it is, unless anyone wants to disagree. Okay, so let's move on to the second hard part then. So we've already determined it's very ambiguous, lots of different definitions, we don't know who started it, we think it might have been a cat or Patrick Stewart, but we're not sure. And so all of this ambiguity leads us to the second hard part, the marketing hype. So we kind of see it over and over in the community. This big new craze pops up from nowhere. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's doing it. Everyone wants this exciting new thing on their CV. Everyone wants to be a thought leader. And everyone starts talking at conferences about it. And of course, because of this, because of all the ambiguity, people start cashing in on the hype. We get consultancies popping up out of nowhere, claiming to be experts. We can come and do this for you and save your organisation. Now, I know a lot of you are probably consultants here. I'm not picking on consultants. I'm really not picking on consultants. I'll say some nice things about you later. I'm really not picking on you. But we do see it a lot. A lot of organisations, a lot of consultants trying to sell their special brand of this way of doing things, their certificates. We've seen it with Agile, and it's absolutely happening with digital transformation. Like I said, not all consultants. So I'm going to tell you about this one company I worked for where I saw this. So I'd been brought in, ironically, as a consultant, but I was working with the engineering teams, helping them to build high-speed engineering capability, to build software faster, to iterate faster. But at the same time, these other digital transformation strategy expert consultants had been brought in. And their job was to fix the organisation, to fix business processes, to create these exciting new digital business processes. And you should have seen the way they worked. Arranging loads of meetings, interviewing people. You can't do your work in this company, you get interviewed. They need to know how things work. They need to know how this company works, the existing process. They're busy sticking these diagrams up all around the wall. And you know you've got a good consultant when they don't smile for 6 months. That's how hard they were working. Anyway, finally, after 6 months, they arranged this big meeting. They were going to show us all the findings, the output of their work, basically. So we were all looking forward to this big meeting, and eventually it came round. And as we got to the meeting room, they were there, these consultants who'd been taking a nice 4-figure day rate for the past 6 months. looking very important, putting all of these diagrams around the wall. Literally, I went into a room, it wasn't much smaller than this, and it had like diagrams all around the wall. In fact, it was just one big diagram. And they were there, patting themselves on the back, pointing to bits of their diagram. Look how amazing we are. We saved your company. And just at that moment, I felt like a punch on my leg. So I looked, and it was this business analyst I'd been working with for the past year or so. He got one hand over his mouth, and he was literally punching me with his other hand. So before it turned into a bit of a scene, I took him over to the coffee machine away from this big meeting. And I said, "What are you playing at? What's all this? No one normally punches my leg." And he told me to look at his laptop. So I looked at his laptop, and he showed me this diagram. And it looked exactly like the one I just saw on the wall. I'm like, "What, you copied their diagram? Well done." He said, "No." He said, "I did this a year ago. I did this diagram a year ago. I showed it to management. I showed it to everyone. And they just wouldn't have it from me. They didn't listen to me." And so the point of this story is, this company thought they needed experts. They hired these experts and paid them a ridiculous amount of money for something that could have been done in-house. In fact, it had been done in-house a year ago. So I'm not saying don't hire consultants. I'm not saying consultants are evil. But just be very careful, because I keep seeing this in organisations. We need an expert to tell us what to do. Maybe you actually don't. So anyway, I'm going to stop ranting here about consultants, because I know lots of good ones. And they're probably going to hate me now. And let's move on to the second hard part. Maybe I'm going to talk about some nice things. Or maybe I'm not. So, another problem I see, the big magical technology solutions. If we just buy this one tool, it will fix everything. Seriously, we've got an amazing company. We just need this one tool to unlock our potential. Has anyone ever seen this before? A couple of people? Okay, basically everyone. So, yeah, we see this. I'm guessing you're seeing it a lot then. So I see it a lot. If we just buy some technology solution, it will fix our problems. Only it usually doesn't. And this happened at another company I was working for. Similar kind of story. I've been brought in to help some engineering teams deliver software faster. I don't know why people think I'm good at this, but I'll keep trying until they realise I'm not. Similar kind of story though. I'm helping them deliver software faster. But we have a problem. We have a serious problem. We're trying to build these new services following those 3 tenets, kinda. But we keep hitting this bottleneck. The legacy IT system. Oh, we're trying to innovate faster. We're trying to build software faster. We're trying to put value in front of our customers faster. But we want to iterate every day, and this back-end system wants to iterate every 6 months. How can we fix it? So, thinking I'm clever, I wrote this proposal to the senior IT management, and I put in a few fancy architecture diagrams, and I thought to myself, great job, son. Those diagrams, they will convince them to fix this legacy IT systems, and you'll be a hero. Who thinks I'm the hero in this story? Good. So the next day, I got an email. We're having a meeting next week, next Friday, to talk about the things in your proposal. And I thought, oh, great. So at this point, I'm still thinking I'm the hero. I can't wait for this meeting, because this legacy IT system is driving me nuts. We have to fix it. It's holding the organisation back. It's just giving me so much frustration. I wanted to fix it. So we get to the meeting. I remember this day well. It was a hot, sunny day. People were dressed in shorts, really casual, and we were all just expecting some good news. And the senior IT man, he sat there at the end of the table. He's got his elbows on the table. He's looking, he needs business. And I thought to myself, he's going to fix that IT system. He's got that look in his face. But then he stood up and started speaking. And he said, programmers are a liability. The industry is moving towards generic rules, engines, and BPM tools, so we don't need programmers. We don't need to fix our legacy IT system. we don't need to deliver software faster. We just need a business process management system and a generic rules engine so the business people can do it all themselves. Genius. So I cried, and I cried, and I cried, and I quit. That's why I'm not the hero in this story. So here's how I see things. I've never worked at a company and thought, we absolutely need this specific piece of technology. And I have to be very careful because I'm working for Salesforce. But I've never ever once worked at a company and thought, we need this. A project management tool, an enterprise service bus. I've never seen anything that was absolutely necessary for that organization to deliver software faster or put value in front of their customers. And this is one of the hardest things that we need to solve. If you're doing a digital transformation, I know the word digital's in there, but forget about the technology. Just step back from the technology, please, because it's probably killing your developers and who else knows. So, if technology isn't the answer, if we can't just buy digital, we can't just buy agile, what do we need to do instead? I'm not moving on until someone guesses. Pardon? I can't hear you. Sorry, that was my fault. I asked you to speak and I can't even hear you. You should get one of these microphones, they're really good. Yeah, so we're heading in the right direction. Enabling cross-functional teams. So if we want to do digital transformation, it's not simply about getting to where people are using technology now, because when you get there, people will have moved on to something else. It's about having the capability to respond to changes and take advantage of whatever new technology pops up. And the first way to do that is by making decisions faster, moving quicker. We can't go fast if we have 3 levels of management sign-off for every decision. Sounds crazy, can't believe how many times I've seen it. Has anyone else seen that? We'd like to implement this feature, we need management to sign it off. Who need their management to sign it off? Who need their management to sign it off? Has anyone seen that? Oh, it's not just me then, I feel your pain. Equally, we can't just focus on the rituals. We can't just rename our project managers to Scrum Masters and expect magical things to happen. We have to start fixing the culture of allowing people to work faster, to make decisions faster. And it's difficult because a lot of managers, they like signing decisions off. Wait, you want me to let those teams make their own choices? That's my job. And I saw this, I've seen this so many times, and one time in particular, when I was working, can I tell you where I was working at the time? I'll tell you anyway and get in trouble later. When I was working in the UK government. So in the UK, has anyone heard of GDS in the UK government? So GDS are these people who came along in the UK government and said, the services we're creating, rubbish. We're wasting so much money outsourcing things. We're going to try and do things properly. We're going to look at how successful companies operate. We're going to build software that way in all of government and save loads of money. So I was brought into a government agency to help them start building things properly. I'm not sure how I convinced them to do that, but they hired me anyway. And I was working with the delivery teams, helping them deliver software faster. But we had this problem where it was not quite vertical. We had lots of handover phases and meetings with other teams. And the problem was management. I'm not beating up on managers, like consultants and managers. I'm not beating up on any of you. But the management didn't want to do that. So I was in this delivery team. We were having so many meetings to get any piece of work done. Like we wanted to add a text box to a web page. We had a meeting. There were 5 project managers to add a text box to a web page. The front-end project manager, the back-end project manager, the middle-tier project manager, the data project manager, a project manager from some consultancy who were buying software off. 5 consultants to put a text box on a web page. So we have these problems and the management have an issue. they've got a dilemma. Like, GDS are telling us we have to move to these cross-functional teams, but we don't want to. We don't want to give these teams power. The management really did not want to change. So what did they do? They did this. We will create the digital team, the agile team. So when GDS come knocking, we can say, look, we have an agile team. Look, we're doing a digital transformation because that team is called the digital team. Has anyone else seen this? So I probably don't need to tell you too much, but if you see this pattern in your organisation, you're doing it wrong. Seriously. I don't want to work in a team and have to have 5 meetings to put a text box on a web page. And the people in your company, they don't want to pay for that. So we need to be very careful of this pattern. And it actually has a name. It's called bimodal IT. And there are a lot of consultancies trying to push this idea. You can have slow-moving parts of your system and you can have fast-moving parts. But it's that same principle of you can have agile, you can do digital without changing. That's what they're trying to say to you. Do agile and digital on the front end of your system and leave the old back-end systems exactly how they are. But it just doesn't work because you still have the front and back-end separation. The back-end is the legacy IT system that slows you down. It just doesn't work. Makes you slow. So where do we need to get to? So I'm talking at a conference with Lean and Kanban in the title. I'm hoping I don't need to stress this point too much, but it's all about reducing the overall lead times. How can we do things quicker? When we have handover phases and coordination costs, that only slows us down. I won't talk any more about that and patronise you. So we need to get to these vertically aligned teams. We need to start having teams who can make decisions, implement them quickly, put them in front of customers and get feedback. Because if you don't, your competitors will, and they will out-iterate you. So that's where we need to get to. But one other thing we need to achieve is hard part 5, achieving end-to-end continuous delivery. Even if we move to these vertical teams, it's still not enough. If we can't implement software quickly, we still have that bottleneck in our system. And too often I've seen this. We start doing agile bits on the front end, we start moving to these kind of cross-functional teams, but we're scared to start iterating faster on our software. And we have the same kind of problems. When you're working in a team, you want to change a piece of code, you want to touch the database, oh, you can't do that without having 5 meetings. Oh, please. Way too slow. A team should own their full technology stack. The team who implements a business feature should own the software needed to implement that feature, the databases, so they can iterate quickly. Again, it comes back to the same basic principles of minimizing the collaborative costs and minimizing the overheads. And I think one of the key reasons many companies don't get to this, one of the things I see that's really difficult, is because they don't see software development as an investment. They don't understand, or they're just not familiar with the idea that the more we invest in our ability to develop software, the faster our whole organisation can go. And I see this a lot. Engineering becomes the bottleneck in the organisation. I'm not saying it's easy to get there. I'm just making a point that this is one of the hardest parts of digital transformation in my experience. And now I'm going to pick on more consultants. So look, I'm not picking on consultants. All I'm saying is, same kind of principle with outsourcing. You think we don't have the capability to develop software rapidly. We don't have the capabilities in-house to develop software at any kind of pace. We need to outsource it, which can work. I've seen it work for startups, get them off the ground. But the problem is, when you outsource things, you start introducing bottlenecks and handover phases. You have to create a specification document. You spend the next 5 days negotiating a price. You then wait for them to prioritize your work with all their other customers' work. And by the time they've implemented that feature for you, your competitors have iterated tens or hundreds of times. if they're Amazon millions of times in that 2 or 3 weeks. So be very careful and try and invest in your own capability, especially on your core parts of the system. Who's ready for a big one? A big hard part of digital transformation, I mean. Overcoming resistance to change. So, how can we fix this in a 5-minute slot in a 45-minute talk? Unfortunately, I don't give the answer to this one away for free. You'll need to pay for some of my consulting hours. However, I do want to talk about some of the things here. So the first thing is, I see resistance to change happening at all levels. It's not just developers, it's not just managers. I see it happening at all levels. So that's something to be aware of. But there's one thing I can give you to take away. Don't confuse resistance to change with confusion about change. So one of these companies I told you about earlier, I used to work with this lady, and she was 56 years old, and she used to say to me every single day, look, I don't want to know about all this continuous delivery stuff. I'm retiring in 4 years. You're wasting your time. You sit here pairing with me every day. You could be working on other things. And the problem was, she thought she couldn't change. Not she didn't want to change, she thought she couldn't change. But after a few months, she loved it. She got used to continuous delivery. She got used to the pairing up, the iterating quickly, the deploying every day. And she learned that quality is the whole team's responsibility. It didn't all fall on her shoulders. So she got used to it. So give people a chance. That's certainly my advice. When people don't want to change and they're in senior management, oh, can't fix that one for you, sorry. So let's get on to the last hard parts of digital transformation. Remembering it's about user needs. We get so excited by the technology, the agile. All the excitement of those things overshadows what's really the most important thing. It's all about the user needs. But we hear so many people talking about, put your customers first, put your users first. It's so easy to stand here and say you have to do that, which is why I'm not going to. I want to tell you a story about, again, when I worked in the UK government. So before I worked in the UK government, I had this idea in my head that every time I sat down and wrote code, it would get eventually built into a product and sent to some user. And I just had this picture in my head. There are users sitting there using this software, just marveling how amazing it is. The programmer who wrote this must be a genius. So fast, so easy to use. I can't believe this is even possible. What a genius he or she must be. And then I worked in the UK government. And one of the things those GDS people were talking about is user research. You must do user research. You must get your whole team involved in user research. So I'm there, I'm working in the UK government, we're building services for UK citizens as part of this digital transformation. And one day, the user researcher comes into the team and says, okay, it's time to do some user research. What she means is, I've done some user research, and now you're going to watch the videos. And we were like, oh, this is going to be amazing. We spend all day building and testing this software. We can whiz through a 15-page form in 30 seconds, so the users must be able to. It must be as easy for them as it is for us. And we were like, it's going to be amazing, hearing people saying how great we are. Wow, didn't work that way at all. So a user got to page 2 on the form and they were almost crying. You're going to send me to prison if I tell you the wrong thing. But you're going to send me to prison if I don't tell you anything. What if I say the wrong thing by mistake? You're going to send me to prison. Why is this page jumping over here? I click this button about car parks and now you're talking to me about air conditioning. I don't have air conditioning. Why the hell are you talking to me about air conditioning? Why is it when I click save, it doesn't save it? Why is it I came back to the form 3 days ago and it's completely different now? Why are you changing it all? And that was actually a massive wake-up call. Perhaps one of the biggest moments in my career when I realised, wow, we all need to see the consequences of our choices, of the software we build, the decisions we make, how it works, the business process. We all need to have that feedback. And it wasn't just me. So in this government agency, I can't say too many bad things about them, but there was a history of working in the old ways where the management would have ideas and they would push it onto the teams. But now we have the user research and we have to follow the user research. So at first, we'd have managers say, implement this new feature, put this big ball of text, which even a lawyer wouldn't understand, on the first page. And we're like, I don't understand that. I'm pretty sure the users won't understand that, but we can do some user research if you want to. Do some user research. They will love it. Okay. Do you think the users loved it? Do you think people loved reading lawyer speak that they didn't even understand a word of? Of course they didn't. It was quite awkward at first going back to management and saying, look, the users didn't like it. But it kind of worked because they had to watch the videos as well. So this just goes back to my point. Please, get your whole organisation involved in user research. And if it doesn't work for you, I'll give you a refund. If it does work for you, I want a split. If it does work for you, I want a split of your profits. So those are the 7 hard parts of digital transformation in my experience. Please don't make any of those mistakes. And I want you to take away these things. So completely forget digital and think about cultural transformation. And I'm sorry, I do hate the word culture, how it's become completely abused recently, but I couldn't find a better word. So firstly, it's about transforming the culture in your organisation so you have autonomous teams who can run experiments, get feedback from users and iterate very quickly. That will help you to build the right product and faster. It's a win-win. Secondly, you need the high-speed engineering capability to implement those ideas. Otherwise, your engineering team becomes the bottleneck and your whole organisation will just go very slow. And finally, as I just said, please, please, please transform the culture in your organisation to put your users first. And I'm not just saying put the users first, I'm telling you how to do this. Do lots of user research in your organisation. Get everyone involved in user research. Make people feel guilty for not doing user research and seeing how users feel about their choices. And I think that will make massive improvements in your organisation. So I would recommend reading this book. It's probably the best book I've seen on this topic. I don't even think it contains the word digital transformation, which is a pretty good sign. And if you'd like to keep in contact, here are my details. Thank you very much. So if there are any consultants or management or managers who want to beat me up, now's your 5 minutes.
Qui a une question?
So maybe it's a stupid question, but you seem to have a lot of experience with different people, different teams. Did you ever work as a consultant then? Or do you always work for a company?
Yeah. So like I said, I've worked as a consultant. I was one of the good consultants, obviously, for different companies. I worked as a consultant where I went around working inside companies, helping them to develop software faster. I've also worked for a consultancy who people would send their software to be outsourced. And I know a lot of the tricks those kind of consultancies play.
So maybe I can turn it into a question. So what would you advise consultants to be good consultants? Shortly.
So I don't think there's any specific test you can run to check if they're good or not. You can't just cut their skin and see if their blood's green. It's not quite that easy. But I think focusing on the three tenets we talked about the user first, the high-speed engineering capability, the culture of innovating fast and running experiments. I think if they're talking about those things, and they can explain to you how they're going to apply those at your company. That's probably a good sign to me.
Hello. You talk about digital transformation, and you said so it was about cultural transformation. How do you convince or push an organization for this cultural transformation? Because you give some action, but how you convince the management and stuff? Thank you.
So first I start with logic, then I threaten to rage quit, and then I do quit. That's how I do it. So firstly, it's about saying, look, we can develop software faster if we do X, Y, Z, like pointing out bottlenecks in their system. Like for example, we had a meeting last week. This isn't last week, not where I work now. We had a meeting last week. There were 5 project managers and 20 people to put a text box on a web page. Do you not think you're wasting money there? What if I told you there's an easier way? What if I showed you some articles about how different companies develop software? Because you don't need to waste that much money. So that's what I mean by starting with logic. But then you kind of hit the people who don't want to change. And that's when it gets difficult. And that's when I cry and quit. I cry a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonsoir. Et je crois que c'est la dernière session du jour, donc merci d'être courageux qui sont restés jusqu'au bout. Ce soir, je vais essayer de vous convaincre que ce mouvement dont on vient de parler, la transition digitale, la transformation numérique, appelez-le comme vous voulez, est un facteur important d'un autre mouvement qu'on voit se déployer aujourd'hui, qui est la libération du travail dans les corporations, et on voit aussi beaucoup de collectifs de développeurs émerger, Mango, Epidev, etc. Et on va essayer de relier les deux. Et pour ça, je vous invite d'abord à explorer cette question de pourquoi on fait des entreprises. Pourquoi on fait des boîtes? Pourquoi notre monde économique est fait de plein de petites pyramides fermées, on appelle ça une boîte, qui interagissent entre elles. À l'extérieur, c'est plutôt du multipoint, du point à point, et avec des interfaces très précisément définies à l'intérieur. C'est un économiste qui s'est posé cette question-là en 1945, Ronald Coase. Il a écrit un article sur la nature de la firme, un des articles les plus cités dans la science économique, où il se dit, mais c'est bizarre parce que normalement, dans une économie en concurrence pure et parfaite, je trouve sur le marché le meilleur produit au meilleur prix, ou produit ou service, et donc j'ai juste besoin de faire ce que je fais le mieux, et puis tout le reste, je le trouve sur le marché. Alors je pense que beaucoup d'entre vous sont au courant, on ne vit pas dans un monde pur et parfait, et du coup, le système ne marche pas bien parce que, disons que j'ai besoin de pousser une brouette avec mes briques à l'intérieur. Pour trouver un pousseur de brouette, il faut que je passe mon annonce dans le journal, il faut que je compare les prix, il faut que je choisisse mon fournisseur, etc. Ça me coûte très cher, tout ça pour pousser une brouette, et je n'ai pas vraiment besoin du meilleur pousseur de brouette du monde. Et surtout en 1945, il n'y avait pas Internet, donc les appels d'offres, c'était compliqué. Et donc, en sus du travail vraiment de pousser la brouette, il y a tout un effort qu'on appelle le coût de transaction, qui consiste à récolter des informations sur le marché, les compiler et les comparer, donc traiter ces informations-là pour prendre sa décision. Alors pour éliminer ce coût de transaction, on a inventé le salariat. On a dit, maintenant, moi, l'entrepreneur visionnaire, je veux construire une maison, je vais prendre un gars qui m'a l'air solide. Je sais que ce n'est pas le meilleur pousseur de bois du monde, mais c'est pas grave, parce que je sais que demain à 9h, il sera là au point fixé, et après-demain et après-après-demain aussi, je peux commencer à planifier mon action, parce que de toute façon, il sera payé qu'à la fin du mois. Et après-demain, je sais que ce n'est pas le meilleur maçon du monde, mais il montera mon mur. Et finalement, le fait que ce ne soit pas le meilleur du monde et pas le meilleur prix du monde est largement offseté, je le récupère par le fait que je n'ai pas de coût de transaction. Ça marche très bien. Du coup, mon business prospère, je prends un deuxième, un troisième, un 10e salarié, puis au bout de 10, je commence à réaliser qu'en fait, j'ai toujours un coût de transaction interne, en fait, qui consiste tous les soirs à récolter, à demander à chacun qu'est-ce que tu as fait, donc je collecte de l'information, traiter, compiler, comparer, je processe l'information et je la renvoie, en redonnant des ordres et les feuilles de route à chacun pour la journée de demain. Alors moi, je n'ai pas trop le temps, je suis entrepreneur, visionnaire, tout ça, j'ai plein de rêves à réaliser, et du coup, qu'est-ce que je fais? J'embauche un superviseur en lui disant, tiens, toi, tu vas gérer mon coût de transaction interne, hop, et je me suis redébarrassé de mon coût de transaction à un certain coût. Et puis quand j'ai dit superviseur, je mets un superviseur de superviseur, et vous connaissez la chanson, à la fin, on a une magnifique pyramide. Alors, ça, c'était très efficace, finalement, puisque c'était le modèle, la forme pyramidale, était la manière optimale de traiter, de minimiser ce coût de transaction. Alors, mais ce coût de transaction, qu'est-ce que c'est concrètement? Comme je vous disais tout à l'heure, collecter de l'information, donc des télécoms, de la communication, traiter de l'information, la compiler, d'accord, donc du traitement d'information, et ensuite la renvoyer dans l'autre sens. Ça, c'est des technologies qui, aujourd'hui, sont en train de faire des progrès mirobolants. Tous les ans, peut-être le rapport performance-prix du traitement et des communications double tous les ans. Ce qui veut dire qu'en théorie, ma pyramide, là, elle devrait maigrir 2 fois 2 tous les ans. Ce qu'elle ne fait pas. Je ne sais pas s'il y a beaucoup de gens ici qui travaillent dans des entreprises qui maigrissent 2 fois 2 tous les ans. Elles maigrissent un petit peu, mais on n'en est pas là. C'est ce qu'on appelle d'ailleurs, un autre économiste américain il appelait ça le paradoxe de Solow, enfin lui-même s'appelait Solow, pardon, et il disait We can see the computer age everywhere except in productivity statistics. C'est quand même bizarre, parce qu'on a plein d'ordinateurs et tout, et les productivités n'augmentent pas. Alors, il a dit ça avant Internet, on a quand même fait des efforts depuis, mais il n'en reste pas moins que, a priori, plus on va avancer et mieux on va maîtriser la circulation d'informations, moins ce paradigme, ce modèle d'organisation pyramidale va faire de sens. Alors du coup, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire à la place? Pour ça, il faut revenir du coup à l'échelle la plus granulaire, la plus élémentaire dans une organisation, l'être humain, et voir comment les êtres humains interagissent avant de pouvoir les organiser. Alors je vais vous proposer un modèle, il y en a sûrement plein d'autres, je vais en proposer un assez simple, qui propose de voir en fait entre les interactions, entre les êtres humains, 5 sortes de flux d'échanges. Les flux matériels qu'on a inventés depuis qu'on a inventé la propriété privée. Un jour, quelqu'un a dessiné une frontière, a dit ce terrain m'appartient, tout ce qui en sort m'appartient. Depuis, on peut faire des échanges de biens, on peut se promettre des choses dans le futur, etc. Et puis, il y a un moment, c'était quand même pas très pratique parce que, bon, moi, mes fraises, elles sortent en mai et toi, tes pommes en octobre. Donc, on se fait une reconnaissance de dette, etc. Et puis, on commence à inventer la monnaie. C'est ce qu'on appelle les deux flux marchands, qui sont des flux qui sont des inventions humaines. Mais heureusement, à côté de ça, on n'est pas des robots. Et on a aussi des flux qu'on va appeler non marchands, on va voir pourquoi, qui sont plus naturels, organiques, qui sont les échanges de connaissances, les échanges de confiance et les échanges de sentiments. Et ça, ce n'est pas une invention de l'homme. Ça, d'ailleurs, même les animaux en sont dotés. Quand le lion s'approche du troupeau de gazelles, il y a un chef du troupeau, donc il y a la confiance de tout le troupeau, qui partage la connaissance, l'information sur le lion, ça crée de la peur, ça leur sauve la vie. Mais ces trois flux-là, je les appelle non marchands parce qu'ils ont des caractéristiques un petit peu qui les rendent un peu compliqués à manipuler. La première, c'est qu'ils sont abondants. Je vous partage une connaissance, je ne l'oublie pas. La deuxième, c'est que je n'ai pas besoin d'enlever ma confiance à une personne pour la donner à une autre. Voilà. La deuxième, c'est qu'ils ne sont pas mesurables, c'est très subjectif, évidemment. Vous ne pouvez pas dire j'ai 13,37 de confiance dans mon médecin. Puis c'est pour réparer ma mobilette, ça va être autre chose. Donc on peut essayer de mettre des scorings, etc., des KPI, mais on ne peut pas vraiment avoir entre deux prix Nobel de physique, lequel est le plus fort. Et enfin, ils ne sont pas permanents. Ils sont autant un objet matériel ou l'argent, vous le mettez dans un coffre, vous l'enfermez dans le noir pendant 2 jours, vous revenez, ils sont toujours là. Ils n'ont pas bougé, toujours les mêmes. Autant vous, si vous êtes de bonne humeur, très joyeux, je vous enferme 2 jours dans le noir et que je reviens, et à part si vous êtes Mathieu Ricard, normalement, vous êtes moins de bonne humeur, quoi. Et donc ces flux non marchands, qui sont évidemment pas très malléables et pas très faciles à manipuler dans une entreprise, en étaient pas mal éliminés. Mais si on veut revenir à reconstruire une organisation, il faut repartir de la base et repartir des interactions qu'on a entre les personnes. Et alors, ces flux-là, justement, sont revenus un petit peu sur le devant de la scène au milieu du XXe siècle, quand a commencé à se développer ce qu'on appelait la psychologie positive, et la psychologie sociale, et en particulier la psychologie positive, où, en gros, des gens comme Maslow se sont rendus compte, Maslow avec sa fameuse pyramide, que vous connaissez tous, se sont rendus compte que quand les gens étaient heureux, ils bossaient mieux, quand ils étaient motivés, ils étaient plus productifs, etc. etc. Et donc, on s'est dit, ah, là, il y a un truc pour rendre les gens plus productifs. Et c'est sympa, on fait plein d'expériences de laboratoire avec des cobayes dans les universités, etc. Puis à un moment, il faut transposer ça dans l'entreprise pour rendre l'entreprise plus productive. Et là, malheureusement, les mecs en bas là, qui poussent leur brouette, ils n'ont pas trop le temps. Le fondateur, entrepreneur visionnaire là-haut, il est un peu tout seul. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on se dit? Ah, les superviseurs, tous les corps intermédiaires là. On va aller les voir et on va leur dire bah, c'est vous qui allez le gérer. Et on va leur taper sur l'épaule et leur dire bravo, maintenant tu n'es plus superviseur, tu es manager. Ce qui implique deux fonctions, la fonction de superviseur de router de l'information pour gérer le coût de transaction comme avant. Et un deuxième rôle qui est plus un rôle de leader, qui consiste à inspirer les valeurs, à expliquer la vision de l'entreprise, du patron, à être un rôle modèle pour les staffs, etc. Et dans finalement un job de manager, il y a ces deux composantes. Composante du manager superviseur et la composante du manager leader. Alors au début on a eu des petits problèmes parce qu'on a commencé à... On s'est assez vite rendu compte que en fait, le meilleur ouvrier n'était pas le meilleur manager, parce que c'est pas parce qu'on est bon à la production qu'on va être bon au leadership. Mais bon, on a commencé à mettre en place des méthodes pour essayer de détecter ceux qui seront des bons leaders, etc. On a réalisé un deuxième problème, qui est que le travail de leadership, il n'est pas finalement assignable comme ça, top-down à quelqu'un. On ne peut pas dire à quelqu'un, bon voilà, maintenant tu es leader, parce que la définition du leader, c'est vous êtes leader quand des gens décident de vous suivre, quand vous avez été capable de convaincre les gens de vous suivre. Puis le troisième problème qui a émergé, c'est que les leaders, comme ils manipulent ces fameux flux non marchands, ils essayent d'inspirer les gens, ils sont dans des relations de réputation, ils sont beaucoup plus difficiles à contrôler dans leur travail de leader qu'il est facile de contrôler leur travail de superviseur. Parce que router de l'information, vous pouvez voir combien les gens processent de mails, les flux marchands, vous pouvez voir combien il y a de produits qui sortent de l'usine, etc. Et donc on a beau avoir des beaux discours qui demandent au manager d'équilibrer les deux tâches, si vous ouvrez votre boîte mail et que vous regardez les 100 mails que vous avez reçus aujourd'hui, il y a quand même beaucoup de pression qui se fait, puisqu'elle est faisable sur votre travail de superviseur que sur votre travail de leader. Alors, heureusement, quand même, je vous montre un petit exemple, si j'arrive à rallumer ce truc-là, d'une plateforme qui a bien compris ce que c'était que les flux non marchands. C'est Facebook. Une énorme usine qui brasse en permanence les flux non marchands, en permettant à des gens de poster de la connaissance. Voilà, j'écris mon petit article. Puis j'y attache un petit smiley, donc j'envoie des émotions. Je poste ça. Les gens vont me liker, m'envoyer de la reconnaissance, me repartager, me donner encore plus de la réputation, parce que vous dites attendez, lisez ce qu'elle dit, machin, c'est hyper important. Et puis rajouter leur petite dose de connaissances en mettant des commentaires, etc. etc. Alors, est-ce que... Oui, c'est projeté. Alors, mais heureusement, chasser le naturel, il revient au galop. Ce qui se passe dans les organisations, voilà, bon, là, ça c'était l'exemple de Facebook. Ce qui se passe dans les organisations, c'est que derrière, finalement, vous avez beau essayer de coller les gens dans un modèle pyramidal avec les traits noirs que vous connaissez bien. La réalité des organisations, c'est les traits de couleur. Là. La réalité des organisations, c'est que dedans, il y a des vraies personnes qui se parlent à la machine à café, qui se parlent le soir, qui ont bossé ensemble dans le passé, qui veulent rebosser ensemble, qui ont fait leurs études ensemble, etc. Et donc, finalement, première constatation, le modèle pyramidal qui était là pour optimiser des flux d'informations est de moins en moins utile, puisque les flux d'informations sont optimisés par la technologie, par l'information liquide. Et au contraire, les flux en couleur que vous voyez là, qui sont des flux non marchands, sont renforcés par l'information numérique, qui sont renforcés grâce aux technologies de communication, parce que justement, cette information liquide, c'est quoi l'information? Pourquoi je dis l'information liquide? C'est oui, l'information qui circule en toutes petites gouttes, les petits tweets de 140 caractères. C'est de l'information qui circule sans frottement, qui va à l'autre bout du monde pour un coût à peu près nul. Et puis l'information liquide, c'est aussi de l'information, comme tous les liquides, qui épouse la forme du récipient. C'est aussi... alors là, dans l'occurrence, les récipients, c'est notre cerveau. Et les algorithmes vont être capables de nous envoyer le bon format, donc des textes longs, des textes courts, le matin, le soir, de la vidéo, etc., en fonction de notre propre appétence et capacité d'absorption. Et donc, cette information liquide rend les échanges beaucoup plus transparents et permet d'entretenir beaucoup mieux, beaucoup plus de relations, même dans les flux non marchands, hein, puisque l'information... alors, on peut envoyer de l'argent avec de l'information liquide, ça s'appelle un virement, mais comme vous avez vu tout à l'heure, j'envoie un smiley, j'envoie une émotion à travers l'information liquide, j'envoie une connaissance, j'envoie une relation. Alors, ben, c'est tout simplement, la réalité qu'il faut accepter, ces relations de couleurs. Et donc dans notre entreprise, j'ai créé en 2006 une entreprise de services numériques, on est 250. On s'est dit, si on veut être en avance sur les modes d'organisation, il faut tout simplement accepter le fait que voilà, le noir se dissout et que les liens de couleur, ce sont ceux qui vont rester. Alors, comment on accélère la disparition des traits noirs? Tout simplement, puisqu'ils sont là pour router l'information, il faut permettre à l'information de mieux arriver à la bonne personne au bon moment, au bon endroit. 3 grands leviers que vous allez reconnaître dans les facteurs de transformation numérique. D'abord, il faut des messages plus courts, il faut arrêter les mails de 15 pages, donc on bascule sur des modes type chat, des modes type mobile, où vous envoyez des petits messages, voilà, des SMS, où c'est pas 2 jours à mettre des falbalas ou à rappeler ce qui s'est passé. Ensuite, réintégrer les flux non marchands dans les conversations. Donc, usage des smileys. Voilà, si votre patron se met à envoyer des smileys, il n'est pas devenu gâteux ou il n'est pas en crise de la quarantaine, c'est juste qu'il est en train de réintroduire les flux non marchands dans l'organisation. Voilà, les photos, vous pouvez aller jusqu'au chat, au gif animé. Hein. Enfin, voilà, ce qui compte, c'est d'arriver à reprendre le langage des émotions dans ces échanges. Et le 3e facteur hyper important, c'est doter son organisation, sa structure, d'un algorithme qui va être capable de prendre une information que j'ai produite, que j'ai postée, la lire, sortir les mots-clés, voir qui d'autre dans l'organisation parle du même sujet, qui d'autre like tout ce que je dis, ou qui d'autre est-ce que moi-même je suis, et se dire, ça va intéresser Gertrude, Astrid et Eudes, et pousser cette information-là aux bonnes personnes. Et ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle un réseau social. Depuis quelque temps, le terme de bulle de filtre se banalise. C'est ce problème d'echo chamber où il y a un algorithme qui vous redonne les informations qui vous intéressent. Et c'est ça, c'est la substantifique moelle d'un réseau social, c'est ça. Un réseau social, c'est pas un forum, c'est pas j'ai un compte, j'ai des followers, je like et je mets des commentaires. Un réseau social, c'est quand il y a un algorithme derrière qui est capable d'analyser ce que vous dites et de le pousser à la bonne personne au bon moment, dans le format qui va lui convenir le mieux, mobile, écran, etc., pour maximiser sa capacité d'absorption et être en harmonie avec le reste de son organisation, puisque du coup, elle ne rate rien et en même temps, elle n'est pas noyée dans l'infobésité qui nous guette à mesure qu'on reçoit de plus en plus d'emails. Voilà. Et une fois que cette plateforme est en place, on peut alors commencer à dérouler sur cette plateforme d'échange, de communication, décidément, les piliers de l'organisation, alors d'une organisation libre finalement, puisque du coup tout le monde est informé, et on peut prendre ses décisions en son âme et conscience. Alors là, je vous donne le résultat que ça fait chez nous. Je vous montre, le résultat que ça fait chez nous, c'est-à-dire qu'on a demandé à chaque individu d'indiquer qui sont ses influenceurs. D'accord? Puisque, comme on disait tout à l'heure, vous êtes leader quand quelqu'un décide de vous suivre. Bon. Alors, vous avez vu sur les traits de couleur tout à l'heure, il y a des petits commentaires rigolos et tout ça. Évidemment, on n'a pas demandé ce niveau de détail. On a juste dit à chacun, voilà, vous, quelles sont les personnes qui vous influencent? Soit parce que vous travaillez tous les jours au quotidien sur le même projet et vous leur faites confiance. Donc, quand elles vous donnent du feedback, vous en tenez compte. Voilà, on appelait ça des influenceurs de proximité. Soit vous avez ce qu'on appelle des rôles modèles, enfin finalement des leaders, hein, ce sont des gens vraiment que vous admirez, qui ont des compétences que vous voudriez avoir, qui sont un peu des ceintures noires sur vos sujets, que ce soit la relation client, le Java ou la négociation, la résolution de problèmes. Et ces gens-là, qui sont des rôles modèles pour vous, ils ont peut-être un petit peu moins de temps, parce qu'ils vont être un petit peu plus seniors. C'est en fait, finalement, vos influenceurs leaders, qu'on a appelés, nous, en l'occurrence, spirituels. Et une fois que tout le monde a rempli cette information-là, on obtient dans notre RP un système de follower-followé, finalement, c'est un peu comme Twitter, où chacun indique qui est la personne, quelles sont les personnes qui les influencent le plus. Ce qui donne un graphe social, on va essayer de zoomer un petit peu, qui est finalement un peu l'équivalent d'un org chart dans notre organisation, où, par là c'est un peu le bazar. Voilà. Bon, c'est un algorithme qui agence les points là, donc c'est pas tous les jours. Alors, voilà. Et on voit émerger du coup dans l'organisation des patterns. Hein. D'ailleurs, là vous pouvez voir dans la zone violette une équipe qui est fortement pyramidale en fait. Elle est restée pyramidale. Parce que dans cette équipe, il se trouve qu'il y a plein de petits jeunes qui font de la saisie, donc des jobs qu'ils vont faire pendant 2 ans de manière plus ou moins alimentaire pour repartir derrière. Ils ont choisi de les faire, mais ils ne vont pas y rester 107 ans. Ils sont très jeunes. Et il y a un senior qui a lui 10 ans de boîte, qui gère la relation client, qui a une expérience internationale. Et du coup, de facto, il irradie tellement fort que tout le monde se met sous ses ordres, quoi. Alors que si vous allez voir plutôt du côté de nos développeurs, du coup, c'est une joyeuse pagaille parce que du côté des devs, vous avez des gars qui... vous avez des gars qui sont plus ou moins seniors dans différents sujets. Donc, il y en a qui vont être plutôt influencés par le tech lead, d'autres par le senior QA, d'autres par les business analysts, etc. Et du coup, on voit qu'il y a plus de mèches. Vu qu'il y a plus d'offres en seniorité, les gens se permettent de choisir plus à gauche à droite. Voilà. Et sur la base de cette infrastructure, donc de relations, mais qui ne sont plus, hein, excusez-moi d'insister, qui ne sont plus des relations d'abord qui ont été imposées top-down, et d'autre part qui ne sont pas des relations d'autorité, mais des relations d'influence. C'est-à-dire, moi j'ai choisi, moi j'avoue, j'exprime le fait que cette personne m'influence. On a une plateforme sur laquelle on peut opérer les grands principes des organisations qu'on appelle libres, ou entreprises libérées, ou organisations opales, style. Voilà, c'est comme toujours, hein, quand les mouvements naissent, il y a plein de noms et plein de vocabulaire, mais dont les grandes lignes sont le fait d'avoir on va les analyser en détail, le fait d'avoir un purpose, donc un why, un start with why, un meaning, etc. Et ce qui est important, parce que comme il n'y a pas un chef pour me dire ce que je dois faire, donc c'est moi qui dois pouvoir prendre mes initiatives, et pour ça, il faut que je sache dans quelle direction on va, et il faut que tout le monde aille dans la même direction. Alors pour ça, il y a un job qui est important, qui est de faire briller cette fameuse grande étoile du Nord qui représente le purpose, le why. Donc on l'a défini, et moi, mon job maintenant, c'est d'en parler tout le temps à tout le monde pour s'assurer que tout le monde regarde dans la même direction. Alors, les technologies numériques sont très utiles pour moi parce que du coup, ça, je peux le faire de manière continue et répétée au travers des réseaux sociaux, des Facebook, etc. Mais aussi, ils sont très importants parce qu'ils créent parce que ça, c'est juste un usage broadcast du réseau social, ce que je viens de décrire, ce qui est un peu qui existait déjà avant. Mais aussi, ils permettent la transparence qui est permise par la fluidité de l'information, fait que quand il y en a un qui va partir un petit peu sur le côté, son voisin va pouvoir lui dire « Non, attends, on va là-bas, n'oublie pas ». Ce qu'on appelle « everybody is a sensor ». Tout le monde est un détecteur, puisque tout le monde voit tout le monde en théorie, mais en pratique, évidemment, on voit les personnes qui nous entourent les plus proches. Le deuxième facteur important de ces organisations, c'est ce qu'on appelle la wholeness, c'est-à-dire le fait de ne pas mettre un masque entre qui on est dans la vie à la maison et qui on est au travail. Voilà. Alors je ne parle pas de l'intime et de l'extime, il faut préserver sa vie intime autant qu'on en a, enfin, à coûte que coûte. Mais par contre, le fait de, par exemple, ne pas se comporter de la même manière, de dire non mais là je peux lui faire une crasse, un coup de poignard dans le dos, c'est pas grave, c'est strictement professionnel, c'est pas possible dans une entreprise où chacun s'attend à ce que les autres suivent des codes plus amicaux, sociétaux, de relations de personnes, quoi. Et encore une fois, ce comportement-là, il est permis par la transparence, qui va faire que finalement tout le monde vous voit, et là pour le coup, même pas seulement à l'intérieur de l'organisation, mais aussi dehors, parce que vous allez vous mettre à vous exprimer sur les réseaux sociaux, donc qui sont parfois très publics, sur Twitter, etc., ou sur LinkedIn, et vous allez, chacun va avoir un besoin d'alignement entre, de gérer sa marque personnelle, son personal branding, et d'avoir un alignement complet dans son comportement. Et enfin, le gros morceau dont on parle souvent dans les organisations libérées, ce qu'on appelle le self-management, c'est-à-dire la capacité le fait que personne ne donne un ordre à quelqu'un d'autre. Donc, ça veut dire que si je veux prendre une décision, c'est à moi de le décider. Si je veux changer quelque chose, c'est à moi de le décider sur la base de ce qu'on appelle une tension, c'est-à-dire un écart entre ce que je vois et ce que je voudrais voir. Et ça sort de mes tripes. Je ressens cette tension et du coup, je prends ma décision. Et la règle d'or pour pouvoir y aller, prendre ma décision, c'est d'en parler avec deux sortes de personnes. Les personnes qui vont être impactées par ma décision, ça paraît logique. Et tout aussi logique, les personnes qui sont expertes sur le sujet, puisque c'est elles qui pourront être de bons conseils. Voilà. Donc si on prend un exemple très concret, mon salaire, j'ai envie d'échanger mon salaire ou j'ai envie de me donner un bonus, avec qui j'en parle? Les personnes qui vont être impactées, c'est-à-dire les gens de mon équipe qui sont autour de moi, parce que si pour le même travail je suis payé double, ça va leur poser un problème, donc eux aussi ils vont vouloir réviser leur salaire. Et puis en plus, ils ont une vue directe sur la qualité de mon travail, puisqu'on travaille au quotidien ensemble, donc ils vont pouvoir me donner un feedback intéressant. Et puis qui vont être les experts? Les experts, ça va être des gens qui sont suffisamment seniors pour avoir une vue assez large, pour pouvoir comparer mon salaire avec ceux du marché, ou avec le salaire avec beaucoup d'autres personnes de l'entreprise, donc des gens qui vont être un petit peu plus, je dirais, ceinture noire dans l'organisation, des gens qui vont avoir beaucoup décidément, des gens qui vont avoir beaucoup de followers, donc les gros points du réseau que vous voyez, que vous allez voir apparaître ici. Et qui sont en fait, ce que j'appelais tout à l'heure, mes influenceurs spirituels, donc mes leaders. Donc je réunis ces personnes-là, et encore une fois, c'est là que le graphe est utile pour une personne donnée. Elle va réunir ses influenceurs, elle va en discuter avec eux, leur demander leur avis, voir ce qu'elles pensent être socialement acceptable, voir ce qu'elles leur récupérer du feedback, et jusqu'au point où la personne sera ensuite suffisamment en confiance pour dire à tout le monde dans l'entreprise, donc nous, on a un réseau social interne, c'est Google+, mais ça pourrait être autre chose, pour dire devant tout le monde, voilà, maintenant moi j'étais à temps et je m'augmente à temps. Avec suffisamment de confiance que si jamais quelqu'un me challenge, mes influenceurs vont sauter à ma rescousse, et c'est eux qui vont me défendre et pas moi, pour résister pour justifier plutôt, pas résister, mais pour justifier la décision que j'ai pu prendre. Et évidemment, s'ils ne me défendent pas, ça se passe mal pour moi. Donc c'est important de gérer, d'avoir cette awareness, cette conscience des gens qui m'entourent et des gens qui comptent pour moi. Voilà, donc alors là, je vous ai donné l'exemple qu'on me demande tout le temps sur l'augmentation du salaire, mais finalement, c'est tous les Le même principe s'applique aussi, par exemple, si vous voulez faire une demande d'achat, où vous allez dire, ben voilà, moi j'ai une tension, je trouve que mon téléphone est cassé, je voudrais en avoir un autre. Vous allez en discuter avec les gens qui vous entourent, et vous allez en discuter avec le gars qui est expert, le geek de service qui connaît tous les modèles de téléphone et les prix. Et comme tout le monde va lui demander à lui, ben, ça va créer une homogénéité dans le parc, forcément, parce qu'il va donner les mêmes conseils à tout le monde. Mais en même temps, il y a une tolérance pour des exceptions, parce que si moi j'arrive à le convaincre que non, non, mais moi j'ai besoin du 7+, machin, parce que ceci, cela, j'ai besoin du test, pour des besoins de test client, une fois que lui, il va dire à tout le monde, non, non, mais oui, lui, il a un 7+, c'est normal, vous êtes safe, quoi. Et encore une fois, tout se fait finalement par ce jeu d'influence et on peut même dire, enfin oui, c'est ce qu'on appelle de la pression sociale, quoi. Donc c'est pas Big Brother, au sens où il n'y a pas une personne en haut d'une tour qui surveille tout le monde, mais la transparence crée plein de jeux d'influence locale, où finalement tout le monde est un sensor, tout le monde capte un petit peu ce qui se passe dans l'organisation, et peut jouer de son poids, de son influence. Évidemment, plus vous avez de followers, plus vous avez d'influence, pour faire évoluer les directions et la conscience du groupe dans la direction choisie. Avec un petit corollaire amusant, intéressant, c'est que du coup, comme je vous l'ai décrit, une augmentation de salaire, vous en discutez avec 4-5 personnes autour de vous que vous connaissez bien dans un climat de bienveillance, puisque vous les avez choisis. Et donc c'est in fine pas si compliqué que ça. Mais par contre, une décision du type allez, on va déménager tout le monde d'un bureau vers un autre parce qu'on en a marre des bureaux fermés et on veut un open space, là ça devient beaucoup plus compliqué puisque vous ne pouvez pas juste aller convaincre un chef qui va dire top-down ouais, finalement voilà, et puis les autres la ferment. Et donc il vous faut utiliser vos talents de social engineering et concrètement, voilà, nous on a voulu déménager 150 personnes. On avait un bâtiment de 150 personnes, il y avait 4-5 personnes qui voulaient déménager, elles se retrouvaient à organiser des apéros, faire de la propagande sur les réseaux sociaux, envoyer des photos des locaux des autres, dire ah, ça serait quand même mieux que ce soit comme ça, puis régulièrement ils faisaient des petits sondages pour voir ce que les gens pensent et si les gens votent ou pas, si ça leur tient à cœur. Et il y a un seuil, au moment où ils ont eu 80% de vote pro-déménagement, ben, les activistes, je dirais, qui voulaient faire des déménagements, se sont sentis suffisamment en confiance pour passer à l'acte. Alors c'est 80% sur 50% de votants, donc en fait c'est 40% des votants. Mais voilà, il se trouve qu'avec leur seniorité individuelle, déjà, ils étaient suffisamment confiants pour aller plus loin. Voilà, donc le mouvement, voilà, j'espère que vous voyez maintenant un petit peu mieux les corrélations et les enjeux en fait qu'on peut voir entre le fait de pouvoir démarrer, de pouvoir transformer une organisation en organisation libre. Et moi, c'est ça que je vais appeler, à mon sens, c'est ça une transformation numérique. Vous n'avez pas transformé votre organisation tant que vous n'avez pas libéré la parole, elle n'est pas devenue horizontale, etc. Et ça, si vous n'avez pas de numérique, la seule, il ne faut pas être trop radical, mais en gros, la manière de le faire il y a 20 ans, quand il n'y avait pas Internet, c'était d'avoir des gens qui avaient un charisme suffisamment dingue pour finalement passer dans les couloirs une fois par mois et ils vous touchent sur l'épaule et voilà, vous avez vu le Christ et puis vous tenez à carreau parce que vous ressentez sa bienveillance. Mais aujourd'hui, avec les techniques numériques, on peut au contraire tout simplement, alors il faut toujours travailler pour maintenir un climat de bienveillance, mais on peut sans avoir un grand gourou qui inspire tout le monde au quotidien, amener une organisation vers des managements horizontaux, des modes d'organisation horizontaux. Voilà, est-ce que j'ai été assez clair? Il y a une question? Non? Ça vous parle? Je ne sais pas trop dans quelle minute. Oui? Ouais, c'est critique, c'est crucial.
S'assurer qu'il n'y ait pas finalement un leader charismatique qui fait un push dans son coin, qui a son clan, qui fait un peu sa voix. Parce que je trouve que ce que tu décris, je trouve que c'est intéressant. Et je trouve que c'est super dangereux. On a l'impression d'avoir la bienveillance qui est un peu en bon vouloir de chacun, de ce que j'ai pu comprendre.
Ouais. Alors effectivement, faut essayer. Ce qui empêche de dormir, c'est le syndrome de la cour de récré, et voilà, du caïd, etc. Et ce qui est horrible, c'est qu'il faut alors parce qu'il y a une manière très simple de régler ce problème, c'est de virer l'élément nuisible ou de lui couper la parole, mais évidemment, c'est pas ce qu'il faut faire, exactement. Et donc il faut accepter d'avoir mis en place une plateforme que lui aussi, l'élément nocif, va utiliser pour propager sa parole, et ne pas profiter d'un abus de pouvoir pour dire « Ah ben non, toi, tu n'as pas le droit à t'exprimer sur le réseau, etc. » Donc il faut, c'est un peu le syndrome de la neutralité du net, hein, de la neutralité des plateformes. Donc il faut accepter le fait que la plateforme soit neutre, et pour tout le monde, et ensuite se retrouver sur cette plateforme à essayer d'avoir celui qui a les plus belles idées et d'être le plus convaincant et le plus engageant pour que l'autre se retrouve progressivement avec de moins en moins de support. Et alors, parfois ça s'autorégule. Parfois ça s'autorégule tout seul. Donc il y a un gars. Alors c'est un autre problème de l'organisation. Il y a un gars qui s'augmente de manière démesurée alors qu'il n'a pas très bien performé. Et ben, le premier commentaire qu'il prend en lui disant « Dis donc, je comprends pas, t'as pas bien livré et tout, on a dû bosser pour rattraper le projet et puis c'est un peu beaucoup ce que tu te donnes. » Le premier, il est un peu calme comme ça. Le deuxième, il s'énerve un peu plus. Le troisième, il s'énerve un peu plus. Et le quatrième, c'est ce qu'on appelle du flaming sur Internet, quoi. C'est-à-dire que les gens, à la fin, ils se lâchent. Et franchement, je pense qu'on peut aller au prud'homme pour harcèlement moral. Enfin, ça devient pas très, des attaques personnelles, etc. Et ça a été un grand moment de solitude pour moi parce que je me rangeais les ongles en me disant c'est horrible, c'est inhumain de faire ça. Et en même temps, si j'interviens, il va y en avoir plein d'autres, quoi. Alors il y en a eu un, puis après il n'y en a plus parce que les gens ne sont pas fous, ils ont compris. Mais j'ai dû laisser faire un, et ce qui a beaucoup choqué, mais personnellement, mon éducation plus républicaine. Voilà. Alors lui, il se trouve que du coup, il a step back. Voilà, il a fini par craquer. Mais on a eu un gars, alors qui lui s'augmentait pas, mais qui était vraiment un mauvais coucheur. Il venait 1 heure, il rentrait chez lui, il avait un deuxième business, il revenait 1 heure en fin de journée, etc. Et lui, les gens n'arrivaient pas à le sortir, en fait. Et donc ils sont venus me voir en me disant « Duc, il faut que tu nous aides, il faut que tu le vires ». Et on ne l'a pas viré comme ça, mais on a fait le jeu de la pression sociale. Donc je suis allé voir, je lui ai mis la main sur l'épaule, on a discuté, on a dit « Ah bah alors, t'as pas de projet, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ah bah on va trouver un projet ». Je suis allé sur les réseaux sociaux, j'ai dit à tout le monde « Ah, qui a un projet pour lui et tout, il n'a pas de projet, le pauvre, il s'ennuie, il est très malheureux ». Évidemment, personne ne voulait lui donner de projet. Je suis revenu au bout d'1 mois ou 2 mois. Le 3e mois de pression comme ça, il a dit « Non mais donnez-moi 2 mois de salaire, je m'en vais ». Et voilà, et on a transacté. Mais j'ai pas, ça m'a coûté en fait 5 mois de salaire puisque on lui a mis la pression pendant 3 mois et après il a encore pris 2 mois de salaire. Alors que franchement, vu son comportement, je me mettais à son bureau le lundi matin, tiens, t'es pas là, t'es viré, faute grave, c'était réglé, quoi. Mais voilà, ça nous a coûté 5 mois de salaire. Par contre, il y en a eu, alors c'est arrivé une 2e fois et c'est pas moi qui l'ai fait. Parce que comme j'ai montré à tout le monde comment il fallait le faire, et d'une manière qui n'utilisait pas une autorité où il pouvait se dire non mais lui il l'a fait parce qu'il est le chef mais moi je ne peux pas le faire, ça a permis à d'autres de se dire moi celui-là je vais le faire moi. Voilà. Mais le pouvoir de la pression sociale est énorme, hein, énorme. Hein. Vous mangez tout seul pendant 2 mois, vous allez voir c'est horrible. Vous partez quoi. Ah si c'est pas bienveillant c'est horrible. Ouais. Alors, nous... Ah ouais.
C'est-à-dire d'arriver, d'avoir
personne et dire, en fait, on va faire notre loi dans la boîte. Et si cette personne-là n'avait jamais voulu partir et dit, moi, en fait, je peux rester là et glander pendant 6 mois, c'est pas la solution. Enfin, parce que là, il est parti lui-même, au final. Il est sorti enfin, lui-même, il s'est dit, bon, dans 3 mois.
Ouais, il est parti de lui-même. Ouais, il est parti de lui-même.
Parce que là, s'il voulait rester, il était dans le final, je fais rien.
Non, mais il est pas, enfin, objectivement, il n'était pas heureux. C'est vrai qu'il n'était pas heureux. Il avait un autre business à côté. Enfin, c'est une question de fierté, quoi. Il ne voulait pas partir comme ça. Et mais alors, donc nous, comme on n'est que 250, on a la chance de, effectivement, pouvoir se permettre de sélectionner les gens à l'entrée et du coup s'assurer d'un certain niveau de bienveillance. C'est sûr que je ne dis pas que le modèle là, on peut le répliquer à toute la France où on ne choisit pas qui est en France, quoi. Et se pose une question d'ailleurs importante, c'est est-ce que la bienveillance c'est inné, est-ce que c'est acquis, est-ce que ça s'acquiert à l'école? Ça je sais pas. Et nous on est que 250. Oui.
Moi je pense que c'est super intéressant la remarque que tu as faite, mais en même temps je ne poserai pas ça au système que tu mets en place. C'est-à-dire que dans une structure classique, ton management pas bienveillant, tu vas avoir le problème. Si quelqu'un décide finalement de placardiser quelqu'un, de s'arranger avec la structure hiérarchique, imposer ça, le groupe finalement ne pourra rien faire pour défendre la personne. Et là, dans cette structure-là, encore une fois, c'est une organisation, elle est servie par les individus, donc ça signifie qu'en auto-organisation, tu peux très bien avoir des personnes justement qui décident d'en jouer et de pourrir le système. Après, moi personnellement, et après tu as parlé de valeurs personnelles, etc., j'aurais peut-être un peu plus de difficulté à me dire je vais laisser l'outil finalement réguler la situation parce que d'un point de vue managérial, je pense que tu as des obligations sur les risques psychosociaux. Donc tu poses la question aussi par rapport à ça, sur le fait justement de laisser volontairement par le mode de fonctionnement la situation traîner pour que le système se régule et que la personne finalement en sorte. Tu vois, il y a un moment en fait où en gros tu prends la décision de dire soit je prends une décision directive pour sortir la personne qui devient toxique pour l'organisation, auquel cas le problème est réglé, mais la leçon n'est peut-être pas apprise pour les autres, ou au contraire je la laisse traîner, je mets en place le système justement pour que ça se régule, et là tout le monde en prend la responsabilité, le problème est réglé, mais ça me prend plus de temps, ça me prend plus d'argent. Donc c'est plus une décision par rapport à ça qu'une décision pour traiter le problème qu'il est au final.
Mais le premier scénario, je ne peux pas le faire, puisque je ne peux pas contraindre quelqu'un. Et si je commence à trahir le truc...
Oui, non, mais c'est ça. C'est par rapport justement aux valeurs d'entreprise. Après, je ne sais pas si... Enfin, encore une fois, tu parlais justement d'humain, et je pense que la situation est très particulière, donc on ne peut pas la généraliser. Mais si par exemple, tu as quelqu'un qui est en souffrance dans l'équipe et qui n'arrive pas à prendre la décision de partir et qui laisse traîner l'histoire, je ne sais pas si je me positionnerai moi systématiquement sur ça va se réguler à un moment et le système il est fait et je ne dois pas prendre position. C'est mon point de vue personnel.
Ah ben j'ai fini par prendre position. Moi je ne savais pas.
Tu l'as fait d'une certaine façon.
Oui, moi je ne savais pas ce qui se passait jusqu'à ce qu'il y en ait un qui m'appelle en disant, une en l'occurrence, qui m'a dit bon lui j'arrive pas à le gérer, faut que tu m'aides s'il te plaît, faut que tu le sortes. Et je lui ai dit je vais regarder, et j'ai découvert le poteau rose et ça a pris 3 mois. Et évidemment au début des 3 mois je savais déjà où ça allait sortir, mais j'ai...
Donc voilà,
c'est arrivé 2 fois.
Comment?
C'est arrivé 2 fois.
Alors, oui, alors je ne me suis pas occupé de la deuxième fois, mais...
Bon, sous des 150 personnes, des fois, c'est moins des 1%. Donc,
ouais.
Si on a réglé 99% des gens heureux, bah...
mais je pense que le gars qu'on a sorti, le gars qu'on a sorti, il est plus heureux maintenant. Hein. Il avait son propre business à côté et voilà, il prenait son salaire pour le plaisir. C'est de acknowledger.
C'est d'être influenceur de projet.
Ouais.
C'est quoi la relation avec la vision d'entreprise, les besoins?
Alors, la vision, enfin, il y a la vision et les causes.
Où quelqu'un se retrouve à influencer plein de monde.
Ouais.
Parce qu'il a des risques
Ouais.
pour la gratuité à la journée.
Ouais.
Et
ils les emmènent ailleurs.
Mais ça n'apporte rien à l'entreprise. Enfin, en tout cas, à la vision de l'entreprise, je ne sais pas ce qu'elle est dans la vision de l'entreprise, mais toi, tu dis je porte la vision de l'entreprise, il y a rien qui dit que c'est forcément génial.
Ouais, alors effectivement, donc là il y a les plus ultra, voilà, le modèle organique de l'entreprise, normalement, le fameux purpose, le why, le pourquoi on se lève le matin, il est self-evolutionary, c'est-à-dire que s'il y a 3 leaders d'opinion qui se mettent ensemble, normalement ils arrivent à emmener la boîte complètement ailleurs s'ils le veulent. Voilà, alors pour ce qui est de notre organisation, notre expérience, on n'en est pas encore là parce que moi j'avais monté la boîte qui était une boîte normale avant pyramidale, donc j'avais imposé ma vision dessus. Et puis depuis que je suis plus le big boss, je passe quand même mon temps à plein temps à faire briller cette vision-là. Et en fait, on invite chacun à se positionner, à avoir ses propres causes, son propre why. Voilà. On dit à tout le monde pourquoi tu te lèves. D'ailleurs, on ne dit pas on n'a qu'une cause, on dit on en a 5, et puis comme ça on force les gens à choisir. Alors parmi les 5, là, développer le Vietnam, le partage des connaissances, la mondialisation positive, le développement durable, la tech, l'entrepreneuriat responsable, pardon, lesquels te font plus vibrer, et voilà, sur une échelle de 1 à 5, etc. Pour forcer chacun à vraiment prendre conscience, et ça fait partie de la wholeness aussi, de l'individuation, de pourquoi il se lève le matin et pourquoi il vient coopérer avec nous. Et on lui dit, ben voilà, donc il y a une grosse étoile que nous on fait briller, la tienne elle est un petit peu sur le côté, mais tu fais le constat qu'on va tous dans la même direction. Et donc on invite chacun, oui, c'est hyper important, à ce qu'ils développent leur propre cause. Et du coup, quand ils vont sauter dans un autre bateau parce qu'ils disent, ah, ce train-là, il va mieux encore vers les causes, il n'y a pas de hard feelings, comme on dit. Voilà, on comprend tout à fait, parce que ça fait des années qu'on sait que c'était ça sa cause. Donc voilà, les gens expriment leur cause. Donc avant qu'ils fassent un revirement à 90 degrés pour dire ah finalement je vais emmener l'organisation là-bas, c'est pas un très bon deal en fait, parce que moi j'ai envie d'emmener le bateau là-bas. Si tous les autres ils vont là-bas, ça va être compliqué de convaincre tout le monde, quoi. Oui. Combien ça nous a pris? Alors en décembre 2013, on a décidé de faire sauter la pyramide. De février à juin, on a flirté avec un système qui s'appelle holacratie. On s'est rendu compte que ce n'était pas tout à fait pour nous. En septembre, on est tombé sur un bouquin qui s'appelle Reinventing Organization, qui nous a cristallisé. Voilà, c'était un peu. Et là, donc en novembre 2014, on a dit ok, on sait, c'est là où on a écrit ce qu'on est l'équivalent de la Constitution, que nous on appelait le handbook. Et que là j'ai dit ok, ça y est, maintenant moi j'ai plus de décisions à prendre, tout est expliqué sur comment prendre des décisions là-dedans. Donc c'est là qu'on a vraiment sorti le concept de quelqu'un d'autre décide son salaire et tout ça. Après il y a des déconvenus parce que donc on se dit ah génial, tout le monde va être autonome de lui-même, avoir sa cause, son machin et tout. Les réseaux sociaux, tout le monde se parle et tout. Puis en fait, les réseaux sociaux, vous le savez tous, et nous on ne voulait pas y croire, mais c'est la réalité. Il y a 1% qui poste, 9% qui like et 90% qui disent rien, quoi. Et est-ce qu'ils disent rien parce que ils n'ont rien à dire, enfin voilà, est-ce qu'ils sont d'accord ou pas, etc. Et donc en fait, on a beau, je pourrais dire, voilà, ça a pris 1 an de décembre 2013 à décembre 2014, mais en fait l'organisation telle qu'elle était en décembre 2014 par rapport à maintenant, elle a encore pas mal évolué parce que plein d'individus ont mûri et les organisations, voilà. Je vous ai montré tout à l'heure, il y avait des zones il y avait une zone pyramidale dans un coin en bas à droite, mais avant il y avait plus de zones pyramidales et on pouvait douter que ça c'était pas vraiment des pyramides naturelles. Alors que là, celle qui est en bas à droite, c'est une pyramide naturelle, on le sait, on a une explication rationnelle très claire pour ça. Et oui. Oui, il y a eu des départs, surtout dans le middle management. Et puis il y a les ennemis d'ailleurs d'entreprise libérée disent oui, alors l'entreprise libérée c'est juste un prétexte pour tirer encore plus de jus des salariés en enlevant du management et en remettant la pression encore plus en bas. Et c'est un petit peu vrai en fait. Hein. C'est vrai que comme les managers qui routent l'information ne sont plus là et que c'est à moi de me nourrir de mon réseau social pour prendre mes décisions, on fait des économies de middle management. Ouais. Donc il y en a qui sont partis et ils ne sont pas revenus. Puis on avait déjà viré tous les commerciaux en 2012 et la DRH en 2013. On ne l'a jamais remplacé. Pardon? Ouais.
Et après, cette relation avec les commerciaux, c'est des outils classiques et très particulière, du coup, et mal à voir cette organisation d'un point de vue.
Ah ouais? Bah ouais, normal, ouais. Nous, on a commencé par virer les commerciaux, en fait. On a viré les commerciaux, après on a viré la RH, parce qu'on avait la cause, pour motiver les gens. On vendait sur base de la cause, on s'est dit on bosse qu'avec des copains. On arrête de bosser avec des cons, on bosse qu'avec des copains, des recommandations clients, etc. Donc on ne veut plus un commercial qui ramène n'importe qui a des sous. On ne veut plus un marketeur qui jette des châteaux en Espagne, etc. Et voilà, et c'est parti plutôt d'une volonté de bien-être, si tu as monté ta boîte, c'est justement pour plus avoir de chef, alors te retrouver avec 10 clients qui te pourrissent la vie, c'est pas le but. Et du coup, on a fait ça, et du coup, comment on trouve des copains alors qu'on ne les connaît pas encore, c'était en faisant briller nos causes. Et donc, on avait un purpose, déjà en 2012. Et ce purpose-là nous a tous polarisés, et on a commencé à évangéliser le purpose, et en fait, on s'est rendu compte que quand on fait ça, dans la pyramide, ça crée énormément de tension, parce que le niveau d'adhésion aux causes n'est pas du tout proportionnel à votre position dans la pyramide. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont tout en haut, qui sont dans les jobs alimentaires, des gens tout en bas qui sont enragés de la cause, qui passent leur week-end dans les universités, sur Internet, dans les blogs et tout, à évangéliser, et qu'on n'arrive pas à les rewarder parce qu'ils sont en bas de la pyramide. Et du coup, ils partent, mais quand ils partent, tout le monde dit bah, vous voyez, les causes, c'est des conneries, vous avez vu, les plus motivés, ils partent, etc. Donc, en cherchant cette solution-là, la patronne de l'IT chez nous, qui avait déjà basculé toute l'équipe IT en agile, sur 250, on n'a que 40 personnes qui font de l'IT. Hein. Elle a dit il y a des trucs, management 3.0, Jürgen Appello, tout ça, on n'a qu'à essayer. Puis on n'avait pas d'autre idée. Donc on lui a dit vas-y. C'est comme ça que ça démarre.
Oui, c'était juste pour revenir sur les histoires de 90-10 et 1% d'actifs. Est-ce que ça a été un objectif de diminuer ces 90% moi, est-ce que ça a vraiment bougé ou c'est un état de fait?
Non, je continue de me battre en permanence pour le faire bouger. Après, dans un réseau social, nous on est sur Google+, donc on n'a pas de KPI en fait. J'ai pas de tableau de bord qui me dit où on en est, mais c'est une lutte permanente de faire bouger ça, ouais. On développe des apps mobiles, on ping des gens, on embauche des community managers internes pour faire bouger ça. Et je ne peux pas encore faire un manuel de how-to de comment le faire. Ouais.
C'était quoi le plus gros flip par rapport à ça, le truc est-ce qu'il y a eu un moment où la boîte a failli couler et où tu t'es dit non, je peux pas intervenir
Alors, non, on a eu des moments difficiles en fait.
Tout s'est mis en branle et au final, ils ont fini l'année, c'était la meilleure année de la réussite.
Ah ouais.
Mais voilà, c'était. Et le mec disait que c'était plus dur de résister à prendre le contrôle du truc et d'essayer d'en faire face à.
Mais moi, pour mon bien-être personnel, je ne reprendrai pas le contrôle du truc. Hein. Je laisserai la boîte couler et j'irai chercher un job ailleurs, j'en sais rien, mais si c'est pour retourner à la tête d'une pyramide, au garde à vous, faire des slides à la défense pour aller vendre des ingénieurs qui font du COBOL et qui seront obsolètes dans 2 ans, c'est pas mon objectif de vie. Donc, en fait, pour moi, la question ne se pose même pas de revenir en arrière, même si ça rapporterait de l'argent, machin, quoi. C'était pas parti comme ça. Ouais.
J'ai l'impression, dans la société libérée, justement, les patterns sont assez communs, qui viennent de différentes entreprises. Et l'un des patterns, c'est que la plupart des gens, en fait, leur apprendre savoir-être.
fait et je regrette un peu. Enfin, ouais, si j'avais l'occasion, si je trouvais les bons coachs, je pense que ce serait bien de le faire. Ouais. J'adhère, j'y réfléchis, j'ai cherché des coachs et tout, mais j'ai pas trouvé. Voilà. À un moment, j'ai abandonné l'idée de chercher parce que je trouvais pas. Mais si j'avais trouvé, j'aurais fait. Ouais. Et si je trouve maintenant, je le ferai. Mais on n'a jamais trop de ces formations. Ouais. Il est humain. Enfin, moi, en fait, comme je disais, la manière dont ça a démarré, c'est qu'on voulait choisir nos clients et pourquoi on voulait choisir nos clients, c'était pour être heureux et on s'est dit, tant pis, on ne sera pas 10 000, on ne sera pas, voilà, mais voilà. Et puis voilà, on était un peu dans le paradoxe d'avoir quitté notre job de salarié pour être indépendant et puis en dessous de nous, on fait une pyramide avec 200 salariés, donc c'était pas complètement cohérent non plus. Et puis finalement, alors, le bonheur c'est être soi. Et donc l'objectif c'est d'être heureux, mais finalement, il y a quand même beaucoup de stress, de larmes, d'émotions, voilà quoi. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on va tous les jours gaiement au bureau, parce que parfois on va au bureau avec la boule au ventre en disant putain, ça faut que j'ai quelque chose à dire à machin, puis je vais lui dire dans les yeux, puis ça va faire mal. Donc voilà, donc c'est pas de tout repos, et c'est même peut-être encore plus dur émotionnellement parce qu'on assume ses émotions, voilà. Mais on se dit, j'ai une vision peut-être un peu simpliste du bonheur, mais je me dis dans le bonheur il y a deux trucs quoi. Il y a une composante à l'intérieur de moi où c'est à moi de tripatouiller, de faire ma cuisine. Et puis après, il y a mon interaction avec le monde extérieur. Et mon interaction avec le monde extérieur, il y a 5 flux. L'argent, les biens matériels, les connaissances, la confiance et les émotions. Et donc quand quelqu'un se pose des questions et veut faire un bilan, on lui demande, alors, ton confort financier, t'en es content? Ton confort matériel? Qu'est-ce que tu as appris? Tu es content de ce que tu as appris? Tes relations avec des clients, tes collègues, est-ce que tu t'es fait des nouveaux amis, moins d'ennemis, etc. Et est-ce que tu t'es amusé? Et tout ça, c'est très subjectif. Donc en fait, tout ce qu'on peut faire, c'est poser la question et accepter la réponse. Ah ouais, j'ai doublé mon salaire, mais ça ne me suffit pas. Tout ce qu'on peut dire, c'est, écoute, ouais, mais par rapport aux autres, ça passerait pas que tu fasses plus, donc je pense que tu ailles voir ailleurs, c'est rien, mais voilà, donner des conseils. Mais on ne peut pas dire, non, tais-toi, tu as déjà eu beaucoup, parce que moi je sais mieux ce qui est bien pour toi. Donc voilà, donc on est tous un petit peu dans notre quête du bonheur, en tout cas, en train de se dire, on va faire, voilà, dans la partie intrinsèque, on ne peut rien faire, faisons de notre mieux sur la partie extrinsèque des échanges, des 5 flux. Voilà. Et en tout cas, j'espère pour tous les autres, mais au moins pour moi, ça m'a apporté effectivement plus de... Alors, voilà, je suis vachement plus à l'aise, dans les baskets, quoi, je suis plus heureux, je suis moins stressé. Maintenant, c'est vrai que donc je suis moins stressé parce que par exemple, s'il n'y a plus de cash, la comptable elle va envoyer un message à tout le monde en disant « Ah, il n'y a pas assez d'argent pour payer les salaires ». Comme les gars, ils sont eux-mêmes fixés leur salaire, forcément, ils ne vont pas se plaindre. Donc ils disent, 3 du mois, 5 du mois, c'est bon, c'est pas grave. Alors qu'avant, s'il n'y avait pas le cash pour payer les salaires, je faisais des nuits blanches, il fallait que j'emprunte à ma famille, en jurant mes grands dieux, fallait négocier avec la banque, c'était l'horreur, quoi. C'était l'horreur pour moi. Et les autres, ils ne voyaient rien. Voilà. Et donc maintenant, moi j'ai 10 ans d'expérience à me prendre ce genre de pression et eux, 0. Et d'un coup, bam, ça leur tombe dessus. Alors on peut se dire que c'est dilué dans 200, mais c'est pas vraiment vrai parce que dans les 200, c'est surtout les seniors qui se sentent investis de cette responsabilité. Et donc, ouais, ça n'a pas été très sympa pour eux de leur faire le coup. Mais maintenant, maintenant ils sont rodés. Voilà, ils ont appris un peu l'esprit entrepreneurial. Mais c'est le chemin aussi chez nous, parce qu'il n'y a plus vraiment de titre. Donc tu rentres, tu es membre de la tribu, après tu as ton premier follower, tu es un influenceur. Quand tu as plein de followers, tu es un leader, c'est-à-dire que tu es capable d'emmener plein de gens pour réaliser une vision. Puis après, tu es entrepreneur, c'est-à-dire que tu as la vision et en plus, tu as le leadership pour emmener des gens pour réaliser ta vision. Et alors, entrepreneur, ça peut être interne ou externe, c'est juste, voilà, un entrepreneur, je définis ça comme quelqu'un qui a une vision qui sort de sa tête et qui veut la réaliser. Voilà. Jeu des parents, c'est ça?